An ordinary day, no different from any other, but for some reason it seems that the market traders shout more quietly, praising the goods. Even the sun does not shine so brightly, despite the fact that there is not a cloud in the sky. Deceptive serenity, when, not knowing where the threat comes from, a person tries not to pay attention to the signals of intuition. A stupid attempt to avoid the inevitable and the hope that if you pretend that everything is fine, then it will be so. However, let's not blame ordinary people, because even those who had power and authority could not imagine what would happen at night, and how the village would greet the dawn. However, this will be a little later, and now is only the beginning of the day that will become a starting point for the entire leaf and determine the fate of two married couples and the youngest children. Early morning. A red-haired woman is walking along a deserted road, heading towards the exit of the village, accompanied by an older lady, in whose hair the first grey hairs have already appeared. They are not in a hurry, especially since the red-haired woman's clothes are noticeably tight around her tight belly, clearly hinting that she is pregnant. It is dangerous for her to hurry, although due to her character, it was difficult for the true Hime of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina, as the pregnant woman was called, to restrain the impulses that arose every now and then. However, for the sake of the child, she tried to restrain herself and behave decently, which did not always work out for her. True, now she herself is in no hurry to go anywhere. Her fussy movements reveal that she is nervous, perhaps even panicking. True, Kushina and her companion do not have time to reach the village gates, as they see a black-haired girl walking towards her with a bundle in her hands. Upon closer inspection, it turns out that this is a beautiful, chubby-cheeked child, carefully wrapped in swaddling clothes. Both women, seeing each other, smile happily, although small black shadows under the black-haired girl's eyes reveal her true state, but Uzumaki does not see the state of her friend. She is too excited. Good morning, Mikoto. Kushina greets first and, without waiting for an answer, stretches her neck to look into the bundle that the Uchiha is holding. Good morning, Kushina, Biwako-sama, the black-haired girl responds with a small bow and, clearly seeing the curiosity of her friend, as well as Sarutobi, who was accompanying her, slightly unfolds the bundle and allows them to look at the one she was carrying. How lovely! Uzumaki gasps in delight and reaches out to touch the velvety cheek of the little girl she sees. Is it a girl? Yes, Uchiha Sasuke, Mikoto answers proudly, although there is a sadness in her eyes. Sasuke, huh? Like Grandpa Sandaime Hokage. Biwako nods approvingly, examining the sturdy-looking baby. Yes, we want her to become a strong shinobi like her in the future. This time Uchiha's smile is pale, her lips do not obey her and do not form a smile. However, the women do not have time to ask anything, as the child, awakened by voices, opened his eyes. Not black, but like ash, gray, motionless, lifeless. Well, let's hope everything works out for you. Biwako abruptly grabs the frozen Kushina by the elbow and pulls her further. Kushina, it's time for us to go. Mikoto, doesn't giving birth hurt? Uzumaki whispers loudly, resisting and not letting herself be dragged away, in the stupid hope of distracting and amusing her. Unexpectedly, the simple maneuver succeeds. The black-eyed girl breaks into a mocking smile and no longer looks forward seduledly. It turns out that you, Kushina, are afraid of pain. Kushina, let's go. Finally, the attempts to move the stubborn Uzumaki were successful, and Biwako did not linger any longer, although she had a desire to stop and set the Jinchuriki's brains straight. But, one way or another, they did not stop and walked on in silence. Each was thinking about her own, but the lifeless eyes of Mikoto's child flashed before both of their eyes every now and then. In the clan, where the main treasure is sight, blindness is a death sentence. However, Kushina could not indulge in sad thoughts for long. They had not even reached the place that had been designated for her to give birth when she began to have contractions. Somehow, with the support of Biwako, she was able to reach the shelter, and then her husband, who was already waiting there, picked her up in his arms. The birth was difficult and long. Painful contractions and Kyubi's attempts to break through the seal only worsened the situation and exhausted the expectant mother. Her body began to fail, and she remained conscious only on the remnants of her stubbornness, but suddenly the cave was filled with a child's cry. The Hokage's firstborn was born. The joy of the two parents who finally saw their child was immeasurable, but short-lived. It was necessary to strengthen the seal containing the Bayu, so, leaving the care of the newborn to Biwako and the medic Nin helping her, the Hokage resolutely stretched his hands over his wife's belly. However, before he could do anything, he heard a short cry, and, turning sharply, Minato sees that the medic Nin and Biwako are dead, and his son is being held by an unknown person in a mask. There is no time to think. The stranger is trying to kill the child. The choice had to be made quickly, and it was in favor of the child, but because of this, Namikaze has to leave his weakened wife alone. Self-hatred arises, because he left Kushina next to that shady person. Therefore, Minato does not hesitate, leaving the child at home in the crib that he and Kushina carefully chose for him several months ago. And then the Yondaime does not hesitate and disappears in a yellow flash, in order to save his wife from the rage of the Kyuubi enslaved by a stranger a few seconds later. He hurries to take his beloved away from a dangerous place, and the most protected place turns out to be their own home, where their baby was already. Leaving his wife at home, the Hokage went to protect his native village. He barely managed to intercept the Bijudama that Kyuubi fired, after which he was attacked by a man in a mask. Minato had to move himself and the attacker away from Konoha, because he was afraid of damaging the leaf even more during the fight, and the nine tails that was frolicking in the village should not be discounted. It was because of him that Namikaze wanted to end the fight as quickly as possible, but he quickly discarded these dreams, because the enemy was not easy. Not only did he know the weaknesses of his favorite technique, but he also knew how to become intangible. Exchanging blows did not give anything, because if there was danger for Minato, he left with Haration. Fortunately he scattered enough marks on the clearing that became the battlefield. But if the blow could reach the Hokage's enemy, he instantly lost materiality. Both opponents were strong, but if Yondaime was in a hurry, his opponent was in no hurry. However, each of them understood that dancing opposite each other would not work for long, which is why Minato decided to take a risk. A kunai throw, which, as expected, passes through the enemy's mask, but he does not hesitate, rushing towards the enemy at the same moment when the deadly piece of iron fell from his hands. He lags behind him no more than a meter. Rasengan is already whirling in his hand, but both see that the stranger will have time not only to dodge, but also to grab the Hokage by the neck. However, Namikaze did not fail. As soon as the material hands touched the collar on his neck, he moved along the kunai that flew further and slammed Rasengan into the enemy's back. The enemy is defeated, but nothing is over yet. Knowing the seals allows Minato to break the contract between the Kyuubi and the man, and then he cold-bloodedly snaps the masked guy's neck and seals him in a scroll. Later, he will definitely look and find out who attacked him. The furious roar of the Kyuubi knocked out of the village shakes the air and makes the Hokage gather himself and move closer to the unfolding events. Quickly realizing that getting out of someone else's control did not change the Nine Tails' desire to wipe Konoha off the face of the earth, the Yondaime decides to reseal it in his own son, but for now, it was necessary to move the fox as far away from the leaf as possible, because he had already caused enough trouble, and it does not matter to him that there is not much chakra left, the main thing is to save the village that he swore to protect. The summoning of Gamabunta, which fell on the fox's head, ate a decent chunk of the remaining chakra, and the transfer of his son with Kushina, who did not want to abandon him, squeezed it dry. There was no chakra left at all and, despite the fact that his wife immobilized the Biju, their situation was unenviable. However, the young Hokage did not have time to do anything stupid. The Sandaime Hokage jumped out onto the clearing with an Anbu squad accompanying him. Minato, what's wrong with Biwako? Was the only question the old man asked as he passed through the barrier Uzumaki had set up, and the access bracelet on his hand flared up and crumbled. Namikaze couldn't answer the question and simply looked away. I see. A single tear rolled down his wrinkled cheek, and then Hiruzen straightened up, and the momentary weakness passed. I understand that you wanted to seal the beast in your own son. Yes. Minato bows his head guiltily. I wanted to use Shiki-Fu. Okay, but I'll do it. The old man's hands form the Shiki-Fujin seals, and he begins to speak quietly. You're young, you have everything ahead of you, and I have nothing left to lose. Sandaime-sama. Kushina whispers intermittently. It's all right. Sarutobi shakes his head and, having sealed half of the Kyuubi inside himself, approaches the baby sleeping on the altar. He doesn't have time to touch him, as a huge paw with a sharp claw tries to crush him along with the child. Namikaze creates a stone wall with incredible effort, and then loses consciousness, although he manages to notice that the wall slowed down the Nine Tails, and this time was enough to create and activate the 8 trigram seal. However, he no longer saw how the seal sucked in the significantly smaller Kyuubi, and then his wife's chains fell off, and she, coughing up blood, fell to the ground. To be continued. Chapter 1. Solution. Dead silence is the first thing that comes to mind after the end of the Bijuu's madness. However, it does not last long, and then the first groan of pain is heard, echoed by muffled curses. The village, which has become a battlefield, is filled with sounds that make your blood run cold. Orders and requests for help are heard here and there. On one of the destroyed streets, someone's mother is heartbrokenly calling her child by name, and a few dozen meters away, a small child is frozen next to a corpse and, without stopping, pulls him by the hand, calling for his mother. They do not notice that their relatives are dead, and their hands are covered in their blood. Feelings of pain, death and loss dominate Konoha. Unpreparedness for the attack played a cruel joke on the inhabitants of the Leaf. Soon they will be shocked again. The death of the old Hokage, who, so far the only one in the history of the village, himself left his post, passing it on to a worthy successor. However, not everyone will be able to appreciate this sacrifice, because his intervention interfered with the plans of others. Deep underground, at the root base, which only a select few knew about, an elderly man sat in a dark office, with several shinobi kneeling in front of him. Danzo, and it was he, was listening to the report from his observers. His motionless face did not tell what he was feeling or why he had not given the order to help, because if Root had intervened, many casualties could have been avoided. In addition, by joining forces with the Sandaime, he could have driven the Kyuubi out of the village much earlier, but he chose to stay on the sidelines. However, let's not indulge in meaningless thoughts. History does not like the subjunctive mood. What happened, happened, and nothing can be changed. And Danzo was not interested in this, although he was dissatisfied with the results of the attack and greatly regretted that his subordinates were able to track only the Sandaime's movements, but this did not work with the Yondaime family. A heavy silence descended upon the room after the news that the Namikaze family was alive, but Sarutobi Hiruzen had died. No, he wasn't worried about his former comrade in arms being killed. He was even less worried about the problems that would befall the Yondaime who had been badly injured during the battle, and he was certainly not interested in the reaction of the Sarutobi clan to the death of their head. Now he was thinking and calculating how he could extract the maximum benefit for himself, since everything had turned out this way. He wanted to gain leverage over the Uchiha clan, but also not let go of the Jinchuriki. However, Minato was unlikely to give up his son, and no transplanted Sharingan would help here. After all, the protection on the Yondaime's mind was not bad. After all, Kushina Haim had worked on it. The situation was too bad, but Danzo was used to waiting. However, today luck was on his side, otherwise it cannot be described that instead of sending the fighters away, he still asked one question. Okay, a raspy voice cut through the silence, causing the kneeling Anbu to flinch and tense up. What about the Uchihas? After your conversation with Sandaime-sama, they went to evacuate the civilians and did not interfere in the battle. One of the figures standing in a submissive pose before the head of Root responded in a dispassionate tone. Everyone saw it, as did the Sharingan in the Kyuubi's eye sockets. The dissatisfied have already appeared, and, according to your order, work among the population has begun. The results will appear soon. Is that all? Danzo frowned with displeasure and looked demandingly at his best fighters. This wasn't just meat, and despite the fact that they had gotten rid of their emotions, it didn't stop them from thinking. Fugaku-san's heir is in serious condition, the second kneeling figure said indifferently. Tell me, the head of the Root leaned forward barely perceptibly. The intuition of a battle-hardened veteran was ringing the alarm, indicating that these words could become the key ones and help make the necessary adjustments to his plan to seize power. The observers reported that during the attack, the heir went to the shelter with his sister, while his parents took responsibility for evacuating civilians. The monotonous voice did not prevent Shimura from absorbing the information. On the contrary, the lack of emotional coloring allowed him to look at everything impartially. His group was unlucky. When they were almost to the mountain, the Kyuubi fired a Bijudama. Even though the Yondaime was able to move it, the debris and the blast wave did not go away. The heir's group was in the area of damage, and he, saving his sister, covered her with his body. As a result, he was pinned by one of the log debris. His left lung is punctured, the wound is near the heart. If urgent intervention is not done within a couple of days, he will die. Okay, you're free, Danzo nods sharply, not allowing a victorious grin to appear on his face. It's too early to celebrate. It's worth putting in a lot more effort to get the bird caught in the trap. Are you satisfied? A hoarse voice said as the Root members disappeared and a plant man emerged from the wall. One side of the visitor was white, the other black, and there was almost no chakra felt from him. Yes, agreed the head of the root and turned his head to his new interlocutor. What about Obito? Dead. The voice that answered was now much higher pitched, although it was the same subject speaking. It was difficult to call this creature a full-fledged person. Bad, but you destroyed the body, didn't you? Danzo asked his interlocutor coldly. I didn't have time. Yondaime took the body with him, the creature hoarsely responds again. This is already worse. The head of the root purses his lips with displeasure. We'll have to change our plans. If you want, I will destroy Namikaze. It won't be difficult now. The plant man's voice changed again. No, that would be too suspicious. Danzo refuses. And it will be much easier for a boy to restore the village than for me. However, he should be deprived of the Kyuubi. I've already been to the Jinchuriki. The seal is too strong, the creature wheezes discontentedly. Attempts to extract it for the next 10 to 15 years are useless. Sandaime did a good job. That won't be necessary. The head of Root smiled coldly. I think I know how to make the brat give up his spawn. How? The creature's higher voice expressed genuine curiosity. Orochimaru created a poison a long time ago that briefly increased the release of chakra. Danzo looked calmly at his interlocutor. If we give it to the Jinchuriki before the seal has completely stabilized, something like this is still possible. This will kill him, the creature responded hoarsely, with a hint of discontent. It didn't like the new plan. There is a chance that he will stay alive. Well, if not, the head of Root shrugs indifferently. It's not a big loss. The main thing is that the boy will lose Kyuubi, and it will be easier to control him after that. Even if he understands what's going on after a while, I guarantee that it will be too late. How are you going to pass the poison? The plant man's voice was still hoarse. People are stupid, and the grief is great, Shimura noted indifferently. There is no one among the Konoha people who did not lose relatives in the recent massacre. No one will pity the demon. At this point, the conversation between the strange creature and the head of Root ended, and Danzo leisurely followed to the exit. He knew Yondaime too well and was sure that he had already come to his senses and started giving orders. However, the main thing in his case was to arrive at the moment when he opened the scroll in which his dead student was sealed. Although, in addition to this, it was worth pushing through his right to open a new orphanage, where promising children would be taken. After all, there were quite a few orphans left, and many of them would become worthy additions to his squad, and it would be easier to raise a Jinchuriki there. After all, the Root dungeons were not the place to raise a child, and Shimura did not want to take risks, because even in his organization there could be spies, and he sincerely regretted that Kushina had not died. While Uzumaki Haim was alive, the possibility of something like this was unacceptably high, but no one would check orphanages, especially if he was not connected to Root and, specifically, Danzo. However, it was worth worrying about an anchor that would not allow the Jinchuriki to break loose or escape. Arriving at the hospital, Shimura learned that Yondaime had not yet regained consciousness, but his life was out of danger. However, he was in no hurry to get upset. Now he had time to give the necessary orders to his people on duty in this hospital, and then he went to talk to Fugaku, who was also here. Tired and haggard, he evoked pity, if only not for the defiant look he instantly threw at Danzo, who entered the ward. What do you want, Danzo-sama? The head of the Uchiha clan asked extremely politely, but with well-hidden hatred in his eyes, and carefully moved away from his sleeping wife. I don't think this is the place to talk about our affairs, the head of Root remarked indifferently. We have no business of our own. Fugaku responded in a furious whisper. And I think there is. An icy smile appeared on Shimura's lips, who, noticing the desire to object, quietly added. If, of course, you want to save your heir, he shrugs, looking at the petrified face of his interlocutor, and turns away. However, if you don't have such a desire. Wait, Danzo, who was about to leave, was stopped by Fugaku's lifeless voice. What do you want? Are you sure you want to talk here? Head of Root asked his interlocutor, nodding his head mockingly towards the sleeping Mikoto. Okay, I think the head doctor's office will be fine. There shouldn't be anyone there right now. Fugaku responded sullenly and was the first to head out, so that a couple of minutes later, finding himself in someone else's office and setting up a barrier against eavesdropping, he could furiously ask, what are your conditions? I like business people. The tone is indifferent, but in the depths of Shimura's eyes there is an incomparable feeling of superiority. I am providing your son with my best Arionen, who will save his life, but in exchange. A meaningful pause, and he clearly deliberately, finishes his thought. You will sign the documents about transferring your daughter to an orphanage, the name of which will be written later and without your participation. What? Fugaku flared up at this suggestion. Yes, I. A healthy heir or a cripple, Uchiha Danzo interrupted, watching with hidden pleasure as the strong and self-confident man froze and seemed to become shorter in stature, as if his inner core had been torn out and an empty shell was left. I'll sign the papers, but you'll only get my daughter after I get proof of my son's recovery, Fugaku answered, raising his dead eyes to the head of Root. Besides, I don't want Mikoto to find out about anything. Okay. Danzo nods contentedly and takes out one of the previously prepared contracts, with an empty line in place of the name and address of the orphanage where the daughter of the head of the Uchiha clan will be placed. However, there was another empty line. The girl was left only with her first name, deprived of the right to bear the surname of the proud clan. Damn you, Danzo, Uchiha said quietly, signing the document, after making sure that the contract was drawn up with all the clarifications that he had just named. This once again proved that what happened was not accidental and that he had been preparing for something like this for a long time. If he had not known about the attack in advance. Rest assured, if you are behind the attack, I will find out and get you. I'm already damned. An unpleasant grin distorts Shimura's face. He enjoys his triumph and the impotent rage of his victim. Besides, wasn't the Sharingan burning in Kyuubi's eyes? Rest assured, I will find out how you managed it. Helplessness, that was what was heard in the voice of a strong and strong-willed man. Good luck, Danzo chuckles in response and, already getting ready to leave, adds, you'll have a dummy of your daughter's corpse by the evening, and that's when it will be clear whether I kept my word or not. Shimura slowly leaves the office, leaving the furious Uchiha there, who had already made his choice. However, it didn't concern him. The main thing was that he had already fulfilled part of his plan. Now he had to get to Namikaze and convince him to give up his son. Well, the most important way to cause this is fear. Fortunately, he does this best, and Kyuubi, whether he wants to or not, will help. Danzo-sama, a surprised voice, and Shimura notices all bandaged up and leaning on his student, Kakashi Yondaime. Hello, Minato, he nods calmly, forcing himself to calm down and hide the triumph he felt after the successful deal with Fugaku. Now is not the time for that. The brat has proven himself to be a good strategist and expert in psychology. You shouldn't relax in front of him. I was just looking for you. Why? Namikaze frowned instantly. You were going somewhere, weren't you? Shimura asked indifferently. Yes, I wanted to go to the morgue, the blonde responded tensely. Then we're on our way. I wanted to visit my friend and see his face for the last time, Danzo said quietly, slightly bowing his head, paying tribute to the warriors who had left them. You agree to talk on the way, right? Yes, of course, Namikaze agreed, relaxing a little, and slowly moving forward, he asked the head of Root, who was keeping up with him. So what did you want to talk about, Danzo-sama? After the Kyuubi attack, many orphans were left, Danzo began from afar after a short silence. Yes, that's true, Minato agreed, looking warily at his interlocutor. 6 months ago, I was denied the opportunity to open another shelter under the patronage of Root, Shimura said calmly. I want to discuss this issue again. I disagree, Namikaze responded somewhat sharply. The head of Root winced and began to carefully feed chakra into the implanted Sharingan. No, he did not expect to be subdued, but while the Yondaime was at his weakest and most emotionally unstable, the chances of influencing him increased slightly. All it took was to slightly strengthen some feelings, such as, for example, dislike and even fear of the Kyuubi. This could come in handy soon, but he had to act carefully. Most of Konoha is in ruins, as are many orphanages. Only those belonging to Root or located on the outskirts are functioning. Isn't that something to think about? Danzo seemed not to notice the harshness in his interlocutor's answer. In addition, I have prepared a project where children will be considered for future ANBU members no earlier than 5 years old, and mixed teams of my people and yours. Unexpectedly, too many concessions, Minato noted in surprise and nodded his thanks to Kakashi for opening the doors to the room they needed and starting to help him down the stairs. I decided to take a step towards reconciliation a long time ago, but I hesitated. Recent events forced me to make a final decision. While Shimura was saying this, not a single muscle moved on his face. He had long been accustomed to lying in the name of Konoha and did not see anything reprehensible in this. Commendable, Namikaze nodded. I agree. The documents will be on your desk this evening. The head of Root allowed himself to smile slightly and only then turned his attention to the skinny boy waiting for attention to be turned to him. He kept adjusting his bulky glasses, which were sliding down the bridge of his nose, and blinked in confusion. Hokage-sama, we've been waiting for you, he said in a quiet, brittle voice, making sure that they had noticed him. Let's go. Curiosity, that's what moved Danzo when he went after Namikaze, who, although displeased, remained silent. However, when they reached the destination, he was glad that he went. The expression on Minato's face when he saw who he had killed, Shimura would never forget. His face did not change at all, but the feeling of pleasure that he experienced was strong. The only thing that angered him was the overly loud reaction of Kakashi, who accompanied them, whose incoherent screams filled the room. However, one must give Namikaze his due. Pale as death himself, he began to console his student, and after a couple of minutes, the latter was simply sobbing on his sensei's shoulder. However, this was far from the last shock that Yondaime had to endure that day. Besides, the technique of the head of the root began to work, albeit not very strongly yet. However, there was still time, and he would not pay attention to the inconsistencies in his behavior any time soon. Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama, a black-haired whirlwind burst into the room. Your son. What's wrong with him? Minato, already pale and exhausted, turned even whiter. It seemed like he even became transparent. What's wrong with Naruto? The seal. The girl, scared to death, began to stutter. It's broken. What? Forgetting about his poor health and the teenager crying on his shoulder, Namikaze takes off. Shimura follows him, mentally rejoicing that everything is going according to plan, and the technique he started using a couple of dozen minutes ago found a loophole and now increased the fear of loss and whispered that Kyubi was dangerous, that he had already killed his son. At the moment when they flew into the ward, little Uzumaki was already completely covered in seething chakra, and the hoarse cry was replaced by wheezing. Namikaze does not pay attention to anything. He rushes to his son and, having made a couple of seals, suppresses the enraged fox, but his child's eyes are glassy, although life still flickers in the burnt little body. Call Yamanaka, Minato quietly says, looking at his trembling hands. This inattention would come back to haunt him later, because he didn't see that his order was being carried out not by an Anbu loyal to him personally, but by a subordinate of Shimura, who made sure that it wasn't a Noiki, but one of his close relatives, who by pure chance turned out to be a member of Root. It's a pity that Namikaze didn't pay attention to this right away, and later. Later it was too late. You called, Hokage-sama. A tall blonde man with emerald eyes entered the room. Where is Anoiki? Yodname turned his thoughtless gaze to him. It doesn't matter, though. I want you to check on my son and tell me if he's alive. Yes. Yamanaka responded quietly and made a seal for the clan technique. He opened his eyes a couple of minutes later, but he looked pale and scared. Hokage-sama. I didn't find a trace of the child's presence. He's dead. Kushina shouldn't see this. The hunched-over Namikaze initially gave off a sense of melancholy and despair. Minato, you are the ruler now. Danzo considered this moment to be key and intervened. What are you talking about, Danzo-sama? Yondaime asked in a dull and lifeless voice. The Kyubi destroyed your son's mind, and soon his body will die, along with the Nine Tails. Shimura began to speak, choosing his words carefully. In 10 years, he will be reborn, and we have little time to take your son's body as far away from Konoha as possible. Yes, you're right. Minato pulled himself together and, looking at his son with pain in his eyes, said quietly. I can't. You only need to give the order, Hokage-sama, Danzo said calmly, but with a slight pressure, and handed Minato exactly the same paper as he had handed to the head of the Uchiha clan. His calculations were simple, disoriented after the death of one of his students at his hands and the news of his son's death that immediately fell upon him. And also attached with the Sharingan technique, Namikaze would not read the document given to him, but he miscalculated. Give him to an orphanage. Yondaime read in surprise. Deprive him of his family name. A cover, Danzo said without blinking an eye. You don't want it to appear anywhere. There was a meaningful silence, and the patience of the head of Root was rewarded. Namikaze signed the document with a trembling hand, which became a sentence for his little son for a long 13 years. Yes, I count on you. He abruptly hands the signed paper to Shimura and literally flies out of the room. He does not turn around, he is simply afraid to do so. Only the next day, having recovered a little from the shock and having heard his wife's question about their son, the realization of his actions fell upon him, and in the blonde head flashes, "May you be damned, Danzo." To be continued. From the author. Dear readers, I racked my brains trying to play up this frankly controversial moment in the application, giving it the greatest credibility. I hope I managed, following the letter of the application, to write it reasonably and without outright surrealism. However, I would like to hear your opinion. Chapter 2. Awareness. As soon as the young Hokage left the room, Danzo immediately got down to business. He calmly approached the apathetic child, who did not have the strength to even scream, and with some carelessness ran his hand over the remaining yellow fluff on the child's head. Shimura was calm and completely ignored the presence of a couple more Anbu in the room, in addition to his subordinates. He chuckled and calmly turned to Yamanaka, who was waiting for a command. "Amano, take the child and show him to our specialists." A cold, expressionless voice and complete indifference in Danzo's eyes, but the words are extremely correct and carefully chosen so that no one can find fault with them. "Then report back how everything went." "Hi," Yamanaka responded instantly and, picking up the child in his arms, disappeared from the ward, but Shimura did not hurry. Fully aware that he would be watched, he decided to first finish all his business in the hospital and give the necessary orders to organize the funeral of the Sandaime Hokage and other, rather famous shinobi that Konoha lost in the attack. In the end, they fulfilled their purpose, and it would not hurt him to add a few pluses to his reputation while Namikaze was unable to make decisions. In general, Danzo left the room in the best possible mood, although he tried not to show it, and then went to give orders. It didn't take much time. After all, he was not the last person in the leaf, and where others would stumble, he would pass and not notice. Well, and then with a sense of accomplishment, he went to his route base. No, he could have walked around Konoha, but why? To assess the extent of the destruction. The reports already provided him with all the data on what had happened, and he knew perfectly well how much the village had suffered. And the walk to the hospital and back only confirmed the information received, so Shimura considered it unnecessary to arrange additional checks. He already had a lot to do. As soon as Danzo reached his office and settled into his chair, a knock immediately sounded. The head of route is in no hurry to give permission to enter. First he glances at the identification seal, which was located right on the door, and only after making sure that the one standing behind the door is his subordinate, and with an active seal on his tongue, he allows entry. Yamanaka, who has earned the right to keep the name Amano, slips into the office like an unnoticeable shadow and, kneeling, waits for permission to speak. Shimura does not think for long. In the end, he himself is curious about the results of using Orochimaru's poison. No, he did not want the offspring of the Yondaime to remain alive, but he also considered it short-sighted and even stupid to endure another 10 years to capture the Kyuubi. But he was sincerely sorry that he would not be able to raise the child en route. After all, Namikaze is not stupid and, after he wakes up from the illusion, he will understand that he was fooled. Yes, Minato signed the papers on the transfer of the child to the orphanage, but there is no instruction to give the child to root, which is bad. It is worth Danzo to take a step aside and pocket the Jinchuriki against the will of his father, as he will immediately find out about it. On the one hand, this is bad, but on the other, Shimura has already found a way out and made the first steps towards its implementation. A blind child from the Uchiha, why not a candidate for friends? Especially if you correctly place the accents and whisper what is needed and to whom it is needed. Of course, in this case, the taming process will stretch out for many years, but on the other hand, it is even better. He will have time to instill the necessary thoughts in the child, remaining in the shadows, or arrange it so that he has no choice, and he voluntarily comes to his squad. Speak, Shimura says indifferently, distracted from his thoughts about the possible future and concentrating on the kneeling fighter. The Arainans examined and cured the child. There are no particular complications, only cracks in the chakra channels, but they have already begun to regenerate. Yamanaka responds calmly and emotionlessly. Uzumaki, Danzo drawls with an incomprehensible intonation. It seems like he's disgusted, but on the other hand there's admiration in his tone. A strange cocktail. However, the head of the root quickly pulls himself together and quietly, with indifference, clarifies. What's wrong with his mind? He is too small and not fully formed, so he survived such a shock calmly. Maximum complications, he will subconsciously be afraid of red or yellow. Amano responds indifferently. However, the main thing is that the soul is intact, and the seal was not damaged, although it became a little weaker. Okay, is there a way to reseal the demon? The question immediately sounded, and a steely glint appeared in Shimura's eyes. No, the seal is still strong. According to forecasts, it will be indestructible for another 10 years, perhaps less. The answer is not delayed. It seems that Yamanaka was waiting for this question. With constant emotional shock, its destruction is possible earlier. I see, a displeased look, but the head of the root was too used to holding back, so he quickly pulled himself together. Is it possible to install loyalty bookmarks? At the moment, no, there is too much residual chakra from the QB in the chakra channels, and the poison only made the situation worse. Yamanaka responds emotionlessly. Any attempt will end in injuries for the one who tried to influence the Jinchuriki with 0 results. Danzo thought about it after hearing the latest information. He still had hope that he would be able to replay everything and get the Bayu for personal use, but if everything was as the fighter said, then he would have to forget about it for the near future. The only thing the head of the root regretted was that he would have to act carefully and limit himself to observing the demon's host. Considering the Jinchuriki's characteristics, he would have to forget about him for 5 long years, which was bad, but on the other hand, the Uchiha and Yodaime would cool down during this time and their attention would not be so intense. Free. However, before Shimura could finish speaking, there was another knock at the door, and soon Yamanaka was replaced by one of the faceless ones who had accompanied him on his trip to the hospital. It seemed that the first news from the Uchiha had arrived, which made the head of Root very happy, although it did not show in any way outwardly. Danzo habitually hid all his emotions under a mask of indifference. And it was too early to rejoice. What he had done was only sowing. The shoots would come years later. But for now, he decided to listen to his faithful dog. Report. A cold voice and a collected look. Shimura is ready to hear any news, habitually suppressing hopes for the best. Who else but him knows that any, even the most verified plan can fly into the abyss because of any insignificant trifle. Arainen examined the air and began treatment. He is still far from complete recovery, but the process has already begun. The Anbu man's voice sounds muffled from behind the mask. However, he may have problems with his lungs in the future. It doesn't matter what happened to the blind woman. Shimura nods calmly, even somewhat relaxed, realizing that part of his plan has already been realized. Fugaku-san handed over the cripple, according to the agreement, and received in return a corpse with a well-staged performance. The Anbu officer, who perhaps personally observed the tragedy in the family, responds indifferently. The child, according to your orders, was transferred to the base and examined. There are no diseases or deviations, except for blindness. What about the gene compatibility? Danzo leans forward, his voice filled with well-hidden anticipation. Hi, but the Arainen do not recommend performing the operation before the Jinchuriki has developed sufficiently developed chakra channels, the fighter said emotionlessly. The estimated time is 6 to 7 years. Good. The head of the root nods with some displeasure. He expected a completely different answer, but he admitted that he was lucky enough without this. It is worthwhile to temporarily moderate his appetites and lie low, at the same time think of something to divert the attention of the 2 deceived fathers. When the demon's treatment is finished, take the 2 of them and take them to the orphanage where Nono works. Danzo casually takes out 2 thin folders and throws them in front of the fighter. Here are all the documents for these 2. Will they only be left with names? A barely perceptible surprise slipped into the Anbu man's voice, but it did not appear in his eyes. Yes, Shimura nods, but suddenly a poisonous grin crosses his lips, and he adds, although let them be Naruto Kako and Sasuke Braindo. You're free. Hi. The fighter immediately responds and disappears from the office, so that a few hours later he can leave the territory of his unit with 2 packages and hand over the children to the care of the former fighter Korn. Well, and at the same time he wanted to give her a standard package with photographs and letters from her supposed son. The faceless fighter was met with caution at the shelter, although they did not refuse shelter to 2 children. True, Nono did not like the special orders, but on the other hand, no one is irreplaceable, and a former member of Root has no right to refuse. And Danzo had his own plans for this woman, especially since he had the opportunity to influence her decision. In addition, this shelter was not assigned to Root, it was financed by the Hokage service. While Danzo was talking to the Hokage and then solving various problems, often unrelated to each other, a black-haired man froze in the office of the head of the hospital. Fugaku seemed not to move and did not show his condition in any way, although if an outside observer looked into his eyes, he would be amazed at the storm of emotions that splashed in them. The Sharingan, the main asset of the Uchiha clan, was behaving strangely in his eye sockets, but soon everything stopped, and the eyes of the clan head returned to the deep black color, and only convulsively clenched fists testified that he had just been on the edge. He was still a father, and he loved his daughter, but the choice. How he sometimes hated it. However, he was the clan head and had no right to weakness, and now he needed to pull himself together and go calm Mikoto, who could wake up at any moment. He had to be strong, at least for their sake. When Fugaku appeared 10 minutes after Shimura left the office, nothing reminded him of what had happened there. The man had hidden the storm well in his soul. Slowly and proudly, he returned to his wife, who had not woken up. However, Uchiha was even glad about this. He needed time to think it over and accept it, since he was powerless to change it. A signature made with chakra conducting ink could not be forged. Danzo had prepared well and had cornered him. Now all he could do was grit his teeth and wait for what his craftsman would come up with. His wife began to stir in Fugaku's arms. "Where did you go?" Mikoto asked her husband tiredly and, moving away a little, looked at him with red eyes. "I was making arrangements regarding Itachi's treatment," the man responded quietly and, unable to bear the joy that flared in his wife's eyes, looked away. Okay. Unable to cope with her emotions, Mikoto buried her face in her husband's shoulder and quietly burst into tears of relief, no longer seeing how wild pain and self-hatred flashed in Fugaku's eyes for a moment, and then he carefully pulled her towards him and began to stroke her hair. They don't know how long they sit like that, but after a while, a trio of medics pass by, their bearing and cold eyes leaving no doubt where they're from. The medics, having silently bowed to the frozen Uchiha couple, disappear into their son's ward, and after 5 long hours there is no news from them. In general, by the end of the operation, both parents were on edge, and the medics who came out were met with a whole barrage of questions from Mikoto. Fugaku did it more simply. As soon as his wife was distracted, her husband's clone went in search of the hospital's regular staff. In the end, he had to make sure that he was not lied to, and that his son would really recover. He was convinced, but this did not bring him much joy, because he was poisoned by the pain of the fact that he signed his daughter's death sentence with his own hands, and exactly an hour later the news of her death reached his wife. Mikoto's pain was intense, and the Uchiha clan head himself no longer felt that he had done the right thing, but he convinced himself otherwise. Anyone in his place would have done the same, right? However, the power of persuasion is a powerful thing, but only until the moment when you begin to understand the stupidity of your actions. The first blow to his self-control was that the next morning after Itachi's surgery, Senju Tsunade arrived with her student and Gama Sennin. However, even here the Uchiha was able to convince himself that his son might not have waited for help, although the feeling of guilt that had been gnawing at him since the moment he personally handed over the fragile body to Danzo's people raised its head again. His own decision no longer seemed right, but he could no longer change anything. Moreover, until the main investigation into the attack was completed, his hands were tied, and the murdered Yondaime Obito did not add to his optimism. The Uchiha clan was slowly being pushed to the wall, and there was nowhere to expect help from. The death of the heir had undermined Namikaze too much, and Kushina had not yet come to her senses. However, everything was overshadowed by the news that Itachi woke up on the 3rd day, and he and Mikoto were allowed to see their son. "Ka-san, Ta-san, what's wrong with Imuoto?" The first question that came out of his child's mouth as soon as they crossed the threshold. The joyful smiles on their faces instantly disappeared. "What's wrong with Sasuke?" The boy tried to get up, not paying attention to the blood that was starting to appear on his bandages again. "Quiet, Itachi, calm down." Mikoto instantly jumped up to her son and, hiding her eyes, tried to put him back in place, but did not achieve much result. "What's wrong with my sister?" After an overly emotional scream, Itachi literally collapsed from a strong cough. "She died 2 days ago," Fugaku squeezed out, afraid to look his son in the eye, but nevertheless continuing to tell the official version of his daughter's death. "Her body couldn't withstand the shock. The bruise she received during your fall caused a cerebral hemorrhage. They didn't manage to save Sasuke." "No," the boy whispers quietly and somewhat doomedly, tears streaming down his cheeks, but the worst thing is that he is silent. Silent grief that he refuses to share with his family. A boy who has grown up in a short time. Although no, it was not he who grew up. It was the actions of adults that killed the child in him, and his father understood this like no one else. "Itachi," Mikoto tries to get through to her son, but when he looks up at her, he shudders. Absolutely empty and expressionless, a moment later it changed to a 2-volume Sharingan, and her son is only 6 years old. "I want to be alone." a calm voice and a dead look. But Mikoto tried to object. Okay, we'll come and see you tomorrow, her husband said tiredly, closing his eyes. Fugaku. The woman flared up indignantly, but he only shook his head and turned away. Only now did Mikoto notice how tired and aged her husband looked, so she exhaled sharply and, pulling herself together, smiled wearily. Okay, we'll come visit you tomorrow, Itachi. Her hand reaches out to ruffle her son's hair, but he pulls away, and she, shuddering, freezes, and then returns her hand back and, quietly getting up, says, "We'll come tomorrow. Don't be bored, Itachi." She doesn't get an answer and, looking around, approaches her husband, who, putting his arm around her shoulders, leads her out of the room. Fugaku feels doubly lousy. Now he clearly sees how much pain his decision brought, but he could have tried to find another way. Now all that's left for him to do is reap the fruits of his mistakes. Unlike the head of the Uchiha clan, the Yondaime did not go to console anyone after talking with Danzo. He simply walked. There was not a single thought in his head. He did not hear the cries of his student, did not see anything around. He woke up in his wife's hospital room, mindlessly sitting by her bed and listening to the quiet beeping of the equipment. Pale with scarlet hair that was scattered over the snow-white sheets, she seemed dead, and only her barely rising chest showed that this was not so. However, Namikaze knew that if nothing was done, his wife could die, but what could he do? Not a medical officer, he did not know how to treat. However, he sent a message to Sensei and Tsunadheim immediately after he woke up, so he had a chance that he would not lose at least his beloved. Minato forbade himself to think that it would not work out and that Kushina would die. However, as soon as he was distracted from his wife, the images of the destroyed village and blood around would surface with renewed vigor, and then his newborn son would suddenly appear, engulfed in poisonous chakra and turning into a biju. Namikaze himself did not understand how he fell asleep, and nightmares overwhelmed him. In him, he lost everything. He did not have time and saw how his son was blown to bloody pieces by explosions, and a second later he saw how Kushina was crushed by the huge paw of the Kyuubi. Time after time, he saw how everyone died more and more bloodily. Minato. Suddenly, a strange voice penetrated the nightmares, one that he would recognize among 1,000. It was the voice of Jiraiya, his sensei. What are you messing with him for? A second, no less familiar voice sounded very close and, the next second, ice water fell on him. Namikaze jumps up abruptly and looks around in shock, noticing that Jiraiya and Tsunadheim are standing nearby with an empty jug, from which he was probably poured. What? He asks them, confused. You see, I told you that he would wake up faster this way. Senju grinned contentedly and, turning to the door, commanded. Shizune, is everything ready? Yes, Tsunade-sama. Kato bursts into the room, followed by 3 more Irionen with a gurney, who quickly transfer the Yondaime's wife and run away in an unknown direction. What are you doing? Minato tries to somehow influence the actions of the medics, but Tsunade abruptly stops him. I'll do everything to help her, and don't interfere, the woman says harshly, blocking the young Hokage's path. Afterwards, I'll demand a detailed story about how it all happened. Drink this. A glass filled with a clear liquid is placed in the hands of the frozen Namikaze. Looking blankly at his sensei, Minato drinks the offered liquid in one gulp and begins to cough. What is this? Sake, you needed it. The man shrugs his powerful shoulders, and then, quickly creating a barrier around them from eavesdropping, calmly adds, tell me. Jiraiya may have treated his student like a son, but he never expected such revelations to fall upon him. However, one must give Gama Sennin his due. He listened attentively and did not interrupt, giving Minato what he needed, to speak out. He did not scold, reproach or comment on what he was told, and Namikaze was grateful for his understanding. It seemed that with each word spoken he was breathing easier. However, at the very end, Jiraiya could not resist asking, what do you say, Kushina? She was waiting for your son so much. The truth, the Sannin student responded quietly and shuddered at the unpleasant thoughts. Our son is dead. Are you sure about this? Gama Sennin asked Minato. Yes, I was there. I saw everything with my own eyes, the young man, who had aged greatly overnight, responded, hunched over. The young Hokage did not see how his sensei's lips tightened and that he wanted to say something. No, Jiraiya did not doubt his student's words, but he was alarmed by Danzo's presence in all this. The feeling that they were missing something did not leave the Sannin. However, he could not do anything now, but he considered it necessary to collect information about the attack, as well as consult with Sunat. To be continued. Commentary on Chapter 2. Awareness. Kako, kaku kako, cuckoo in Japanese. A hint that they also do not raise their children and throw their eggs to other birds, as Minato did when he gave his son to Danzo's mercy. Braindo, baraindo, blind in Japanese. Chapter 3. Shelter. Nono always knew that her past would not let her go so easily, but she still had a glimmer of hope that Danzo would calm down with her adopted son. Kabuto was the boy she found on the battlefield. He didn't remember anything, didn't know who he was or where he was from, and he couldn't even say his own name. It was she who came up with his name, taught him Urujutsu, hoping that he would become a worthy person and help her save children and just people in trouble. She miscalculated. How Nono miscalculated. No, Kabuto grew up to be a good boy, smart, diligent and obedient. The other children loved him and he was ready to do anything for them. He willingly helped anyone and completely shared his teacher's opinion of peace and justice. That's where he was caught. The orphanage needed money, and there was a war all around. They had to adapt. Treatment and rest for the wounded shinobi of Nono's home village, and in exchange for money and food. The simplest and most effective way, especially since she taught all the children the basics of chakra control and first aid. So her science and skills came in handy. But who knew that Danzo would remember Nono again? And she had not had any dealings with him for a long time. She was able to get her released, albeit because of an injury that put an end to almost all her talents as a spy. However, it did not. She was able to recover. Only Nono somehow could not even think that someone from the route would find out about this and come to demand payment. Well, how could she have assumed that this kind and bright child would overhear their conversation? If it were not so, she would have definitely been able to find some other solution. However, Shimura always acted thoughtfully and would hardly have let her go so easily. It was not for nothing that he came to discuss everything in person. The choice that Nono was given was rather meager. Either she would return to the ranks of Root, or bandits would, accidentally, stumble upon the shelter, and who knows how they would behave. Perhaps they would simply take away the food and everything of any value, or perhaps they would kill everyone. Against the background of such threats, the fact that as a result of her refusal, the shelter would lose the money promised to Sandaime Hokage for helping the Leaf Shinobi who suffered in the war was somehow lost. However, is money the main thing? Of course not. However, Danzo always had many opportunities to make the lives of others more difficult, and who knows how many deaths there are in a war. No, there are many, very many, especially children, because they cannot take care of themselves. A choice. But was there one? Nono was not naive and understood perfectly well that Shimura needed her for some reason and he would not give up on her so easily. She had no right to expose her children to danger because of her stubbornness, so words of consent were ready to burst from her lips. However, Nono did not have time to commit the biggest stupidity in her life. It was committed for her. A little boy who decided to take on the sin of an adoptive parent. Kabuto. He came out to her guests and offered himself in her place. Nono had never been so afraid before, because she was well aware that Danzo did not need him. After all, an untrained youth and a ready shinobi with a lot of experience behind him are two different weight category, don't you agree? However, imagine her surprise when she heard that Shimura agreed. It could not be, but it still happened. True, later everything fell into place. Danzo did not just agree to take an untrained boy, he received a double benefit. A loyal person who in the future can become a spy no worse than Nono, and Nono herself, because she will not be able to abandon one of the children she found. Probably, Kabuto himself did not understand that he had driven his adoptive mother into an even bigger trap, only slightly delaying the inevitable. However, there was no other way to help, and who, if not Nono, should understand this? She resigned herself. The only request to Shimura was to pass on news of her adopted son. The woman could not bargain for much, but once every 6 months she found a fat envelope in her room, containing a short letter, written in Kabuto's neat handwriting, and a photograph. A pitiful hope that this way she would be able to recognize him when the time came. Nono simply desperately grabbed the slightest chance, although she realized how illusory it was, but she knew Danzo's methods too well to fully believe in his words. Waiting. That's what had fallen on the woman after her adopted son had left for Root. That's why she wasn't at all surprised that a fighter from that unit had appeared on her doorstep. On the contrary, she felt a strange relief and simply invited the visitor to follow her. The realization that the wait was over and that something was required of her gave her confidence and a feeling of strange satisfaction. She was right and not mistaken. A couple of simple seals and the office they had come to was surrounded by a soundproof barrier. However, the wild amazement that Danzo's requirement included only babysitting the children was strong, but only until she saw them. Still, Nono was a professional spy and hadn't lost her grip, still keeping her finger on the pulse, at least in Konoha. Neglect of such things in the past had cost her too much for her to allow herself to do so in the future. However, even this did not save her from amazement that they came to demand the debt so quickly, and after all, less than a year had passed since the head of the root took Kabuto from her shelter. The weak interest was suppressed by an effort of will. She would have gladly done the same with the fighter who came, but, alas, it was not in her power. The order, or rather the demand of Shimura, transmitted through his subordinate, was difficult to describe, and it did not cause any rejection in her. After all, this was exactly what she wanted, to raise and play with children, since she had not been able to have her own, and would not be able to. However, her consent was marred by only one thing. She knew who had been given into her hands and did not feel any joy from it. It was too cruel, in Nono's opinion, to deprive children of their parents, but you can't argue with orders, especially since the signatures on the documents handing over the children to the care of their orphanage were real. This meant that their parents knew what they were condemning their children to, and it was not for her to argue with those in power, but no one would stop her from finding out the details, although she would have to act extremely carefully. That was why she agreed to take them under her wing and raise them until the moment they went to the academy. The calm and collectedness of Nono's answers clearly did not please Danzo's confidant. Still, he knew firsthand who was in front of him and was not at all deceived by her kind look from under her round glasses. Shinobi of this level are not X's, but they also have weak points. In this case, Kabuto and another 6-month report on his life, which he prudently took with him, became such a weak point. A careless movement and the envelope familiar to the woman falls in front of Nono's face. The mask of imperturbability and goodwill cracked on the woman's face. She came to her senses only because of the loud crying of the children placed on the table in front of her, immediately beginning to calm them down, which the root member took advantage of. Danzo-sama hopes for your prudence, Nono, the faceless fighter said coldly and indifferently, not paying attention to the incessant cries of the two babies. So I should just watch them. The woman said quietly, through clenched teeth, carefully laying the babies back and looking coldly at her interlocutor. To observe and prepare them to serve Konoha, the fighter replied, nodding slightly but not changing his intonation at all. When the time comes, they will be taken away. Where? Nono asked cautiously. Although she didn't really expect an answer, she couldn't do otherwise. Don't worry, not the root. The Anbu officer's voice suddenly took on a grin that made the teacher's hair stand on end. There was too much malice in it. Although if they want it themselves, no one will stop them. I understand, the woman nods slowly, noticing out of the corner of her mind that the children have fallen silent. Is that all? No, Danzo-sama wants you to treat the demon, in a special way, and most importantly, to ensure a strong friendship between these two, the root member told Nono indifferently, looking at his interlocutor with a bit of contempt. Still, it was hard for him to understand how she dared to leave Shimura. Especially considering that loyalty to the head of the root is hammered into them from the first minutes they get into this unit, and here is such a break in the pattern. Why? The teacher replies, puzzled, although she doesn't expect a direct answer. Well, not a direct one either. It's none of your business, the masked shinobi responds rather sharply. It's Danzo-sama's order, and you'd better follow it. Okay. A nod and only the fists clenched until the knuckles turned white reveal Nono's true attitude to such a request. Is that all? Yes. Again there was coldness and indifference in the voice, and then the woman's interlocutor added, Danzo-sama hopes that you won't do anything stupid. Let him not worry. I am perfectly aware of what this threatens me with. The teacher interrupts him and, after a short pause, barely audibly whispers. And not only me too. As you wish, the member of Root nods in agreement, having clearly heard everything the woman said, and then he disappears. Nono sits for a while and stares into space, unable to control herself and remove the barrier. However, someone's attentive gaze and cheerful babble bring her to her senses. The teacher comes to her senses and looks in surprise at the laughing blue-eyed child, who is babbling something in a language only he understands. Soon, the second child joins the baby, and they laugh together. Nono finds the strength to push her worries and thoughts into the background in order to finally remove the barrier and let in the other workers of the shelter, who are clearly trying to eavesdrop. Well, at least not the children, although she would not argue that the little ones have not seen such a disgrace. Nono-san, what did he want? As soon as the barrier disappeared, the senior teacher, who had worked here long before Yakushi herself came here, and two others, a man of Nono's own age and a young girl, whom she remembered as a snotty girl, ran into the room. So that we can look after the children, the woman responded wearily and took off her glasses to begin wiping them with nervous movements. That's it? Asked the young girl, who had once grown up in this orphanage and later came to work there, incredulously. We must provide him. Nono carefully lifted the small bundle containing the blue-eyed child, with special conditions. Why should we single out any of our children? The only adult male in the shelter was genuinely surprised. Each of them is good in their own way and this is pedagogically wrong. I know, Tanako-san, Nono interrupted his words and added quietly, however, this is not his only order. What else did he want? The senior teacher purses her lips in displeasure. Although she had never been a shinobi, she had seen enough in her lifetime to not have any illusions about the head of root. Sometimes, ordinary life experience and a developed sense of smell allow one to see more than special training. These children should be friends, and in such a way that one, without hesitation, would be ready to give his life for the other, Nono added gloomily to her words. Why? Tanaka was indignant again, sincerely outraged by such tyranny and ready to defend his point of view to the last, forgetting that he should not argue with those who were here. Children are our future and they're free to be friends with whoever they want. Oh. What's wrong with the girl's eyes? This time the man is interrupted by the confused exclamation of the youngest of those present, and everyone instantly finds themselves at the table, bending over the children. If you believe her documents, she's blind, Nono sighs tiredly, not even trying to pull her colleagues away. What a pity, the girl sighs sadly. In the future, she could have become a real beauty. I'm more concerned about what you're going to do. The head teacher was the first to look away from the child's lifeless eyes and looked closely into Nono's eyes. You're just going to obey. Of course, the woman chuckled under the distrustful looks of those present. I will treat them, specially, and begin their training as shinobi much earlier than the others. Shinobi. The others were confused, starting to look at each other, because who else but them should know that one cannot start training at such an early age. The descendants of civilians have 2 weak SCS and they will simply die. How can you be so sure that they can become them? With such genes, Nono chuckled, perfectly understanding why her colleagues began to doubt, but unlike them, she knew that the children were clan children, and their clans were not the last ones, and with such a legacy, it would not be difficult for them to study. They have no other way, and this is the most I can do for them. He won't be happy, Tanako said calmly, chewing his lips a little, perfectly understanding the hints. Perhaps, but I can't do otherwise. The woman shook her head wearily. But, the man tried to object. Do as you see fit. The senior teacher's hand fell on Nono's shoulder. In the meantime, we'll take care of the little ones. Their training isn't coming soon, but they already have their most basic needs. Well, I don't believe that his fighters took care of food for them. Thank you. Nono nods to her and smiles lightly. She is glad that there are people who understand her. 4.5 years had passed since that conversation between Nono and the root member. The children grew up and studied. Unable to see, Sasuke began to navigate by sounds and sense other people's chakra. No, she was not a strong sensor, she did not get such talents, but she easily navigated in space and could find any person within 10 meters. A useful skill that helped her in the orphanage, where she, despite the lack of sight, was loved. Still, Nono could not go against her principles and begin to instill in the children that she was unworthy of living. On the contrary, the woman tried to extinguish conflicts. However, Braindo herself was quiet and non-confrontational, so this was not a particular problem. The complete opposite of Sasuke was the second, younger child who was brought with her. Naruto was noisy and active, but at the same time kind and sympathetic. He willingly helped the others, but, to everyone's surprise, he especially cared for Braindo. Next to her, he became calmer and willingly answered all her requests, becoming her eyes and excitedly telling the girl about everything that surrounded them. Often the children could be seen somewhere in the shade, where Kako read to his friend one of the few books in the orphanage library. Seeing this, Nono often regretted that they could not afford specialized books for the blind, but the solution was that she squeezed out letters, hieroglyphs, on wax tablets, teaching the girl to read that way. A bad replacement, but where to get another? Moreover, the Hokage will not change the funding just because there is only one child with such an illness in the orphanage. However, Nono rarely got upset about such things, perfectly aware that this was not the main thing and afraid of not having time. She had already taken a risk when she began teaching children to sense chakra at the age of 1.5 years. No, at the very beginning it seemed to her that she was doing nonsense, but she underestimated the ingenuity of the children and their heredity. It seemed that the genius of their parents was fully transmitted to the children and they were able to sense chakra in a year and a half. Sasuke especially stood out in this, which is not surprising. Well, and now they're learning to perform simple exercises using chakra and learned the simplest hand-to-hand combat techniques. A basic level, nothing more, but for such young children it was even a lot. However, the woman believed that this was not enough and she was suffocated by the feeling that there was practically no time left. Intuition was simply screaming that something would happen soon and this would make its own adjustments to their measured life. That is why she was not surprised when, once again, a faceless fighter appeared on the threshold of the shelter and demanded that she follow him. Nono only asked to be allowed to tell her colleagues about her absence and calm the children down, and then she set off after the root member. They ran along the upper path for a short time. Soon, a small clearing with a wooden guardhouse appeared before the woman's eyes. That was where her silent guide had pointed her. Yakushi did not want to go in there, but what choice did she have? No, so she only took a deep breath and entered where she was pointed, in order to meet Danzo's cold eyes the next second and hear his calm words. You didn't disappoint me, Nono. Danzo-sama. The woman was surprised, habitually dropping to one knee in front of the head of Root. I'm glad you took care of my weapon, Shimura explained indifferently, watching with hidden pleasure as the hunted look appeared in the woman's eyes. This was not what his former subordinate had expected when she began her training, not at all. Your praise is an honor for me, Danzo-sama. Nono quickly pulled herself together and answered dispassionately. Okay, then let's get to what we called you for, Shimura nodded calmly, allowing a satisfied grin to appear on his face. Root needs your skills again. Danzo-sama, but, the woman tried to object, confused. Kabuto needs help, just one phrase, but the result exceeds all expectations. Yakushi pulls himself together and before the head of Root is not a confused woman, but a full-fledged employee of Root. I'm listening to you carefully, Danzo-sama. Nono's voice sounded quietly and calmly, from whose eyes absolutely all emotions had disappeared. Okay, Shimura nods contentedly and begins to speak quietly. You will go to Iwagakure. The head of Root spoke in short, clipped sentences that were difficult for the untrained eye to understand. However, almost anyone could grasp the meaning. Nono was tasked with infiltrating Iwa, becoming one of the hundreds of shinobi in that village, and eliminating a defector who could threaten the life of her adopted son and, in general, the entire operation in the enemy village as a whole. A worthy task, but Nono was puzzled by why her intuition persistently whispered that everything was not so simple. Did you understand everything, Nono? The briefing finally ended, and the head of the Root looked closely at the serene face of his subordinate, who was no longer former, to his great pleasure. Yes, Danzo-sama, the woman agreed and calmly asked, will I be allowed to say goodbye to the children before leaving on a mission? If that's your wish. Shimura grimaced with displeasure, but saw no reason to refuse his subordinate's request. After all, she wants to say goodbye to the snot-nosed kids, why bother her? She'll come anyway, she has no choice, she's too attached to her adopted child. Thank you, Danzo-sama. Nono bows her head, hiding her eyes behind the curtain of her loose hair. Can I go? Yes, you have an hour. You know where the base is, Shimura generously allows, and Yakushi wastes no more time, disappearing in a whirlwind of shunshin, only to emerge a moment later not far from the shelter. Nono-san, Nono-san. In different tones they were heard from all sides and the children surrounded the woman. What was that? How did you manage it? Hearing the genuine delight and curiosity in the children's words, the woman exhales and smiles tenderly. Her vast experience with children allows her to quickly distract the little one's attention, when her gaze suddenly catches on two children who were standing a little to the side, holding hands tightly. The thought that had been thrashing around in her head for a long time, but had not taken shape into anything concrete, instantly raised its head. Yes, Nono cannot leave Kabuto to die in a foreign country, but she has also become attached to these guys with all her heart. It seems she will have to check how true the rumors are that the head of the Uchiha clan loved his daughter. No, Yakushi will not go to communicate with him directly, it is too dangerous, but to pass a note about her to one of the geniuses of the Uchiha clan. Shisui is best, because Itachi is too impulsive. And Nono has already heard enough stories about how the boy changed after the death of his younger sister. She didn't want to risk it. After all, she was being followed from the clearing and she didn't even have to think about who was trying to do it, but it would be worth increasing the children's chances of survival, so Yakushi doesn't hesitate. As soon as she gets rid of the children's attention, she goes to her office and creates a single clone, trying to make sure that the spy doesn't notice. He will take the note hint to the right person and disappear. What a pity that Nono herself will never know that her help was really useful, even if it takes 6 months. However, by that time she will already be dead. Well, the dead are not interested in the affairs of the living, they're not interested in anything in this world at all. To be continued. Commentary on Chapter 3. Shelter. Dear readers, I have a new request. Well, and besides, I recently wrote a poem here. I hope there are people who will appreciate them. Chapter 4. Surveillance Mission. The office of the head of the military police was dark. No, it wasn't that there was no light in the room itself or that the windows were small and curtained, it was quite the opposite. It might seem strange, but not here, in the heart of the village, in a building that was covered with active barriers so that not everyone could get in. Or rather, everyone could get in, but that daredevil, one way or another, wouldn't get past the reception area. In general, the feeling of darkness in this office was not because something was blocking the sunlight, but because of the gloomy mood of its owner. Uchiha Fugaku, head of the Konoha military police, today, for the umpteenth time in the last 5 years, received negative news. Another clue about the fate of his daughter led to a dead end. He was tired. Hundreds of attempts, a lot of money and effort wasted in vain. How many times during all this time had he tried to fix something and find a way out of the situation he had gotten himself into? However, Danzo had foreseen everything, as it seemed, and the changed attitude towards the clan after the Kyuubi attack tied his hands in many ways, and Fugaku simply did not have enough imagination to find a way out of the hopeless situation. Someone new was needed, a person who could look at the situation from a different angle. To give a new idea, after all. May I? A knock on the door, interrupting the joyless thoughts of the office owner, and then a breaking youthful voice sounded. Come in, is the short answer, and a dark-eyed guy with dark brown hair, who looks no older than 15, cautiously enters the room. Under the attentive and somewhat appraising gaze of the leader, he covers a couple of meters and stops right in front of Fugaku. Did you want something, Fugaku-sama? After 5 minutes of silence, during which the guy was literally pressed with a heavy, unblinking gaze, he dared to speak. Yes, the clan leader nodded slowly and, mentally giving himself a slap on the back of the head for his indecisiveness, continued to speak quietly. I want to give you a task. Noticing how the boy twitched, he shook his head and added with some haste. This is a personal assignment, and I will understand if you refuse, Shisui, but if you agree, everything that was told to you should not come out from here. I hope that is clear. I'm listening to you attentively, Fugaku-sama. The guy bowed his head respectfully, mentally anticipating an interesting adventure. Okay, then, if you allow me, I'll start from afar, Fugaku said, closing his eyes for a moment to hide his relief at his subordinate's words, and, having made a couple of seals, strengthened the soundproof barrier in the room. Only after that he continued speaking. As you know, a little less than 5 years ago, there was an attack by the Kyuubi on Konoha, for which we were blamed. A heavy sigh and the head of the Uchiha clan falls silent. But the investigation disproved it. Shisui said cautiously, tired of waiting for Fugaku to continue. Yes, but everyone saw the Sharingan in his eye sockets. The chief of police shook his head. So whether it was a renegade or not, we've already been accused of it by the public and there's no getting away from it. I think you know enough to understand that, don't you? Yes, the boy nods. Judging by the way a displeased grimace appeared on his face for a moment, he knew, or saw, indeed, enough. However, it doesn't matter now. Fugaku waved away the memories of the past, partly understanding the state of the guy standing in front of him. After all, he became a shinobi during one of the most difficult periods of the clan and had time to taste in full the so-called changed attitude. I want to tell you about what really happened after the attack. You heard that my daughter didn't survive it, right? Sasuke Haim, Shisui exclaimed, but immediately realizing his mistake, he bit his tongue and added more calmly, yes, I heard about that, as well as about Itachi being seriously injured. In reality, everything was different. The head of the clan seemed not to notice his subordinate's mistake, immersed deep in his thoughts, smiling sadly at something and walking away to the window to freeze there like a silent statue. Itachi wasn't dying, Shisui asked carefully, drawing Fugaku's attention, who was once again too deeply immersed in the memories of that fateful day. No, everything about my son is true. A tired sigh was heard, and then the head of the clan turned to face the young clansman and pointed to a chair opposite his desk. Sit down, the conversation will be long. Shisui didn't say anything, silently following in the direction indicated and looking tensely at the always imperturbable head of the clan. Fugaku, in turn, couldn't calm down and start talking. His gaze ran over the rather ascetic decor of his office. There was nothing to catch the eye. In fact, there was nothing here except for a table and a couple of chairs. Although no, there was also a sign of the Uchiha clan painted on the wall. That was all the wealth that until now had quite satisfied the head of the Uchiha clan. We're going to talk about my daughter, Fugaku said, finally gathering his strength, trying not to look at the boy, one might even say the kid, from whom he wanted to ask for help. Sasuke is alive. What? A shocked cry and the sound of a chair falling, forcing the head of the military police to look at Shisui. Alive? Then why isn't Haim in the clan? Does Itachi know about this? Seeing a barely perceptible negative nod in response, he raised his voice again. No. Do you even know what it was like for your cousin? He still blames himself for her death. Silence. Fugaku said quietly, but no less impressively, causing the boy to shudder and fall silent. I beg your pardon, I forgot myself, a perfectly measured bow, but the lips are stubbornly pursed, and in the eyes there is a firm conviction in his own rightness. Sit down, the head of the Uchiha clan repeated with a sigh, the conversation will be long. Okay, another bow, which, given what was happening, seemed like mockery, but the head of the military police silently endured it, even mentally agreeing with the behavior of his subordinate. He deserved it, having sacrificed his conscience many years ago. My daughter is alive, or rather, I hope that she is, Fugaku said, waiting for Shisui to pick up the chair and sit down on it again. What do you mean? The guy asked sullenly. As you know, during the attack Itachi was seriously wounded, the countdown was in hours, the head of the Uchiha clan continued, ignoring the question, and Sasuke was born blind, with no chance of ever awakening the Sharingan and becoming a full-fledged member of the clan. I don't understand you, Fugaku. Shisui tried again to get through to him, who seemed to be looking through him. When the question of saving Itachi arose, I did not hesitate, a calm and even voice, but dead eyes that suddenly clung with an attentive gaze to the poor boy. You don't understand what my son has to do with it, right? Having waited for a cautious nod in response, the head of the military police smiled bitterly. Danzo set a condition, Sasuke in exchange for healing the heir. There was no choice, a cripple or a healthy child, and I agreed. But, Tsunade-sama, the guy began to mumble, dumbfounded. I couldn't contact her directly, and there was no chance that Jiraiya-sama would be able to find her in the shortest possible time. Fugaku shook his head. However, even if it had been, the operation to save Kushina lasted a day, plus another 2 hours for recovery, a bitter smile. Itachi could have already died by that time. That is, Shisui, pale as a sheet, tried to wrap his head around what was said, but it was coming out frankly bad. Yes, there was a choice, to live or not. I chose to live, even at such a price, the head of the Uchiha clan nods wearily. I think now you have no questions, why Itachi is not aware. No, the guy agreed hoarsely. Okay, Fugaku agreed, quite if wearily. Then I will continue. I signed the documents renouncing my child. Moreover, Danzo insisted that I deprive my daughter of her family name, and strike her from the clan's list of living ones. Do you know where she is? Was the only question Shisui could squeeze out after such a revelation. No, even our spies en route don't know that, the man shakes his head. Moreover, during this time I have collected all the information about the orphans who were given to Konoha orphanages and she is not among them. Are you sure? A clarifying question, and then a nearly 6-month-old picture pops up in the guy's mind, where someone's clone finds him on the street and persistently tries to explain something about some children. It seems he didn't throw away the sealed letter handed to him, but he didn't have time to open it and read it, and then he dropped it in his room and safely forgot about it. Yes, Fugaku says heavily and then looks at Shisui with some hope. Do you know something? I don't know yet, the guy answers honestly. When I remember, I'll definitely let you know. Okay, then I'll move on directly to your task, nodded the head of the Uchiha clan, looking at his clansmen with instantly dead eyes. You must observe Danzo and try to find out everything you can about him, and even what you can't or he himself doesn't know about himself. You don't want me to find Haim. Shisui was genuinely surprised, distracted from digging through his memories. No, the man shook his head, but noticing the dumbfounded look of his young interlocutor, he immediately corrected himself, or rather, if you found her, I would be very grateful to you, but your mission is surveillance. Something tells me that it will give much more than a haphazard throwing from one extreme to another. In extreme cases, if we learn of something illegal on the part of Danzo, we can always provide this information to the Hokage. Of all people, Minato will be happy to help us rid this world of one old bastard, and he will also help in the search. Now, alas, I cannot throw much effort into these areas. Too much attention is being paid to our clan, which has been artificially maintained for many years now. I understand, Shisui nodded in agreement, already making plans in his mind and hoping that his cousin's sister was alive. Perhaps he would be able to see him smile and come back to life again. Still, seeing the icy mask on Itachi's face was simply physically painful for him. Then take this. Fugaku quickly walked up to his desk and, opening one of the drawers, pulled out a small scroll, which he immediately threw to his unwitting assistant. This contains all the information about Shimura and my daughter that I managed to find. Thank you, the guy responded, putting the captured scroll into one of the pockets of his Chunin vest. You're free, the head of the military police nodded towards the door. Hi, was the immediate reaction to the words of the clan leader, and the guy jumped to his feet, hurrying to leave the inhospitable room, and perhaps not only it. Still, the guy had received a lot of information and he had no desire to receive more. As, incidentally, he did not want to look at the head of the Uchiha clan, not after the revelations he had received. No, he understood with his mind that he had done the right thing, but with his heart. He could not accept it with his heart. I don't expect results right away, but I hope they will come soon. Undoubtedly, Fugaku-sama, Shisui responded and quickly left the room that had become stuffy. He had a lot to do. Flying quickly first through the corridors of the military police, and then through the quarter of his clan, he barely had time to respond to greetings, but he did not stop to chat. His path lay home, straight to his room, where he could calmly look through the information given by the head, and also look through that strange envelope that he suddenly remembered. True, he could not immediately reach the destination. His friend suddenly appeared in front of him. Itachi. Shisui was surprised. Did you expect to see anyone else? If his eyes had not been devoid of any emotion, he would have decided that the phrase sounded ironic, but as it was, it was difficult for him to understand. I hasten to disappoint you. It was me. Oh, sorry. The guy awkwardly scratched the back of his head, only now noticing that he had already walked most of the way, which he didn't remember at all. So where are you rushing to in such a hurry that you can't hear anything around you? His cousin asked him with a precisely measured gesture, raising an eyebrow. However, the guys had long considered themselves almost like brothers. Home. Shisui shrugs and smiles awkwardly. Why don't you tell me? Itachi states rather than asks. No, the mission was personally given by the head, you understand, a disarming smile and arms spread apart. But in return I can listen to your problems, Itachi. Why the problems right away? A weak, but sincere smile, or rather its shadow, slid across the lips of Shisui's interlocutor. However, the guy was glad about this. You don't come to me with joy, Itachi's cousin responded with feigned offense, but noticing his interlocutor's displeasure, he immediately caught himself. However, it doesn't matter, I'm always ready to listen to everything that little Itachi wants to tell me. You're back to your old ways, the guy frowns with displeasure. I can't do anything, came the sincere laugh in response. Weren't you in a hurry? Itachi chuckled in response. I don't understand, are you going to share the problem with me or not? Shisui asked his friend, smiling slyly. Yes, you're right, Itachi agreed, instantly regaining his former coldness. Let's talk in our place. Hey, Shisui was indignant, realizing that he was left in proud solitude and hurried after his friend. It was strange, such behavior was not typical for Itachi, but the guy was most worried not about this, but about the fact that he might let it slip. He was afraid that he would not be able to restrain himself and would give him the whole conversation with Fugaku. He was afraid to imagine Itachi's reaction if he found out that his sister's freedom was the price for his life. Even without this knowledge, he tormented himself with training, believing that Sasuke's death was only his fault, that he was weak and could not protect the person dear to him. So what did you want to tell me? As soon as the guys reached their secret place near a beautiful cliff, into which a rather full-flowing river fell, Shisui immediately asked a question to his friend's back. I had a conversation with Minato-sama today, Itachi responded, turning to him and clearly, but at the same time with some excitement. With Hokage-sama, Shisui was amazed and, having received an affirmative nod, chuckled. That's all, and I didn't even imagine it. Seeing the lips pressed into a thin line, he cautiously clarified. Or is that not all? Yes, his cousin agreed. Minato-sama invited me to join his personal Anbu squad. That's great, you trained so hard and you finally got noticed. Honestly, I thought it would happen sooner, but it's pretty good this way. Shisui was happy for his friend. I hope you agreed. Yes, I agreed, Itachi nods, but too indifferently for such good news. I don't see much joy in your voice. Shisui instantly became wary of his friend's strange behavior. Yes, his cousin nods, and then, gathering his courage, blurts out abruptly, did you know that Minato-sama had a child? What do you mean? Shisui was confused, mentally recalling everything he knew about the Namikaze couple. It didn't come out to much, although there had been a rumor recently that Kushina had managed to get pregnant again, after many years of treatment. Still, the extraction of the Kyuubi had taken its toll on her body, and they had no more children. Didn't the Kyuubi that had broken free kill him? No, the son of the Uchiha clan head shook his head. He died later, and whether he died at all is unknown. Well, from this moment on, let's go into more detail. The cheerfulness and the rest of the chaff instantly flew off Itachi's friend. After all, when it was necessary, he could be deadly serious. According to what Minato-sama told me, his son was alive and well when he was hospitalized after the Sandaime sealed the entire Kyuubi's chakra into him. Fugaku's heir began his story, nodding in agreement. However, something went wrong after that, and a couple of hours later, the chakra began to spurt out of the child's body. Hokage-sama was able to suppress it, but he couldn't save the child. Wait, Shisui interrupted his friend's story. You said he could be alive, or did I misunderstand something? That's right, this is where the most interesting part begins. Itachi nods in agreement. The child did not die after the suppression, but the test revealed the absence of a structured mind. A newborn baby has a structured mind. Shisui was amazed. How? I asked the same question. Itachi nods. As it turned out, the unknown Yamanaka was conducting the test. Moreover, Minato-sama later discovered a residual effect on his mind from the Sharingan, and this was in the absence of our clansmen within a radius of several dozen meters. How interesting, Shisui drawled. What was the effect? Hokage-sama had to sign documents renouncing his heir. A wry smile appears on Itachi's lips. Moreover, his son was deprived of his family name and crossed off the clan list. But in return, someone had to take care of the Jinchuriki. Stop. Shisui raised his hand, cringing from a bad feeling and quietly asking, afraid to hear the answer, but not even doubting that his thoughts were correct. Isn't this someone's name Shimura Danzo by any chance? So you already know. Itachi sighed in disappointment. No, the guy shook his head, I just assumed. The handwriting is very familiar. Have you met someone like this before? Fugaku's heir raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yes, not so long ago. Shisui decided not to reveal everything, but also not to remain silent. What do you want from me? Hokage-sama ordered me to keep an eye on Danzo-sama, but I simply can't do it physically alone, Itachi explained wearily. I told Minato-sama about this and he agreed, but he can't involve anyone from his own side. Shimura knows them all. As a result, I was allowed to call someone I completely trust. I chose you. It's flattering, of course. Shisui nodded at his friend's explanation, and then quietly added, I agree, when shall we begin? Okay. The heir to the Uchiha clan head noticeably relaxes and, smiling at the corner of his lips, adds, yesterday. Got it. Shisui snorts and creates a clone, who nods to the original and runs off towards the quarter. Still, the information from the envelope is worth studying, and a shadow copy is perfect for this. He will warn my family about my absence. He explains to his friend's unspoken question. Now I'm ready, shall we go? Yes. Itachi nods and the area in front of the cliff empties. Two Uchiha geniuses have gone hunting and now it depends only on them how the fate of two unsuspecting children will turn out, over whom the clouds are already gathering. However, they do not see or feel it, although the intuition of those who have just begun training, but still shinobi, is ringing the alarm. They are children who have not yet encountered real danger, such behavior is forgivable for them. To be continued. Chapter 5. Entering a New Life. Naruto and Sasuke's life wasn't that bad, although could the same be said about the orphanage? No, they weren't beaten or hated, the teachers treated them the same as everyone else, but they felt some alienation. However, if in the case of Braindo it was understandable, everyone was scared off by the girl's empty look, then this couldn't be said about Kako. A cheerful and noisy boy who always tried to be the center of attention, for which he often received a reprimand from the teachers. However, he quickly forgot about it and soon began to misbehave again, causing others to smile with his irrepressible curiosity and energy. This did not last very long. For the first time, the children felt that they were treated differently when they turned 2 years old. Then all the children were gathered and a medic from the hospital had to examine them and start a card. The children understood very little from the adults' explanations, but the main thing they understood was that someone stranger was coming to visit them. A real event for such a small, closed world in which they grew up. However, this did not affect Naruto and Sasuke. They were simply not allowed to see the stranger, having come up with some ridiculous excuse that was forgotten immediately after it was told to them. However, they were not very offended, because that day Nono sat with them for a long time and told them fairy tales, and then even took them to the nearby forest to show them various edible and medicinal herbs. True, if Naruto could see and remember, then Sasuke simply sniffed and tried to firmly remember which smell belonged to whom. This was quite difficult, because many ordinary or even poisonous plants have a similar aroma to medicinal plants. As a result, when they returned, everything was already over, and cards for 2 small children were allowed to be taken by Nono, as having a sufficient rank of medic nin for such a thing, and they were sent to the hospital at any time convenient for the shelter. It would seem, well, big deal. Once is not an indicator, and they were sufficiently compensated for the inability to communicate with new people. But similar cases continued to occur, and after a year and a half, they were separated from the main body of children, and began to train in the art of shinobi, which had never been done before. The children liked studying, and Sasuke began to feel more confident, because now she could control some space around herself and no longer burden the others. However, Naruto still did not leave her alone for long, helping her study and willingly reading aloud the scrolls that Nono gave them. This was beneficial to both of them, because Kako could see and reread the scrolls as much as necessary, and Braindo had a good memory and liked to analyze what she heard, willingly explaining everything that her friend did not understand. So it turned out that from the moment they began studying, their friendship grew stronger, and they began to spend even more time together. And the girl was much more responsible than the restless boy, who constantly forgot that before starting serious training, you should warm up, and most importantly, every morning you need to meditate and do other exercises with chakra. True, it also turned out that other children their age did not have such a well-developed chakra system, which gave rise to envy. Although it was skillfully suppressed by educators, it still surfaced in children's conversations. Although they were afraid to go too far. The years passed. The children grew up, their friendship grew stronger, they became stronger. Now they were already standing firmly on their own 2 feet and could even fight back. No, not against Chunin or Genin, but against their peers or older civilian children, but this was already an indicator of which they were proud. It would seem, what else could one need? True, nothing more. They had everything that the same abandonees as themselves could only dream of. Educators, moderately strict, but ready to help. Orphanage friends who, although they envied more fortunate children, never offended them. However, trouble came from where they least expected it. Nono was called back to service and she disappeared from their lives, and 6 months later they were told that she was dead and soon her room would be cleaned and a new educator would move in. Unable to stand such injustice, Naruto persuaded Sasuke to break into Nono's room and take at least the photos that she rarely took, but carefully kept. Well, and most importantly, the children knew where she hid them, even though they found out about it completely by accident. It just so happened that one evening they went to give them a book about chakra and its properties that the teacher had given them for a while, and at that time she was leafing through some book with very thick sheets. Naturally, Kako could not resist and asked what it was, and received the answer that it was an album with photos, and after the two of them were seated for tea and shown it from beginning to end. Naruto was then especially impressed by the photos of the young ash-haired guy, and the story told by Nono left a strong impression. Even Sasuke could not resist and spoke out, saying that she admired the guy who decided to sacrifice his future for the sake of others. The woman then only laughed at the children's naivety, although she agreed that her adopted son Kabuto was a real hero. Perhaps their conversation would not have had consequences if Sasuke had not been blind. Unable to follow the teacher visually, she very carefully tracked her movements thanks to chakra, so she was able to find out where she hid the album she had shown and told Naruto about it. Naturally, the guy could not stay away and considered it his duty to save any mention of his beloved sensei, who spared no time and effort, trying to give them as much knowledge as possible so that they could survive in this cruel world. However, she taught them not only strength exercises or chakra control. The main skill that she hammered into their heads was stealth. They were shinobi after all, and Nono felt that this skill could be useful to them at any moment. That's exactly what was happening now. Naruto and Sasuke, having joined forces and taking advantage of the fact that Braindo could sense people even through barriers, carefully made their way to the treasure door. To their delight, it was unlocked, and there was no one in the room itself. Quickly slipping inside and closing the door, the guys, forgetting about caution, began to figure out how to get to the shelf they needed and get what they wanted. In passing, Naruto grabbed a few photos from the nightstand, those in which Nono was captured with them. A rare case, but therefore the most valuable, especially since the children themselves did not have such a photo. Still, such a pleasure was not cheap and the teacher only had enough free funds for one, and the orphanage did not have a large budget, so no copies were made. However, then they did not care much, because they could come to the teacher's room at any time and admire the colorful image. Now this will no longer happen. So what are you doing here? The voice of the youngest teacher in the orphanage suddenly rang out, catching the children by surprise, who were too carried away trying to climb onto a chair and reach the farthest shelf. Kira-san, Naruto exclaimed quietly and, unable to hold on to the back of the chair, flew down, barely managing to turn around so as not to knock down Sasuke, who was standing nearby. Fortunately, she noticed the danger in time and managed to jump away, but the boy himself was less lucky. He hit his elbow quite hard and scraped the skin on his knees. True, unlike other children and their reactions to pain, he did not cry, but silently clenched his teeth, enduring the first attack of pain and knowing that soon his regeneration would turn on and everything on him would heal. True, he still did not find an answer to where he got it from, but, on the other hand, it works and that's fine, the rest is secondary. Naruto, are you okay? The teacher and his friend immediately rushed to the boy, and both began to feel the places of the blows. Who knows, what if there was a fracture? However, the boy turned out to be much stronger than expected, and soon began to fight off the overly intrusive attention. I'm fine, he firmly declared to the opposite sex and resolutely stood up, not paying attention to the abrasions that had already begun to bleed. I feel blood. Sasuke objected sternly and turned her head demandingly towards the young teacher. Right now, I'll bring bandages and antiseptic. She immediately jumped up and rushed to an inconspicuous cabinet in the corner of the room, from which she pulled out a small white box with the Arainen symbol written on it. Now we'll cure you. No need, Kako responded, swallowing loudly and backing away from the fawning woman. Everything on me has already healed. And then, looking pitifully in the direction of his friend, he shouted. Sasuke, at least confirm that everything on me has already healed. I don't see anything, the girl replied judiciously. But I think it's better to look at your wound. Or don't you remember how Nono-san told us about something like this? What if it gets infected? She always added that I was an exception. The boy was indignant at such a statement. My chakra has the ability to burn out infection. Everything is fine with me. I still have to check, Kira said rather sternly, frowning. And you should be ashamed. You're a man, a future shinobi, and you were afraid of the pain from the treated abrasions. Exactly, Braindo agreed, although she felt that the smell of fresh blood had disappeared, but she was still worried about her friend. I'm not afraid, Naruto snorted resentfully and walked up to the teacher, allowing her to wipe away his blood and make sure that the wounds had already healed. Well, Kira's hand trembled, but she quickly pulled herself together and rubbed the skin on her other leg in the same way, making sure that everything was exactly the same there. Are you convinced? The offended snorting became even louder. Don't be offended, Naruto, Sasuke said quietly, walking up to her friend and timidly grabbing him by the hem of his shirt. We're worried about you. Everything is fine. The boy immediately melted and began to smile his sunny smile. I'm not offended. That's great, the teacher chuckled and put the first aid kit back in its place, then turned to the children and, menacingly placing her hands on her hips, asked, then maybe you could explain to me what you forgot here. Huh. We wanted to save Nono-san's photos, Kako answered, bravely stepping forward, shielding the blind girl with his body. Save the photos. The young teacher raised an eyebrow in surprise, then frowned. Naruto, were you eavesdropping again? Yes, the boy exclaimed hotly, and then became a little embarrassed. That is, no. So yes or no? The girl asked, feeling weak. No, Kira-san. Sasuke appeared next to Naruto and began to speak quietly. We were just sitting in our clearing. Naruto was reading me a book, and then we heard screams in the depths of the garden. They were getting closer, and soon we were able to grasp the general meaning. Tanako-sama refused to destroy Nono-san's things, but he was threatened with something, and he reluctantly agreed. Well, we decided to save at least something, Kako added to his friend's answer, glaring from under his brows. We can't take much, but we can save the photo album. Okay, I'll help you, the girl, who had been frowning throughout the entire story, nodded with a smile. Really? The children jumped up happily. That's true, just tell me where to look. The teacher nodded in agreement, giggling cheerfully at the children's reaction. There. Naruto's finger pointed to the exact spot he had tried to climb before he fell off the chair. Kira, smiling cheerfully, approached the place and carefully looked behind the door, but saw nothing. However, Sasuke immediately joined in, remembering that she felt a flash of chakra when Nono put the album there and asked her to lift it so that she could reach it. The teacher did not refuse the child such a request, and soon she was already sitting in her arms and carefully feeling the walls of the shelf. Having found irregularities, or rather, a neatly cut seal storage, which was hidden by genjutsu, and after a certain amount of time, having found the right amount of chakra that needs to be poured into it, she was able to get what she was looking for and a whole bunch of papers, seeing which the teacher turned very pale and almost dropped the girl. The situation was saved by Naruto, who suggested sealing everything in a ready-made thing scroll, which fell out at the same time as all the goods, and burning it. Kira approved only the first part of the plan and demanded that the children hide the scroll in their things and open it no earlier than they graduate from the Shinobi Academy. They, not understanding anything, agreed. Oh. By the way, that's not why I was looking for you. Kira said, having already left the strange room and locked it, turning to the children who were about to run away. Why? The curious Naruto immediately stopped, and Sasuke stopped after him. Tanako-sama wanted to see you, the teacher responded, forcing out some semblance of a smile. Something about your admission to the academy. But don't the clanless ones enroll a year later? Braindo jumped up in surprise, and Kako nodded vigorously at his friend's question, and then they both looked towards the young woman. Perhaps, but they decided to make an exception for you, Kira shrugged. After all, Nono-san worked with you so much, so the director submitted your applications for review earlier. The answer came today. Great, so we're going to become shinobi, huh? Naruto shouted excitedly. What? Me too, Sasuke asked much more quietly. I'm blind. But you're a censor. Kako immediately decided to cheer the girl up. Nono-san said that he wasn't the strongest. Braindo shook her head sadly, which caused her friend to look desperately at the teacher in search of support. Well, you're still little yourself, Kira said softly, instantly earning a terrible look of gratitude in the boy's eyes. I'm sure that over time your abilities will increase, and you'll become truly strong. Besides, there are many non-combat directions, for example, Urujutsu, which Nono-san mastered, or Fuinjutsu. However, one way or another, you'll have to study at the academy for a while and gain basic skills first. You're right, Kira-san. The girl perked up. I somehow never thought of something like that. That's good, the young woman agreed, and now run to Tanaka-sama, he's already been waiting for you. Hi, the children exclaimed cheerfully and ran away. They no longer saw how the teacher turned pale and slid down the wall. Nor did they see her quiet, barely audible whisper, Kami-sama, what was Nono-san thinking, keeping something like that to herself? At this time, the children, not thinking about anything like that, first ran to their secret place and hid the album with the scroll, and then they went to look for the director. However, they did not run for long, because he was sitting, as usual, in his office, covered with papers and something else. May I come in? Naruto asked, knocking timidly at first and only then looking inside. Yes, I was waiting for you, the man nodded in agreement, looking up from some papers. Come in, I have an important conversation with you. Kira-san said that you received a response from the Shinobi Academy, Kako said simply, for which he immediately received a slap on the back of the head from his friend, and a cheerful laugh from the director. Rubbing his bruised spot with resentment, he sat down further away from the girl. What a chatterbox. Well then it's easier for me, I'll get straight to the point. Tanaka responded, smiling softly and shaking his head disapprovingly, and then, looking closely at the children, continued. Yes, I received a response to the request that Nono-san submitted to the academy 6 months ago. So what? Naruto's impatient fidgeting was a good illustration of the I dream of becoming a shinobi theme. Your data on volume, density and amount of chakra impressed them, the director of the shelter responded calmly. True, your age caused a lot of gossip, but they decided to give you a chance. Hooray! The boy interrupted Tanaka enthusiastically, jumping up in place, and then, unable to hold himself back, stood up and began to circle around the director's desk, dancing like crazy and shouting something vaguely resembling, "We're cool," or, "We did it, Sasuke." Sit down, Tanaka finally shouted, unable to bear the constant flickering in front of him. Or I won't give you the assignment forms. Sorry. Naruto stopped instantly and sat down in his place, looking like a good boy. That's better, the man nodded and, folding his hands, continued. Your admission is half the trouble. After all, it wasn't for nothing that Nono spent so much time on you. The main problems will start after. And he cast a quick glance towards the imperturbable girl who, by the will of fate, was born without the opportunity to see the light of day. What do you mean by that? Kako asked sullenly, noticing the look directed at his silent friend and correctly interpreting its meaning. After all, the logic lessons he hated but was forced to attend had not been in vain. We can't give you 2 apartments for rather prosaic reasons, nor can we appoint a guardian, and the academy is unlikely to bother with that. Leaving you alone is not an option, because Sasuke-chan's ability to perceive the surrounding area is quite extraordinary, Tanaka sighed tiredly, stopping the boy who was about to object with one glance. That's why I decided to get you a shared apartment, but unfortunately there were no 2-room apartments, there are only dorm rooms, where the internal partition was broken. It was too expensive to repair it, so they put in something like a door frame, but without a door, and calmed down. What do you think? That's just a great option. Naruto exclaimed immediately. Right, Sasuke. Wait, Naruto, the girl stopped her impulsive friend. We should listen to all the options first. Okay, whatever you say, Sasuke, the boy immediately agreed and turned his demanding gaze to the director. Tanako-sama. There are 2 more options, the man responded, shrugging his shoulders. A 1-room apartment, half the size of the previous option, and 2 different 1-room apartments, in different buildings. You're right, the first option is the best, the girl immediately concluded. I'm glad our opinions coincided, Sasuke-chan, Tanako agrees with her, nodding at first out of habit and only remembering that his interlocutor can't see, repeating his answer with his voice. Now all you have to do is pass the written test, and I'll prepare the necessary documents. And when? Naruto intervened impatiently, but did not have time to finish, or rather, they simply did not want to listen to him to the end, even though they already knew his questions. In the end, these 2 were not the first and not the last children who wanted to become shinobi, so an approximate list of questions had been compiled long ago, as well as the standard answers to them. Tomorrow, after 3, we must be at the academy so that you can hand everything in, the director interrupted the boy. And how? Kako opened his mouth for a new question. I don't know, I've never been trained as a shinobi, Tanako interrupted. You'll find out tomorrow. Databio. I'll die of curiosity. Naruto was indignant at such tyranny. No one has ever died from this. The director instantly lost all interest in the children. You can go. Hi. The kids responded discontentedly. They still wanted to know a lot, but it was not meant to be. True, they were not used to giving up so easily and decided to go and ask the other teachers. It can't be that no one knows anything at all, can it? That's what they thought too. Fortunately, They have at least one more source of information, and if they're lucky and older kids come, even more. To be continued. Chapter 6. Entering the Academy. Despite the desire to learn more and the presence of educators who had been working at the orphanage for several years, Naruto and Sasuke could not hear anything concrete. It turned out that Nono and Tanaka were the ones who took the children to the academy, not trusting such an important job to any other educator. Not to mention that there were few talented children in this orphanage, most of them were still selected for specialized institutions, after which they had one path, to Anbu. The rejection was sent to ordinary institutions, among which more or less talented children could appear, but this was a rarity. In the memory of Kako and Braindo, this happened only 5 times, not counting Nono's adopted son. That generation was generally rich in such surprises. After all, they appeared during the war. Naturally, professionals had to work with such children, but Nono was the only one in the entire orphanage, the rest came from ordinary families. That is why there were few specifics in the words of the others, so the children had to curb their curiosity and wait for the next day. Still, they had hoped that the director would change his anger to mercy and tell them much more information on the way to the academy. However, they hoped for someone else's leniency in vain. Tanaka was not going to answer other people's questions, although there was a possibility that he simply did not know what to say. The next day for Naruto and Sasuke started early, despite the fact that they couldn't sleep for half the night. Or rather, Kako couldn't sleep, but Braindo wasn't worried at all, but she couldn't leave her friend at such a moment, so, taking advantage of the fact that their age group slept without separating by gender, she moved to the boy's futon to calm him down and support him, as a result of which they chatted for half the night. However, she didn't have to move, talking to the boy from her lounger, because they had been sleeping next to each other from the very beginning. This had been the case for as long as they could remember. Nono once told them that they appeared together on the threshold of the orphanage, then they were put to bed in the same crib. And in general, Naruto as an infant refused to fall asleep if Sasuke wasn't nearby. A funny fact from childhood, but true. The children themselves did not understand why, but they really felt calmer when they felt each other near. Although no one interfered with them in this, their friendship was even encouraged. If they were older, questions would certainly have arisen, but they were little children and looked at everything happening around them rather naively. No, they were not lost in this regard at all. After all, the orphanage upbringing left its mark and forced them to look at things more mundanely, but nevertheless they were children. Yes, with chakra, with good genes and no less interesting, albeit unknown to them, pedigree, but this did not change their age. They had not yet encountered the whole seamy side of life, not even shinobi, but ordinary citizens, and they believed that everything would be wonderful for them. Naive, but on the other hand, what else could they do? Cry. Children did not have that kind of character. They saw the goal and stubbornly went towards it. At the moment, the kid's goal was to enter the academy, which is why Sasuke, noticing her friend's nervousness, suggested repeating all the material they had covered with Nono. Naruto happily supported his friend's idea, and after breakfast they went to their secret place, where they had made a hiding place for the scrolls, books, and notebooks he had written in. Reading suddenly captivated them both, as did the discussion of the thoughts that arose after reading. As a result, they almost missed lunch, and then the time to leave, barely managing to tear themselves away from reading the scrolls Nono had given them with the theory of chakra, and other notes. Still, their teacher was absolutely sure that they could use not only knowledge of chakra, but also other subjects. That is why she diligently told them about geography, biology, paying special attention to medicinal plants, mathematics and geometry, although not only them. Nono tried to give the children a well-rounded education, and she was an experienced shinobi and felt the danger that hung over her. Perhaps, sometimes she was in a hurry, giving information that was not age-appropriate, but there was no other choice and it is not for us to judge her. After all, who knows how the children's fate would have turned out in a different situation, if they were raised by other people. Nono was able to give them knowledge and protect them from hatred, taking advantage of the fact that Danzo did not want to tell the children's parents their location. As a result, they lived for almost 6 years relatively cloudlessly, and this can be considered a real achievement. However, following Tanako and looking around the spring Konoha with curiosity, the children did not think about such things. They were simply interested in everything around them. After all, they did not go out in public that often, so many things were new to them. Well, and the shopkeepers, who saw genuine interest in the goods, willingly praised him. True, When they realized that the children were orphans, and therefore would not buy anything, their smiles became strained, but did not disappear completely. Although there were those who remained friendly. For example, the owner and seller of a pastry shop brought him a couple of muffins and other baked goods. No, he was not an altruist. It was just that this batch was a little burnt and was not fit for sale, and he felt sorry to throw it away, so why not give it to the children looking at him with hungry eyes? Moreover, other customers saw it, and he automatically received a few pluses in their eyes. In general, it can be said that this was a clever advertising move and getting rid of a defect, and not a desire to help the children. However, this was enough for the children. After all, their shelter was not rich and they could only dream of sweet pastries. That is why, having sincerely thanked the donor, they ran after Tanako, who they almost missed, eating the delicacy given to them and sighing sadly that they gave so little. The director of the orphanage, seeing that his pupils had fallen behind, managed to turn around and notice the whole scene of handing out sweets to the children, so he did not get indignant, although he wanted to. After all, children are children, so after eating the treats they not only wanted to drink, but that was not a problem. He took a bottle of water especially for this occasion, but on the other hand, they also had to wash their sticky hands, and he did not count on that. As a result, there was barely enough water to wash their hands and give the children a couple of sips. It was not that Tanaka was stingy with the water, but this year the spring was hot and the temperature at the end of March was such that it felt like mid-July. The many trees and their shade did not help much, because there had been no rain for a long time, and the air was dry. This was especially noticeable at midday. Considering that they had to be at the academy at 3, they found themselves in the thick of the sun, and there was no water left for the way back. However, this only worried Tanaka. The children did not bother with such questions and obediently followed the director, and in general, for some reason they tolerated the heat much easier. Although it would not surprise knowledgeable people, after all, the children, although beginners, are shinobi, and chakra gives many advantages over ordinary people, of which the man was a representative. And we should not forget about the affinity of both children with fire and the younger age. All this together led to the fact that they did not feel the heat so acutely. True, Tanako somehow overlooked the fact that Naruto was a real scoundrel and that he found it boring to just go somewhere. Although no, he didn't overlook it, he was simply absolutely sure that Sasuke, who was walking arm in arm with him, would always have time to channel her excess energy into peaceful channels. That's what happened, so they reached the doors of the academy without incident, well, except for the incident with the sweets. They were already waiting at the gates of the School of Future Killers and, having exchanged standard greetings, they led their entire company into the office. As it turned out later, this was not the office of the admissions committee, but the director's reception room, where they were left, asking to wait a little until he was free. However, the wait did not last long, no more than a couple of minutes, after which they were invited inside. The director of the academy turned out to be a gray-haired shinobi named Takeru Inori, without clan insignia on his clothes, but wearing a chunin vest. However, from some small details it was possible to understand that he was at least a junin, even if not the strongest and even having a crippled right leg, but, nevertheless, having sufficient experience in communicating with young shinobi. Well, and most importantly, not liking water and solving all issues as quickly as possible. So, you are Naruto, Kako and Sasuke Braindo. After mutual bows and greetings with Tanako, the director of the academy asked his question. You look older than 5 years old. In 4 months I'll be 6, Sasuke responded quietly. We're ready to take the exam. And the boy? Takeru asked with interest, but he didn't even think to take his eyes off the strange, blind girl for whom the Arainen who had cured him during the last war had asked. A little over half a year left, the blonde boy instantly stood in front of the girl, shielding her from prying eyes. However, I'm strong and I won't let you down. Ooh, Inori drawled, looking at the remarkable boy with interest. Okay, I'll let you take the tests, but you have to complete them today, as well as pass the exams on your physical condition. Kaname-chan, the director of the academy called, raising his voice a little, and when a pretty kunoiki of about 20 entered the office, he nodded at the children and ordered. Take them to the examination committee, they're applicants for admission. As you say, Takeru-sama, a short bow and not a drop of doubt in the look cast at the children, as well as in the words addressed to them. Follow me. Sasuke and Naruto looked uncertainly at the man who had brought them here, and only after receiving a nod of permission did Kako take her friend by the hand and pull her after the girl who had gone ahead. Looking at the boy, It was clear that he was dissatisfied and frowned for some reason. However, it was difficult to say what the reason was. Perhaps he did not like the cold reception or the disdainful attitude towards his age. Although this was not important, the main thing was that they had received the right to take the exam and escape from the cramped walls of the orphanage. True, there was another reason why the children wanted to leave the place that had become their home as soon as possible. They were very upset by the death of their mentor. The orphanage without Nono seemed empty and lifeless to them, and also brought on not the most rosy thoughts, which they did not like. In some ways, this even scared Sasuke and Naruto. They had been thinking about the beloved mentor too often lately, and every time they did something, they expected that she would appear from somewhere and gently, in her favorite manner, scold them for their mischief. But this did not happen, which made the hole in their chest grow, and considering that someone had ordered all memories of Nono to be destroyed, it had become physically unbearable for the children to be there. That was why they were seriously determined to hand in everything as it should be. This would allow them not only to leave the orphanage, but also to get at least some certainty in their future. They simply could not miss such a wonderful chance. Are you sure, Takeru-sama? Tanako asked, frowning anxiously as he watched the door close behind his charges. I owe Nono, the named man shrugged. At least for the sake of her memory, I have to give the children a chance, or do you think they can't handle it? No, I'm sure they'll cope. The director of the orphanage shook his head. I'm just curious, what class will they end up in? Why such interest? Takeru raised an eyebrow in surprise. You are not related to them, and you will cease to be responsible for them as soon as they act. Nono-san was a good employee and helped many people, Tanako responded wearily, having decided to explain his curiosity. She was very attached to these children. She trained them herself, prepared them for adult life, and when she was called upon to protect the village again, she made me swear that I would help them. However, I gave it with a light heart. These children. It's hard not to get attached to them. I see, the director of the academy said thoughtfully. Yes, Tanako agreed. So will you answer? Well, honesty for honesty. If we take into account the level of chakra that I felt in the children, then it's full of clan children, Takeru chuckled, and then added more seriously. However, it depends only on them. After all, there are certain requirements for that class and not everyone is enrolled there. But if they get in, you won't have to worry about them anymore. What are their chances? The shelter director asks. Very good, if at least half of what I was told about them is true, the man shrugs. However, I still can't promise anything until I have the results of the test in my hands. I understand, Tanako bows her head in agreement. That's good, Takeru's lips twist into something like a smile, and he asks, by the way, do you want to see how your guys are doing? Is that possible? The shelter director looks up at him. Of course, a nod in response. Kaname was supposed to bring him to the second part of the test, and it's a written test. By the way, today is the last day to take it, so you made it in time. Tomorrow there will be no more admissions for new children and those who are late will have to wait until next year. It won't be possible earlier. Quite interesting, agrees Tanako, who has begun to fidget impatiently, not knowing how to politely get to the heart of the matter. But you don't need it anymore. Takeru grinned and, seeing how his interlocutor had jumped up, shook his head and said soothingly. No need, I understood you perfectly well, and you're right. If you don't mind, I'll move us with Shunshin, otherwise it'll be a long walk, after all, my leg. I don't mind, the director of the shelter immediately agreed, having some experience of moving in this way, even if it was only a couple of times with Nono, and quite a long time ago. The sensations remained in his memory, although not the most rosy, but for the sake of calming his conscience he was ready to endure even more. And it was unlikely that he would feel much worse than after a whole day of working with children. Okay, the academy director agrees and, standing up, limps to his interlocutor to take him by the elbow and move him to a small room that was specially created in the examination room. Usually observers were stationed here, who looked at the future replenishment of the ranks of the Leaf Ninja in order to determine the most suitable teams or missions that they would carry out. True, now this place will perform slightly different functions. We are here, you can speak calmly, no one in the audience will hear us. Thank you, Tanako nods and eagerly sticks to the small viewing window, so that a couple of minutes later she can pick out her charges, who were seated at one desk right in front of the Chunin taking the exam. Two more walked between the rows and didn't let them cheat. The director of the orphanage watched with interest as his charges carefully studied the forms, and then began to quickly scribble something. Or rather, Naruto quickly, and Sasuke carefully stood up and approached the Chunin sitting opposite, quietly saying something. A wave of whispers passed through the rows of children, which were quickly stopped by the teachers, and Braindo calmly sat down next to the Chunin who had taken the form. Now Tanako understood what his charge had been talking to him about. Apparently, the girl, having felt the sheet, realized that there were no specially pressed letters for the blind, and hurried to ask the examiner for help, because she understood that if she asked her friend for help, they would both be expelled. Relief, that's what he felt from this, although he could not help but tense up, listening to the quiet girl's voice answer the questions read by the Chunin. However, as far as he could judge by the satisfied nods of the man, Sasuke answered correctly, and even with unnecessary details, the three examiners looked very surprised. They were so carried away by listening that they even forgot to pull the other children back when they began to be too impudent. I must admit, I didn't expect that, Takeru said suddenly, watching as Braindo finished answering his questions, and Kako immediately rose from his seat and proudly took his paper covered in neat handwriting to the Chunin for checking. If the boy answered even half as well as the girl, they went into the classroom to the clan children. He should. Nono-san trained them together, and besides, we don't have books for the blind at the orphanage, and Naruto-kun read her everything that Sasuke-chan knew, Tanako said, tearing himself away from the viewing window. Moreover, Sasuke-chan often made her friend read them more than once, while discussing what she found interesting or didn't like. Friendship. Takeru was surprised. It's unusual, but it's definitely a plus for them. After all, he's a blind shinobi. The man shakes his head. It's hardly possible. Most likely the girl will remain in the rear and our specialists will do everything to make her become an Arainen, but until that moment someone should take care of her. She won't be able to live alone. Yes, that's true, Tanako agreed and began to tell his story quietly. They've been together since they were babies. They even came to our orphanage at the same time, and in their age group they are the only children who have a chance to become shinobi. Still, few people are transferred to us. There are many good orphanages in Konoha itself, and we are too far away and don't have the necessary resources to raise them. Especially now that Nono-san has left us. Yes, it's a big loss for List, Takeru agreed with him and immediately changed the subject. I suggest we go back to meet your children, sitting on comfortable chairs. Still, I don't think they should know that we went to watch them take their test, do you think so? Shouldn't they check Naruto-kun's answers? The orphanage director was surprised. The check is already complete, Takeru chuckled and nodded towards the window from which his interlocutor had been distracted. Looking in that direction in amazement and making sure that the children had indeed left, Tanako said in confusion. Let's go, the director of the academy chuckled, looking at the astonishment of his interlocutor, and again took his interlocutor by the elbow to move him to his office. As soon as they appeared there and settled back into the chairs, there was a knock on the door and, having received permission, Kaname entered with two children. Takeru-sama, here are the results. The girl calmly walked forward and handed the man two forms, which he glanced over, nodding to some thoughts of his own. Thank you, Kaname-chan, you may go. He let the girl go and when she left, he turned to the impatiently jumping children with a calm, already confident in the result director of the orphanage. It's hard for me to say which class you will be in, but your results are not bad, you passed. Hooray! The cry of the fair-haired boy deafened everyone in the office, and he immediately received a light slap on the back of the head from the girl. Stop yelling, Naruto, the black-haired girl said, frowning sternly. Sorry, Takeru-sama. Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. Kako scratches his head in embarrassment, becoming subtly similar to someone. True, this thought appears in Takeru's mind and instantly disappears, because he doesn't have time to understand it right away, and then he is confused by the child's spontaneous behavior and the questions that pour out like a horn of plenty. When does the school year start? What are we going to study? Why were the running standards so easy? Will they teach us kenjutsu? And... Stop. Takeru interrupted the avalanche of questions, seeing Tanako's sympathetic look, which said that this was only the beginning. For now, I can only tell you that school starts a week from April 6th at 8 o'clock, a 6-day school week, 1 day off. Your homeroom teachers will answer all your other questions. Who? Kako opened his mouth to ask. You'll find out on the 6th, in the morning, Takeru interrupted the boy. The lists will be posted on the information board in the academy courtyard. the room and floor it's on will also be indicated there. The first lesson is a homeroom hour, where your sensei will answer all questions, so I advise you not to be late. Any other questions? No. Takeru-sama, Braindo was the first to react, managing to both answer and cover her friend's mouth with her fragile hand, who was clearly about to blurt out something, but didn't have time. We understand everything. Well, then I won't keep you any longer. The man smiled sparingly at the children. Just don't forget to bring all your documents and your address to the dean's office during the first week of school. Hi, the children exclaimed in chorus. Goodbye, Takeru-sama. Tanako stood up and bowed. It was nice talking to you. Likewise, Takeru joined in the bowing. I'll be glad to see you again, Tanako-san. Of course, the director of the orphanage agreed and looked at his still charged children. Sasuke-chan, Naruto-kun, what should I say? Goodbye, Takeru-sama, they said in unison and, bowing, ran out the door first, although they waited for their escort, with whom they followed towards the exit. True, Kako's seriousness did not last long, and as soon as they passed the gate line, he immediately began jumping. Sasuke, we passed. Cool, right, Datebeo. A cheerful cry swept through the deserted, well, you can't count a couple of old ladies 20 meters away as a crowd. Street at this time. After all, the applicants will leave the academy later, and the students had nothing to do here before the school year. Yes, of course, the girl agreed more calmly. What? Datebeo, the boy shouted indignantly at the overly calm reaction. Sasuke. Yes, I'm glad, Naruto, Braindo said softly. You just shouldn't shout about it all over the street and scare the old ladies. Oh, the boy said, looking back at the old ladies who were clearly not scared, but rather irritated, and, blushing, he approached them and said in a quiet, heartfelt voice, forgive me, please, I was just too happy that I got in. Yes, nothing, my dear, the old women, who had already taken a deep breath for an angry sermon, froze and said something completely different from what they wanted. However, it was hard to blame them for this. Naruto could make the right impression when he wanted. Tanako-sama, what's next? Sasuke asked the shelter director, sighing in defeat at her friend's behavior. Should we go look at the apartment now or go straight back? I think it's too late for that now, the man shook his head. Go see them with Kira tomorrow morning, and now we'll go back. As you say, Tanako-sama, the girl agreed, feeling that the man was right. The day had been too eventful and they needed rest. Yeah, and I still have time to tell the guys that I will soon become a cool shinobi and surpass the Yondaime Hokage. Kako exclaimed cheerfully, having already managed not only to say goodbye to the old ladies, but also to come almost right up to his friend. Let's go already, future Hokage, Tanako said ironically, watching as Braindo gave the boy another slap on the back of the head, though this time for the fact that he almost stunned her. Hey, I'm really going to become one. Naruto yelled indignantly at the man as he was leaving, immediately rushing to catch up with him, although he didn't forget to grab his friend, who was already running after the boy leading her. The girl didn't even think about being indignant, knowing full well that she had a high chance of getting lost in the village, and she hadn't yet remembered the location of the shelter, not to mention that they would soon have to cross a shopping street, and there were a lot of people and smells there. The fear of getting lost in the crowded stream was great. After all, she wasn't yet experienced enough, they were rarely taken anywhere outside the shelter, to navigate such a crowd, so Sasuke, on the contrary, grabbed her friend tighter and hurried after him. To be continued. Chapter 7. A Chance Meeting. Hanami, or Cherry Blossom Festival, is a well-known holiday celebrated everywhere, but in Konoha this year it will be celebrated on April 8th, although everyone started preparing in advance. After all, it was one of the few holidays that did not have a military background and was purely civilian, although many shinobi did not shy away from celebrating it, and just sitting in the shade of the trees, admiring the delicate flowers and absorbing the peaceful picture of celebrating children. What could be better? Everyone had their own answer to this, but most still tended to think that it was worth risking their lives for. However, let's leave empty philosophizing, let everyone decide for themselves what is valuable to them in this holiday and go to the Uchiha clan quarter, to the house of the clan head, where a young woman, albeit with mournful wrinkles at the corners of her lips, fluttered around the kitchen and quietly hummed something to herself. Mikoto, and it was she, was keeping a close eye on the door, so she could catch her son and hand him the shopping list. After all, she wouldn't have time to go to the market herself, and some of the ingredients for her favorite dishes had to be prepared in advance. Well, after all, she thought that since her child was home, why shouldn't he go and have some fun? He was always at home, or at the training ground, if he hadn't been sent on a new mission. Itachi, how good that you came down. As soon as the named one flashed in the doorway, Mikoto immediately noticed him. What happened, Ka-san? The teenager, unperturbed as always, appeared in the doorway that led to the kitchen. Darling, have you been called on a mission again? Mikoto asked worriedly, ignoring the question. She barely realized that her son was wearing an Anbu uniform again, and he even took a wakizashi and a mask with him. Naturally, the first thought that came to the woman's mind was that her child had been called by the Hokage again and given a mission, and now he had to rush somewhere again. No, I just wanted to train with Shisui, the boy responded calmly, not intending to let his mother in on the intricacies of his and Shisui's mission. Still, why get on his mother's nerves? She might well find out about their results later or not at all. Well, if that's the case, then fine, the woman calmed down immediately, not noticing the lie in her son's words. I'd like you to go to the market, I'm missing something for the Hanami celebration. It's in 4 days, the black-haired teenager muttered phlegmatically under his breath, but his mother heard. It's not in 4 days, it's already in 4 days. She responded instantly and militantly raised the spatula, which she had been stirring something in the frying pan with just a couple of seconds ago. Besides, the sakura is a capricious tree and can bloom at any moment, and I don't have anything ready yet. I understand, the guy wisely decided not to object, looking around the kitchen with an unreadable gaze, which was literally filled with various pots and pans with something appetizing in them. What do you need to buy? Here's the list and the money. A tightly rolled scroll and a fat purse of money instantly materialized in Itachi's hands. Try to finish it before the evening. Of course, the guy nodded in agreement and began to carefully unroll the scroll. He looked gloomily at the list of at least 100 items and sighed heavily, realizing that he wouldn't be able to deal with it quickly, and it was time to replace Shisui. It looked like he would have to use clones. Although no, they could easily be dispelled. Shaking his head and deciding to ask his friend for help, Itachi looked up at his mother and, putting on a crooked smile, said quietly, "Okay, then I'll go. Of course, take care of yourself." The guy heard from behind. Itachi did not respond to his mother's wish, although he felt the warmth of her words. However, he needed to hurry and replace Shisui at his post. At least finding him was not a problem, because one summon gave an advantage in this. They could easily exchange messages or even ask one of the ravens to lead each other to each other. Well, there were, of course, restrictions. After all, a summon is a summon, and if Shisui or Itachi himself asked not to give out their location to anyone, they would have done so, but now there was no point in it. The guys specifically asked the birds to help them find each other's location, because otherwise they would not be able to quickly change shifts or get information. You took a long time, Shisui read from his lips, taking off his mask as soon as Itachi reached the place where he was hiding. Ka-san delayed me. I couldn't tell her that I had a mission, could I? Fugaku's son shrugged, answering just as silently and not forgetting to uncover the lower part of his face. Well, his cousin grinned in response. Little boy Itachi doesn't want to worry his parents. Something like that. The guy didn't give in to the provocation and activated his Sharingan, sucking his friend into an illusory world. It was easier for them to communicate this way, and it was easier to exchange information. How's the situation? That's better. Shisui smiled contentedly in genjutsu and continued more seriously. I didn't leave the house, but I found an unaccounted secret passage to the dungeons there. A small screen appeared to Itachi's right, where images quickly scrolled of how his cousin had made his way into the house, which was similar in layout to his own, but the only difference was that where Fugaku's office was in his house and there were massive shelves, here they had a hidden lever that moved one of the shelves. I didn't go there, but now I'm sure why we couldn't follow him. What about the exits we know? Itachi asked quietly. I left raven clones there. The ravens will show you their location, Shisui responded calmly. Besides, I have some ideas where a couple more exits might be, but I'll check them out a little later. I need to restore my chakra. I understand, the heir of the Uchiha clan briefly agreed. Well, then, should I go? Itachi's cousin asked, purely out of politeness, since a violent interruption of such a complex illusion could hit the one who created the genjutsu. Wait, Fugaku's son asked him. I have a favor to ask of you. What? Shisui raised an eyebrow questioningly, mentally calculating whether he had enough strength to fulfill it. It was early morning, of course, only 7 o'clock, but on the other hand, he had already been on his feet for a day and a half. The fatigue was not very noticeable yet, but he did not want to bring things to exhaustion or fainting. True, he still had a few days in reserve until being awake began to harm his body, but why bring himself to that? However, he decided that he could fulfill his friend's request, and sleep a little later or give the task to the clone. His body, of course, would not rest, but at least his brain would unload a little. Ka-san asked me to buy some things for Hanami, but I might not have time, the guy calmly responded to his friend's exclamation. It's still 4 days away. His cousin was amazed. I said exactly the same, but will Ka-san listen to me? Itachi sighed resignedly and, looking at his friend with hope, asked. Will you help? Where am I going? Give me your list. As soon as Shisui agreed, the illusion surrounding them disappeared, and a small scroll for sealing things slid into his hand. The list and the money are sealed there, he read from his friend's lips, and he returned the mask to its place, indicating that the conversation was over. Got it, Shisui responded just as silently and covered his face with a mask, only to disappear from his friend's sight a few seconds later and appear at his home. He needed to change his clothes and go through the list. After all, his friend didn't ask for anything that often. An hour later, having taken a shower and had a good meal, Shisui unsealed the scroll that had been given to him in order to look at the shopping scroll and, based on that, make a shopping plan. However, when he saw the list that had come out of the press, Shisui urgently wanted to curse or come up with something in revenge. After all, he somehow didn't expect Itachi to tell him to buy so much. But it immediately became clear why his friend had said that he wouldn't have time to buy everything by the end of his shift. After all, his shift would be at 7 in the evening, and the shops would close at 8 or 9. Considering that half of what had been ordered might not be found right away, the issue of free time was quite acute. Whether he wanted to or not, Shisui would have to hurry in order to have time to help his cousin. After all, they say it for a reason, though, he mentally rubbed his hands, promising that Itachi would answer for everything a little later. However, the guy did not indulge in thoughts of revenge for long, quickly grabbing a couple more sealing scrolls to make sure there was enough for all the purchases, he stuffed the money and the list into his pockets. Going out of the house and just for show, locking it with a padlock, he went to the market. At first, his path lay in the meat row, then to where they sold spices, and then he simply began to wander the streets, absorbing the feeling of peace and tranquility that reigned in the village. He enjoyed simply walking and nodding at the greetings of other people, sometimes stopping and buying something he liked, and then moving on. True, this did not last very long. Suddenly, a cheerful cry was heard next to him. Sasuke, hurry up, there's a sale. The name cut into his ears, made him remember that despite the clues that the unknown kunoichi gave him, he still couldn't find his best friend's sister. A vague feeling and then, hastily turning towards the ringing boy's voice, Shisui noticed the light crown of the boy's head, who was standing with his back to him. A sigh, incomprehensible grief or relief, escaped the guy's chest. Not her. Naruto, wait, we have to buy everything on the list. A softer, but no less ringing voice, and a fragile black-haired girl appears next to the boy. She stands sideways to Shisui and her face is covered by her long, funny hair. Although it is not this that causes a smile, but the fact that she menacingly shakes her fist in front of the boy's nose, and then rests her small fists on her hips. Passers-by laugh cheerfully at this picture, but do not even think to stop and intervene. And in general, do not run away so abruptly, it is difficult for me to find you. Sorry, Sasuke, I forgot. The boy awkwardly scratches the back of his head and suddenly turns towards Shisui. His gaze stops behind him and delight appears in his eyes. Sasuke, look, there are vegetables. What kind? The girl asks sternly. Remember, Naruto, we buy everything on the list and nothing more. There are oranges, the boy says sadly, but Shisui barely notices what he is saying. His gaze is fixed on the little girl. He could have sworn that he had seen someone terribly similar to this child before, but most importantly, his gaze freezes on the seemingly black, but at the same time cloudy eyes. The gaze that should have fascinated and drawn into a dark abyss with a steely gleam is lifeless. An orange is not a vegetable, Naruto, the girl sighs heavily, and the genius of the Uchiha clan blinks, driving away the obsession and suddenly realizing who he met on his way. A quick, attentive glance at the boy only confirms his suspicions. Wheat-colored hair, blue eyes and stripes on his cheeks. There is no doubt, this is the one the Hokage is looking for. A small illusion closes his eyes and Shisui activates the Sharingan, only to barely hold back a curse a moment later. The evidence is obvious that even without the Byakugan abilities, he clearly discerned specific marks on his stomach. Yes, he had seen such marks once, when he was given the task of guarding the Hokage's wife during another arrival of embassies from other countries. Or rather, for another exam, which took place in the Leaf a couple of years ago. However, Uzumaki Kushina's seal was broken and the fox's aggressive chakra was practically not felt in it, unlike what he saw on the boy. But at the same time, he was firmly convinced that no one but him would notice anything unusual, because an orphan would hardly be specially scanned with Byakugan, and anyway. You need to know where to look and what to look for. Shisui knew, but whether that Byakugan-wielding comrade would know, the guy was not sure. Now he had to act quickly. The phantom genius disappeared from the children's path and began to quickly scan the surrounding space for observers, while trying to listen in on the children's conversation, not losing sight of them out of the corner of his eye. After all, he had long since come to terms with his failure, and then. In general, Shisui could not afford to screw up again and not find out the whole background of the kids he met. The likelihood that they were exactly the ones he needed was too high. Really, I didn't know that. That's too bad. The boy says, upset, and dramatically lowers his head, then throws his head back and, slapping his fist against his palm, asks in an ingratiating voice. What about the tomatoes? Tomatoes are vegetables, the girl says seriously and, confused, starts to turn her head, asking. Where? Sasuke, give me a kilogram of tomatoes, and the same amount of oranges for me. A sly smile appears on the boy's face, and he looks slyly at his friend, although his slightly trembling fingers betray his impatience, but considering the blindness of his interlocutor, this does not give him away. Okay, the girl sighs sadly and, clearly sensing the guy's jubilation, immediately adds, however, today you'll be left without ramen and will eat the salad I made. Sasuke, the blue-eyed boy was indignant. Choose, the girl turned out to be relentless, ignoring all the grimaces of the boy standing in front of her. However, this was not surprising, after all, she simply did not see them. Half a kilo and ramen, the blonde attempted to bargain. Okay, the black-haired girl nodded calmly and, after waiting a bit, added with vengeful pleasure, half a kilo of oranges and a salad. Hey, the boy yelled, offended. I'm waiting, the girl said in a calm tone. I agree, the guy muttered, hanging his head sadly and not forgetting to take the girl by the arm, quickly leading her through the flow of people, which was not the densest, but still quite lively. Okay, and don't forget that we still need to buy curtains and bed linen. The girl obediently followed her guide and immediately added. Yes, as you say, Sasuke, the boy responded, clearly not listening to what they were saying to him. Shisui couldn't help but smile slightly as he watched the children's interactions. True, he quickly erased it, finally noticing what he was looking for. The children were being watched by 2 full teams of 3, and he didn't know these people, had never seen such masks, but he recognized their manner of movement. This manner of movement was characteristic of only one unit, Anbu Ne. The questions about the children's identity disappeared by themselves, but others arose, and he decided to ask these guys. Well, and at the same time find out where the children lived in order to monitor their safety. True, the question of whether to tell Itachi about his discovery arose separately, but Shisui quickly threw thoughts about this into the far corner. He would always have time to tell his friend, but it would be best to do this when he had the opportunity to be nearby and keep him from rash actions. However, in this case, the question of how to ensure the safety of the children immediately arose. Still, he can't cope alone, and the Raven clones are certainly useful, but they don't convey even half the power of the original. This means that he won't be able to eliminate truly serious opponents, given that there are few strong shinobi among Danzo's subordinates, but they're used to working in teams, which automatically increases their danger. Go bow to someone he knows. An interesting thought, but the only one that comes to Shisui's mind is Kakashi, but he immediately rejects this candidacy. There is too much to explain to his senpai, and he is not sure that this will be approved by the Yondaime. Shisui has only one way left, not the best, but better than nothing at all. Uchiha quickly puts together a couple of seals and a flock of ravens silently appears next to him. It took a couple of seconds to look into their eyes and give them the order to keep an eye on the children and distract the root members a little. A moment later, He, no longer worrying about anything, followed the discovered guys along a parallel street. There was no fear that he would lose them. After all, his summons were ideal scouts who would be able to warn him. However, at the moment, the main thing was that he would not be seen next to the children, which he considered an undoubted plus. Well, the guy somehow did not want to stir up a hornet's nest ahead of time. The consequences could be too unpredictable. Besides, Shisui was still tormented by the thought of why Danzo needed his clan's Heim. If the girl had sight, he would have understood this, but like this. She was also of little use for giving birth to little Uchiha, too small, and there was a high chance of getting children with the same defect or without the ability to awaken the dojutsu at all. The game was not worth the candle, which meant that the reason why the head of Root laid his paw on Heim was something else. Considering that he found her in the company of a little Jinchuriki, and, apparently, they were very friendly, the thought of controlling the boy through the child arose. However, this was too petty for a person like Shimura. Apparently there was something else, but Shisui could not figure out what it was. Without coming to any specific idea, Uchiha simply followed the hints of the ravens that sometimes flew nearby. And his actions were rewarded. About 3 hours later, the children, who turned out to be unexpectedly skilled and knowledgeable in the art of shinobi, at least they were able to seal their purchases in a scroll, led Shisui to an old dormitory. Those who left the service due to injury or were too young and inexperienced newcomers rented rooms there. In general, it was not the best place, but it was safe. No one would touch the children here for sure and would not allow others to touch them. Everyone here came from orphanages and knew what it was like for people like them. That is why such a place was quite good for children who decided to follow the path of shinobi, because there was a chance that someone would help them, either out of pity or simply remembering their youth. It did not matter. However, Shisui did not think long about the pros and cons of such housing for children. He became interested in what it was like from the inside. Having quickly figured out the only apartment out of all that could suit 2 children of different sexes and realizing that there was basically only one, he, having made sure that the children were delayed to talk with someone they knew, quietly slipped up to the 2nd floor. A quick glance at the signs showed that he would not have to look for anything, because the children had already changed the signs on the doors and now one of them was listed as the room of Sasuke Braindo and Naruto Kako. The guy's hands involuntarily clenched into fists. Hearing the children's names was like a mockery. A subtle mockery of his clan and Hokage. However, his trained mind rejected the emotions that were interfering with his goal and the guy, using Boku no Jutsu, entered inside and carefully looked around. A careful inspection did not reveal anything new. A standard layout, a room, a bathroom and a kitchen with a corridor. The only exception was a destroyed partition in the middle of the kitchen. Moreover, judging by the crookedly stuck door frame, the repairs were carried out in a hurry and they did not even think about the aesthetic side of the issue. The main thing is that it is not a torn hole, and the rest is unimportant. However, this did not impress Shisui much. He had seen worse conditions, so he went through the crooked opening to the next apartment, which turned out to be a mirror image of the one he came from. Here, even the faucet in the bathroom leaked the same way as in the previous one. True, Uchiha was able to notice some differences. The small corridor, into which the front door led, was designed as a small separate nook, and the doorway was closed with a piece of plywood, which was carefully nailed down. Well, and the corridor itself acquired old, at the moment, half-empty cabinets, without doors, in which simple working tools were neatly folded, a hammer, a saw, a screwdriver and nails. A little further, old raincoats were hung and high boots were arranged, which had also seen better times. They were so faded that it was impossible to understand what color they were originally. But the room was no different from the last one he had seen, and in general, except for the fenced-off hallway, there was no feeling of a living space anywhere else, as if the children had come here for the first time. However, Shisui quickly agreed with such thoughts. Remembering the boys walked through the market, they really did buy all the essentials, and often they were given a discount, unable to resist the charm of the blue-eyed boy and pretending to pity the girl walking next to him. The children were smart enough not to refuse handouts, although they did not feel any particular delight. "I'm home." A sharp slam of the door and a loud cry throughout the hallway made Shisui shudder and come to his senses. Quickly looking around and realizing that he had nothing else to do here, he immediately entered the wall again, only to emerge a few minutes later in a completely different place and far from the dorm. The thought that he should talk to Itachi became obsessive. To be continued. Commentary on Chapter 7. A Chance Meeting. The date is not taken out of thin air, because cherry blossoms in Japan occur at different times, and they can vary greatly, depending on the prefecture where the trees grow. For example, in Tokyo it is, approximately, March 23 to April 9, and in Sapporo from May 4 to May 14. In other places the time is different. Okinawa is generally in January. Crow clone technique, Karasu Bunshin no Jutsu, a technique that creates a clone by projecting the user's chakra into multiple crows. Since it uses crows as a medium, it requires much less chakra than the regular shadow clone technique, though the clones are still capable of using techniques. Multiple crows gather in one place to form the body of this clone. When the chakra projected by the user disappears, the clone disintegrates back into crows, though the user is still able to speak through it. Hiru Bansho, Boka no Jutsu, prevention attack technique, ninjutsu, with which the user can merge with the surface of a tree or the ground. He can also move freely in it to avoid damage. Afterwards, he can also suddenly attack the opponent. Chapter 8. The mission remains unchanged. The Uchiha clan head's office was, as always, in semi-shadow, which didn't bother him much, at least. The stack of documents on his right hand was gradually decreasing, but 3 others were growing, into which he was sorting what he had already looked through. The principle of distributing the documentation was quite simple. The first one, worthy of attention and approved, the second one, questionable, worth double-checking the information, and the third one, outright trash, which would later be sent to the trash. In general, a fairly standard practice for those who have to process a huge amount of information at once. However, Fugaku was distracted from his important work by a quiet knock on the door. "Come in," the man responded rather calmly, not even intending to raise his head and look away from the documentation. After all, only a clansman could enter here, into the holy of holies of the military police, and he had to pass at least 3 checks. In general, outsiders were not allowed into the head's office. Fugaku-sama, the man who entered, called out quietly, and only after that did the head of the Uchiha clan allow himself to tear himself away from looking at another piece of paper and raise his eyes. Shisui stood before him, looking a little downcast, but generally as usual. "Did you want something, Shisui?" Fugaku asked, putting the documents aside and leaning back in the chair behind him. "I found Haim," the guy blurted out, and all the fatigue instantly flew off the head of the red-eyed clan, and he tensed up as if he were about to throw. "Details," he commanded harshly, gesturing for his subordinate to sit down opposite him. "I met them by chance." Shisui obediently followed someone else's order and sat down on the nearest chair. "Them." Fugaku caught onto someone else's slip of the tongue. "The son of Yondaime-sama." The guy didn't hold back the information and saw only a shadow of surprise in the stranger's eyes, and then he simply nodded. "He is very friendly with Sasuke Haim." "Continue." The head of the Uchiha clan gave his permission. "I met them at the market." Shisui nodded in agreement and continued speaking. "Apparently, they entered the Shinobi Academy and were given a room in the dormitory. At least, the nature of their purchases and the emptiness of the dwelling that I saw when I followed them indicate this. They were put in the same room." Fugaku tensed, feeling the rejection of such a decision, although he understood that his blind daughter was incapable of living alone. "No, 2 apartments in a dormitory with a passage in the middle." The guy shook his head at the words of his superiors. "The exit from the Haim apartment is boarded up, and considering the level of seal proficiency I saw in the children, a barrier will appear there soon, perhaps not the strongest, but it will be there." "Level." Fugaku, who had relaxed a little after Shisui's words, immediately raised an eyebrow questioningly. "They sealed all the purchases in a scroll," the guy explained in a quiet voice. "I didn't have time to examine the rooms in detail, but even a superficial inspection showed that personal belongings had not yet been moved there, but the sealing scrolls one noticed were definitely homemade. The handwriting of the created seals is unfamiliar to me." Shisui immediately receives a nod, with which the head of the Uchiha clan acknowledges his rightness. After all, the dojutsu allowed him to track even more. "The estimated time of check-in is tomorrow." "I see." A tired sigh escapes from the man's chest, and then he raises his head and quietly orders. "Your mission remains the same, surveillance of Danzo, and I ask that you do not leave my daughter unattended. Do not show up unnecessarily. Interfere only in extreme cases." "Itachi." The guy asks the head of his clan cautiously, slightly tilting his head to show that he has taken note of the stranger's order. "Say that she is one of the children of the clan," but without details. He paused for a moment, thinking over the situation, but nevertheless gave partial permission to reveal the secret. "What about Hokage-sama's son?" Shisui asks no less cautiously, looking closely at the head of his clan. You will report his discovery personally, came the short answer. Most likely, his task will be similar to mine and will not interfere with its execution. If he gives you assistance, do not inform him, but insist on surveillance of both children. What about Haim? The guy decided to ask his question, knowing full well that the head would hardly want anyone to know about his blunder, but on the other hand, the Hokage had never been an idiot and could easily put two and two together. In general, he just wanted to protect himself, and it wouldn't hurt to find out in advance how much freedom he had. If he asks directly, answer, the words fell heavily from Fugaku's side. He knows, even if he doesn't know the details, just like I do with his son. Okay, may I go? The ghost jumped up from his chair. Go. Fugaku nodded in agreement. By the way, Fugaku-sama, Shisui suddenly said, already approaching the door but not opening it. Sasuke Haim's last name is Braindo. He said it and immediately left, leaving the Uchiha clan head frozen after these words. He didn't want to see what would happen next. He knew too well what an insult it would be, not even for the clan, but for Fugaku himself. Well, besides, Shisui never complained about having common sense and didn't get into things he definitely couldn't get out of. This is a useful quality for a shinobi, which saved his life many times. And now he didn't hide this information, but gave it out right before leaving, not only because of his sense of self-preservation, but also because if he didn't tell now, who knows what would happen. Or rather, what would happen to him and those who would be nearby at that time. But now there is a chance that Fugaku will pull himself together and won't kill anyone. The main thing is not to forget to warn the others that the head should not be disturbed. 10 minutes after speaking with the head of his clan, Shisui stood in the Hokage's reception room. A tired look at his secretary, and she hurriedly went to report to the ruler about the unexpected visitor. A few more minutes and he was invited inside, where the Yondaime, who had aged quite a bit over the past 5 years, was waiting for him. Many who knew this man before the Fox's attack found it hard to watch how Namikaze was slowly but surely fading. His blue eyes, full of cheerful sparks and laughter, faded, acquiring the color of a stormy sky. The smile that had previously never left his face disappeared, and the corners of his lips were lowered. However, recently, or rather, when the Yondaime's wife became pregnant again, he began to come to his senses, but the man was still far from what he had been before. What brought you to me, Shisui? The tired and somewhat hopeless look of faded eyes met the calm black ones. Hokage-sama, I think you might be interested to know more about the purpose of Itachi's search. The Uchiha bowed low enough to show respect, but did not kneel down, considering that the visit was private and he had the right to speak as an ordinary shinobi, not an Anbu. Speak. The tired look changed to a hard and uncompromising one, and the office was enveloped in a complex barrier from eavesdropping. A 6-year-old blue-eyed boy with 6 stripes on his cheeks was found in the shinobi dormitory. The guy did not try the ruler's patience, knowing full well that the Hokage's position was good, but in this case, it was better not to count on him. Can you show it? The man asks, jumping up. Of course, if you allow me, Shisui responded, activating the Sharingan in his eyes for a moment. I mean, Namikaze shook his head and, looking with wild hope at his subordinate, hastily added, I want to see him. Where they've settled him. Of course, but are you sure that? Shisui began cautiously. The clone will remain here, well, and I. Minato interrupted his subordinate with a grin, I want to personally make sure that the boy you found is my son. Do you understand? As you say, the Uchiha obediently bows his head and watches with interest as a second Hokage appears next to one, and then the first one disappears somewhere for a couple of minutes and returns in full Anbu uniform and with chestnut hair. Lead the way, Shisui, Yondaime commands calmly and covers his face with a mask. If you allow me, I'll move us. The guy bows his head slightly. Okay, the Hokage agrees and the barrier surrounding the office disappears, and he himself approaches Shisui and holds out his palm. Uchiha, having received unspoken permission, silently grabs the outstretched hand and moves himself and the passenger to the right place. Or rather, to a small park located not far from the right place. Considering that moving too close is too risky, you can attract unnecessary attention, and who knows? Of course, he questioned the previous observers, but they were simple performers and did not know anything. However, even what they told him was enough to understand that the children were being watched around the clock, and they were changed quite often, so getting rid of some of them was pointless, as well as putting orders through genjutsu. There were too many of them and the chance of revealing themselves or alerting Shimura was quite high. I moved us to the nearest park, Shisui clarified, sensing the silent question in the disguised Hokage's gaze. They are under constant surveillance, so moving straight to the dorm is too risky. Ellipsis. The Uchiha's answer was a curt nod, which betrayed the impatience of Yodname, who hid his face behind a mask. Follow me, the guy said quietly, realizing that his words were only causing others discontent, and was the first to jump onto the roof in order to move forward rather quickly, but at the same time carefully. It was worth hurrying. The ruler of their village was in a very nervous state. The only thing that made the ghost happy was that his crows were everywhere here and thanks to them he could quickly find a safe path, although it was still not worth the risk. The Sharingan lit up in Shisui's eyes, making it easier for him to track the surrounding area. The stakes were too high. After all, the Hokage was with him, and he didn't want to put Sasuke at risk, just like he didn't want to put Namikaze's son at risk, which would have undoubtedly happened if someone had noticed them. True, it was precisely because of this that he didn't cast complex illusions on him, because any member of his clan could sense such things at once and would rush to see who was wise. In general, he had to limit himself to only the included dojutsu and increased attention to detail, especially since the Hokage himself was somewhat inadequate and self-absorbed, so Shisui had to take the rap for both. If the Uchiha had been even a little less experienced, they both wouldn't have been able to pass unnoticed, but he still managed to find a safe passage to one of the roofs of the houses, which was right opposite the windows of the children's apartment. He was careful about making his way inside, or even further, because it could be seen from here. Fortunately, the windows of the kitchens, in one of which the children were currently drinking tea, looked out exactly here. We've arrived, that window over there, Shisui barely audibly informed his silent companion and with a barely perceptible gesture pointed to the necessary window opening. It looks like him, the Hokage breathed out wildly hoarsely in response. Although it doesn't look like him, it's definitely him, I can feel the QB. Minato-sama. After 10 minutes, in which Namikaze did not move and, it seemed, did not even breathe, Uchiha carefully called, although he was initially going to touch his shoulder. He did not dare. Yondaime looked too tense, and the guy did not want to check who was faster. Let's go back, the Hokage quietly commanded, turning around and heading away from the dorm first, but Shisui clearly noticed how he barely touched a mark on the roof, which almost instantly faded and disappeared. Uchiha did not elaborate, deciding for his own peace of mind to pretend that he had not seen anything, and that he was not there at all. The right position, especially since Namikaze was not in the mood to be coy or mince words. He was thirsty for blood, and Shisui was sincerely grateful to Kami-sama that it was not him. However, he did not rejoice for long. As soon as they reached the little park where he had transported them, Yondaime abruptly grabbed his hand and moved back to his office. Uchiha barely managed to suppress his reflex. The Hokage's very impulsive movements resembled an attack. True, he could not help but be glad that as soon as they were in Minato's office, he let him go, but the fact that he did not go and change clothes or dispel the already unnecessary clone greatly alarmed the guy. The newly raised barrier only worsened the situation. Now I'm waiting for a full report, Shisui, the Yondaime said harshly, fixing his cold gaze on the Uchiha. And most importantly, don't forget to tell me who that girl was with my son. Hi. The reaction to the commanding voice was immediate and the named one began to speak clearly, but quickly enough. If you allow me, I will start from afar, Minato-sama. Okay, but don't drag it out. Namikaze's voice didn't warm up one iota. Almost a year ago, a clone of some woman found me and gave me an encrypted message, which I deciphered, albeit with difficulty, Shisui said, slightly bowing his head in agreement. It spoke of 2 children who were admitted to some orphanage, whose name I could not find, and I did not particularly try to find it, then it seemed like nonsense to me. Although now I regret that I did not attach importance to it and did not look for information on the one who gave me these records. However, the one who transmitted it was a professional and I would hardly have been able to capture her. After all, shadow cloning is not the most convenient technique for my clan. Get down to business. The Hokage began to lose patience. As you know, Itachi asked for my help immediately after you gave the mission, and we have been watching Danzu all this time. This time the Uchiha's head bowed even lower for a moment, but then he straightened up and continued. The surveillance did not yield any particular results, except for the discovery of several exits not indicated in the reports. However, today I had to go to the market in my cousin's place. The target? Yondaime asked, slightly surprised, clearly deciding that something serious had happened there, since the presence of one of the Uchiha geniuses was required. Mikoto-sama gave a list of products for the Cherry Blossom Festival. Shisui shrugged and continued his report. I noticed the children by chance. Your son? At these words Minato shuddered noticeably, but at the questioning look he only nodded, allowing him to continue. He is quite loud. Strongly resembles your wife. Noticing the ruler's instantly heavier gaze, the Uchiha immediately became more serious, stopped philosophizing. The children argued about purchases and, as subsequent surveillance showed, they bought a lot. They were probably only today or yesterday evening assigned to those rooms. The shopping list was too specific. Who's the second child? The Hokage was clearly tired of beating around the bush and asked a direct question. Who would have known how much Namikaze regretted at that moment that the mission was unofficial and that he wouldn't be able to get a written report from the Uchiha? Or rather, he would be able to, but it was too dangerous, so he would have to rely on his memory. This is our clan's blind Heim, Shisui answered, swallowing his saliva that had become too viscous. Their rooms are connected by an internal passage, and the children, judging by my observations, decided to combine them into one apartment. I see. Minato nervously cracked his fingers and began to pace his office with wide strides. Even despite the silent ghost, he was now deciding for himself what to do and how to be. It was not going very well. Namikaze felt that he could use some sensei's advice now more than ever. Having caught his thought, he froze and began to think it over, examining it from different angles and realizing that he liked it. After all, Jiraiya was one of the few who knew everything, well, not counting Tsunade, who had beaten the truth out of him, called him an idiot and disappeared from Konoha after Kushina's correction. Unlike Senju, his mentor was always in touch, and he was the first to express doubts about the death of his godson, thereby returning hope to Minato himself. True, with each passing year, faith in his presence disappeared, but since he had found him, what was stopping him from using the help of an experienced scout? Shisui, I'm sure Fugaku has already given the order to guard them, involving only Itachi. A short glance towards the nodding Uchiha and the Yondaime continues, I'm giving you a similar task. What about the surveillance of Danzo-sama? The guy asks cautiously. It can't be removed. The Hokage frowned with displeasure, although he understood the two guys were too few for so many, and, moreover, priority tasks. However, there was no choice, although an idea began to form in the blonde's head, not the best one, but in the absence of others, it would do. Still, it was better than nothing at all. We won't last long, the schedule will be too tight. After all, we still have to carry out missions in parallel. Shisui voiced the truth that was generally clear to everyone. You'll take Kakashi to spy on Danzo, Minato responded with a gesture, ordering his subordinate to shut up. I'll bring Jiraiya back to the village to guard and watch the children, but that won't be for at least a couple of weeks. Can you handle it? Quite. Shisui bowed. Okay, take this, Namikaze said, quickly approaching the table and scribbling a couple of lines on a clean sheet of paper, putting his seal there and handing the certified document to Uchiha. Find Kakashi and he will have to replace Itachi in the evening. Bring him up to speed and distribute when, who and where you will be, but my son must have a flesh and blood guard with him. Carry out. Hi, Hokage-sama. Shisui's answer did not disappoint Yondaime, so he nodded and removed the barrier, letting the boy go on his missions. To be continued. Commentary on Chapter 8. The mission is unchanged. I created my own group. If you want to know my plans for FF or ask questions, you are welcome. Chapter 9. Luck or not. Several months had passed since Naruto and Sasuke had entered the academy. However, they had failed to find friends there. They were too different from the spoiled clan kids, and the handful of clanless kids who had managed to get into the group were no gift either. Children who had been abandoned by their parents, especially with such resonant surnames, and in Sasuke's case, noticeable external developmental deviations, could not be equal to the future elite. Well, at least that was what the future elite was sure of, and the senseis simply did not interfere in the children's affairs. Why? Future killers must be seasoned, and the former orphanage kids themselves were not punching bags. No, neither Naruto nor Sasuke ever started to bully anyone first, but they always fought back, or played pranks on those they had nothing to counter physically. It was probably then that they felt the complete, hopeless loneliness that had never haunted them within the walls of the orphanage. Yes, all sorts of things happened there. There were fights, but they were never bullied because they were different. They were envied, joked about, and sometimes quite offensively, but never done with such unfounded hatred. The teachers tried to stop this, and to some extent they even succeeded. But here, no one cared. No one was going to pull up the children of sufficiently famous clans and parents in order to protect the orphans. The situation was aggravated by the fact that both Naruto and Sasuke were not at all behind the others in knowledge. This angered, this offended, this caused misunderstanding among the others, resulting in hatred for Kako and Braindo. They often had to defend themselves, and as a result they ended up in the hospital, but the children endured for the sake of the deceased Nono and the dream. However, this was all they had left, because there was no one to ask for help and protection. Perhaps the only thing that kept them from breaking down was the fact that they had each other. The children desperately needed support and found it in the person closest to them. Although let's not overdramatize. The children lived no worse and no better than many others before them. Every sufficiently talented child who passed the exams at the academy went through something similar. The same Yondaime Hokage was able to survive the bullying of others and rise to the level of Kage. This is how Naruto calmed himself, and Sasuke too. The boy believed that nothing was impossible, and he was right. They slowly, drop by drop, changed others' opinions of them, literally gnawing out a place in the sun. The only thing that upset Kako and Braindo, although she did not show it, was that the girl was blind. No, in the first year it was not scary. But then, the second year, the first exercises to shape the chakra, although this is not a disaster. The most terrible for her could be the third and fourth, when they begin to learn the simplest techniques. How can she make a clone or henge? The replacement was okay. For better or worse, Sasuke understood how it could be done, but the use of other techniques was immediately questionable. After all, absolutely any transformation of chakra into elemental required imagination. Therefore, it turned out that the girl would be able to master only the simplest transformation, nothing more. Perhaps the children would not have paid attention to this, but today there was a whole lesson dedicated to the importance of imagination in creating shinobi techniques. It was after this that Sasuke had to listen to a lot of ridicule about his disability and his uselessness. Who knows how this would have ended if it weren't for Naruto, who never left his friend's side at the academy. However, even so, he couldn't shut up all the spiteful ones. It seemed too humiliating to the clan that it was unclear who could study better than them. Well, and the observers they didn't notice didn't interfere. Some because such an order had not been received. On the contrary, their superiors were even quite happy with the current situation. But others clenched their fists and barely restrained themselves, but they simply did not dare to disobey the order of the Hokage and the head of the Uchiha clan. After all, the children were not in any danger, and the fact that they were being bullied. They will become stronger, although sometimes I wanted to go and explain to the others how wrong they were. However, they were deprived of the right to interfere. It was necessary to wait until the authorities could obtain official rights to the children. Any attempt to make contact earlier would simply untie Danzo's hands, which they could not afford. They had been looking for their relatives for too long and no one wanted to stop one step away from the goal. Naruto, do you think I'll be able to study further? The girl's quiet, rather timid voice echoes throughout the kitchen and the blue-eyed boy, slowly pouring hot tea, shudders, spilling a little boiling water past the cup. Of course, Sasuke. Kako was indignant and, quickly grabbing a rag, began to rub the tabletop with fury, as if he considered it the culprit of all troubles. And anyway, what kind of decadent thoughts are these? Or have you forgotten our dream? No, of course not. The girl quickly shook her head. It's because of them, right? The boy raised his voice and threw the rag into the sink in irritation, but noticing how the girl flinched and cringed because of his shout, he confusedly ruffled the hair on the back of his head. Sorry, Sasuke. I didn't mean to yell at you. It's okay. The black-haired girl relaxed a little and blindly extended her hand towards the glasses. The blonde instantly rushed to the table and, grabbing one of the cups, held it out to Braindo. The little girl smiled gratefully and took the outstretched vessel more confidently. It was because she only perceived chakra, and tea, to her great regret, did not have it, as did the dishes. No, Sasuke was not completely helpless and had long ago learned where everything was in their new home, but she had learned and could still see different things. As a result, Braindo could find what she needed in any of the rooms, but it was worth moving it a little and incidents occurred. However, Naruto knew this feature of his friend and during their acquaintance returned everything to its rightful place automatically. Although this did not apply to moments like this. Brewing tea and cooking was his responsibility, Although they mostly did it together, Sasuke was simply not allowed near hot pots and teapots, but cutting and cleaning, please. It's not your fault, it's no one's fault, I was born this way, Braindo continued quietly. And they're right, I'm blind, which means most jutsu won't be available to me and no one will change that. Nonsense. The guy began to object, waving his hands indignantly, completely forgetting about the tea he had poured himself. You are great at drawing seals. With chakra conducting ink, which we don't have money for, just like the academy doesn't, the girl quietly clarified. You have excellent chakra control. Naruto tried to ignore someone else's speech. Because I can't see anything and this is my only salvation, Sasuke again interrupted someone else's emotional speech. You have a wonderful memory. You can reproduce what sensei said word for word. Kako tried not to notice someone else's skepticism, continuing to list all the advantages he saw. Because I'm blind and I can't write anything down to spy on it, nodded Braindo, taking on a somewhat detached look. You are no less physically developed than the others and you are on par with everyone else in cross-country running. The blue-eyed man tried to continue arguing, trying to control himself. If it were different, I would have been trampled or I wouldn't have found the treadmill, but now I'm running next to you, the girl nods in agreement. But in sparring I always lose, because I can't keep track of other people's movements. It's okay, it will come with experience. Naruto finally ran out of arguments and tried to dispute Sasuke's statement, fully aware that she was much better prepared for verbal skirmishes than he was, but not wanting to back down. What experience, Naruto? Braindo sighs tiredly. I just have no one to gain it from. I know you and you won't fight me at full strength, but those who will, won't want to help. They'd rather roll an upstart on the ground, that's all. Not all, the blonde objected hotly. We can ask one of the old men to help. The guy expressively waves his hand around himself, which only causes a chuckle from Sasuke. The girl no longer believes that someone will help them just like that. After all, no one will give them knowledge just like that, and those who agree to help are disabled. No, they could tell a lot, but not show. Well, and those who could show, they were not interesting to them, and they could not offer anything. Not the best and easiest situation, but Kako did not want to understand this, continuing to believe in a miracle or that someone like Nono would appear on their way. You yourself understand that this won't help, the girl notes judiciously. They won't last long. Sasuke, then, Naruto began to mumble hesitantly, but seeing his friend's dramatically raised eyebrow, he took a deep breath and blurted out, maybe you should follow in Nono-san's footsteps and become a medic nin. Braindo says, a little puzzled. Well, so what? The blonde began to argue hotly with the girl, finally landing on a chair, although this had little effect on his gesticulation. You don't need vision there, the main thing is to feel the chakra and be able to transform it correctly. You said it yourself when Nono-san showed you the initial exercises. What do you say, Sasuke? It's an interesting idea, the girl nods slowly, agreeing. But to go to the Arainen courses I need protection, who will give it to me? Well, we can ask our academic Arainen to start training. The blue-eyed man began to jump up and down excitedly. I think he won't refuse, he himself constantly complains about boredom and lack of hands. He will probably be glad to have volunteers. Assistant. Sasuke was surprised. Of course, I won't leave you alone, besides, I can be useful too. The boy nodded vigorously. I'll sign the finished potions. A barely noticeable blush plays on Naruto's cheeks when he looks at his interlocutor. It wasn't for nothing that I learned the alphabet. I'll be useful. Thank you. Braindo jumps up and impulsively hugs the boy, not noticing the attention directed at them. True, if one of the looks was good-natured enough, one could say that it was full of inspiration and joy for the children who had found support in each other, but the others did not carry a drop of warmth, there were no emotions in them at all. Come on, Sasuke, the boy mutters, even more embarrassed. We're friends. Of course, a gentle smile plays on the girl's face, she is glad that she has such a friend. Looking at her, Naruto swears to himself that he will do everything to protect her and make her happier. He will find a way to return her sight. Otherwise, he is not Naruto Kako. None of them noticed that there was one less shadow on the roofs. The Anbu chief's office was not in pleasant semi-shadow, although there was a lamp on the table that allowed Shimura to read one of the scrolls with reports quite easily. However, the thoughts of the root chief were far from the spy's reports. The time was approaching when the Jinchuriki's seal would weaken, or rather, there would be an opportunity to weaken it. However, over the past time, Danzo was no longer so categorical, believing that he would be able to control the blonde demon carrier. Still, it was not for nothing that he sponsored Orochimaru. Yes, his experiment on the implantation of Hashirama-sama's gene had wasted a lot of consumables and was not suitable for mass implementation, but one single survivor was a good trump card. Having undergone proper training, he was already able to suppress aggressive chakra, which meant that with his help it would be easy to train the Jinchuriki. It was even more profitable than looking for a new vessel, although it would not prevent him from conducting a long-planned experiment on eye transplantation. If it doesn't work out, no big deal, he can always find other donors, but if his plan works, he will get not the weakest, but most importantly, loyal dogs who will hate the parents who abandoned them. The main thing is to tell them the truth correctly. However, for this it is worth clarifying a couple of points, from which he will dance. Weasel, Shimura called briefly, throwing aside the unread scroll. It didn't matter now, he was tired of waiting. Yes, Danzo-sama, a fighter in the aforementioned mask appeared in front of the elderly man. I need the blind woman and the little demon, urgently, the head of the root responded indifferently. Execute. Hi. The shinobi bowed briefly and disappeared, only to emerge some time later near the house of the named ones. Are you sure? A hoarse voice sounded next to Shimura, and a two-colored plant man crawled out of the floor. According to the data, the destruction of the seal has not yet begun. After all, 10 years have not passed, and Nono did not shake it. On the contrary, she did everything possible to make it as strong as possible. Nono did everything right, the head of the root grinned. What do you mean? The strange plant-like man's voice was now high-pitched, although still not very pleasant. If they're friendly enough, the boy will do anything to help his friend, Shimura shrugged. Just hint at the possibility of her gaining insight, and he's ours. It's risky, the plant man croaked again. Their eye compatibility tests have been conducted since birth, and the last one was a couple of months ago, before the kids entered the academy. This creature was not someone Danzo could afford to ignore, so the answers were quite complete. I want to take a risk, the Rinnegan won't be superfluous. What will you do if it doesn't work? The plant-like shinobi still asks hoarsely. There are many donors, I'll just put his eyes back in place or insert others, for example, a Sharingan, the head of the root grinned rather nastily. It's a pity, of course, to waste him on something like that, but then the chances that he'll master the power of the Biju will be high. Isn't it too dangerous? The plant man frowns with displeasure, responding in a surprisingly ringing voice. You can't put bookmarks on babies, and after that, your people couldn't get too close to them. No, it's not dangerous, Shimura shakes his head, but is in no hurry to divulge the details. The main thing is to conduct the conversation correctly. And you are sure that you will conduct it correctly? There is a mocking intonation in the hoarse voice. He clearly does not believe in the strength of the interlocutor. Considering your rich experience of communicating with children. No, not me, Danzo says indifferently. I have enough subordinates, and if you stop distracting me, you'll understand everything much faster. Funny, this time the voice of the one who spoke was double, but it was ignored. The head of root simply fed chakra into one of the seals, and the plant man barely managed to hide, as 3 more of Shimura's subordinates entered the room. Danzo-sama, was your name? The woman who entered first said quietly. Compared to the other 2 visitors, who were men, she looked rather petite and graceful. True, it was impossible to see her appearance behind the mask, but it was possible to hear her voice. A voice that was surprisingly warm and soft. It was a pity that this warmth did not touch her eyes. Yes. Is everything ready? Shimura asked them coldly. Yes, Danzo-sama, we are only waiting for patience. All 3 of those who entered bowed their heads in agreement. Okay, they'll be here tonight, the head of the root chuckled contentedly. However, there is a small clarification. The children must be sure that the operation is voluntary, and I don't care how you achieve this. You've read the reports about them, go ahead. Hi, Danzo-sama, came the immediate response, and the speaker was clearly not surprised or annoyed, her voice was still calm, and her eyes were cold. Can we use all the resources? Yes, Fu is at your disposal. Danzo coldly twisted his lips into a semblance of a smile. However, don't overdo it, you must be 100% sure of the voluntariness of your decision. Hi, Danzo-sama, all 3 bowed and froze, they had no more questions. You're free, The head of the root waved his hand casually and went back to looking through the documentation. He didn't need to keep an eye on his subordinates, he knew they would do everything as required. Well, and the annoying tree-like subject. He was unlikely to come again, he would rather receive a full report. However, he himself was looking forward to it impatiently. After all, it's not every day that one of the plans is put into practice. If he were younger, he would have already rushed headlong to control the entire process, but life had taught him patience. And he shouldn't show himself to the children yet. Uzumaki always had a sense for lies, and he doesn't know how to communicate with children, let his subordinates do that. But when the children's eyes are blindfolded, he will do everything so that they become as attached to him as possible and believe him, he just needs to wait a couple of hours. To be continued. Chapter 10. Saving the Children. Jiraiya's day began quite normally. He handed over his duty to Itachi and went to catch up on sleep, and then to meet an old friend who suddenly decided to return to Konoha. However, this unexpected decision was quite easy to explain. It was worth remembering that Kushina's due date was approaching. Sasuna decided to support her in a family-like manner. And monitoring the fetus's development process itself and having the ability to intervene if necessary was also worth a lot. Still, no one knew how much the extraction of the Bayu had affected her and how it could affect the body of a woman in labor, even after almost 6 years. Well, and Senju. Senju was losing too much to allow herself to treat the life of one of the few remaining people close to her with disdain. However, despite the fact that the reason that brought the two of them together in Konoha was not the happiest, Jiraiya was pleased. The Sannin had not seen his friend for too long, and here was such an opportunity. He wanted to take full advantage of it. After all, life had clearly shown him that he should value every minute with loved ones, because after that they might not meet. The shinobi world is too dangerous, and people like them, strong and experienced ninja, are tried to be knocked out first, so that they can train the young, or cover up if necessary, so that they do not have time to gain experience. Well, as time has shown, the kunai does not care who is in front of him, a genin or a cage. What can we say about the modest Sannin? Blood is equally red for everyone and the Shinigami does not care who to take with them, no matter how strange it may sound, but the white-haired one always believed that before death everyone is equal and therefore tried to take everything from life while there was such an opportunity. The only thing he regretted was that he was never able to start a family. At first, he had no time for it, and then the one he wanted to spend his life with broke down. "You're late," Tsunade said to Gama Sannin with displeasure, as soon as he appeared near her table in the cafe. Moreover, Jiraiya could see perfectly well that she had already managed to relax quite well without him, which was quite transparently hinted at by the battle of empty bottles. However, she had not forgotten about him. A spare sake cup and a couple of full containers of alcohol were clearly waiting for their time. Well, who was he to ignore such an invitation? Sorry, the Sannin said, scratching the back of his head awkwardly, I overslept. Better tell me, how is Kushina? She's fine, the slug princess replied, watching her former teammate plop down across from her and fill a cup with sake. The baby is developing normally, although the birth will most likely be premature and complicated. Why? Jiraiya blinked in surprise and motioned for the waiter to bring more drinks and snacks. Kushina seems to have recovered from that incident, or did I misunderstand your earlier words? No, that's right, Tsunade sighed tiredly, draining her drink in one gulp and pouring herself another. She was fine the last time I checked on her, but, the Sannin asked, carefully putting the full cup away from himself, watching his girlfriend methodically get drunk. Pregnancy sucks all the juices out of her, Jiraiya, she responded tiredly, slamming the empty bottle down, and immediately turning to the vendor running past, she barked. More sake, quickly. She turned to her teammate, who was patiently waiting for him to continue, and continued. The child demands a lot, and it is because of him that we can now see all the shortcomings that we made during her treatment. Hey, if only I had arrived a couple of hours earlier. Senju snatches the bottle of drink right from the hands of the approaching waiter and drains it in a couple of quick gulps. What can I say? She puts the empty vessel down with a bang and watches as a couple more full ones are lowered next to her, and then the vendor literally evaporates, grabbing the empty container. We can't change anything anyway, and I will do everything possible to ensure that this birth is not her last. Is it that bad? Jiraiya asked in surprise, pouring sake for his former teammate and raising his cup up, receiving a similar gesture in return. No, but there's little good either. Tsunade shook her head and smiled bitterly. drinking her portion, and then continued. However, I didn't go to the title of the best medic nin in the world in vain. Now I'm ready, and I won't let the irreparable happen. To you and your abilities. Gama-sanan grinned and drained the sake bowl, only to refill it immediately. True, he didn't have time to take another sip of the liquid. Raven suddenly plopped down in front of him. A couple of moments, and here he is, catching the sanan in genjutsu, transmitting information about the general gathering of everyone who knew about what happened to the son of Yondaime. The children he had been watching the night before had been kidnapped, right from the academy. The man's desire to drink and chat with his girlfriend instantly disappeared, and the sake he had drunk got stuck in his throat and almost asked to go back. The decision came instantly. He needed equipment, which meant he needed to get to his room as soon as possible. It was even a pity that he hadn't taken equipment with him to the get-together with his girlfriend. Although on the other hand, how could he have known that everything would turn out like this? Even a complete paranoid couldn't think that in a cafe, on the territory of his village, he would need a weapon. It would be fine if it were on the country's territory, but here. However, what's the point of lamenting? Jiraiya was used to acting and acting quickly. Did he need equipment? Well, he could meet his friend later, but now he had to hurry. Jiraiya, what the? Senju flared up, only to fall silent the next moment from the sharp gaze of her former teammate. Suna, forgive me, I urgently have to go. Jiraiya stood up abruptly and, throwing a couple of large bills on the table, which not only covered all the expenses for today's table, but also gave a good tip to the waiter, literally disappeared from the cafe. Step back, Senju hissed quietly. You faced Hanzo with that face. The woman quickly stood up and, ignoring the delivery man who instantly appeared next to her, ran out into the street and concentrated. She, of course, was not a great censor, but it was not difficult for her to find her former teammate. She had only to jump onto the nearest roof when she noticed a white-haired head flashing in the distance. A second later, it was gone, although the woman had already noted the direction. There, if her memory served her right, was her friend's place of residence. You won't. The slug princess growled and rushed after her former teammate, cleaning up the aftermath of a recent drinking binge along the way. Tsunade knew her partner too well not to notice his composure, although she couldn't understand what could have happened in Konoha for him to react like that. Near one of the entrances to the root base it was quite crowded now, or rather, an ordinary person would hardly notice anything unusual, as well as experienced shinobi. After all, the Uchiha were not considered masters of genjutsu for nothing. They fenced off a small space with an illusory barrier and there, hidden from prying eyes, a small detachment was gathering, which was supposed to go down into the dungeons. However, the small number of shinobi was fully compensated by quality. After all, two young geniuses Uchiha, a genius Hataki and a Sanin are not the easiest opponents. However, this did not bother Tsunade, who followed Gama-sanan, although she had to use all her abilities so that she would not be noticed. Well, and little Katsuyu, who Senju managed to quietly plant next to him while he was rushing around his apartment, collecting everything he needed for a meeting with someone unknown to her at that time, coped well with eavesdropping. You're just in time, Jiraiya-sama. As soon as Gama-sanan landed on the clearing indicated in the message transmitted by Raven, he was quietly called out, and he found himself inside the illusory barrier, hidden from prying eyes, like the others. Now Tsunade had to rely only on her little spy and her imagination, because it was dangerous to come closer. She could easily be noticed. She was already taking a risk by following her former teammate, but she could not act differently. Details, Jiraiya said shortly, no longer resembling the Joker many were used to seeing. Senju grinned. She had not been mistaken when she went after him. Something interesting would happen here, since that Jiraiya she had only seen in the war had returned. She wasn't the only one who had changed. Each of the broken team had changed, it's just that few could notice it. Today, afternoon, when the class of objects of our observation was having physical training classes, Itachi began to speak quietly, if she remembered that voice correctly. In short, Gama-sanan interrupted him. They didn't show up. I decided to ask the senseis and it turned out that they hadn't been seen since the morning. The same voice responded sullenly, in which there was clearly guilt for not keeping an eye on the children, putting them in danger. She already liked the guy and if he was the heir of the Uchiha. Perhaps she would agree with Minato, they weren't that bad, but time would tell. Although I walked him to the academy myself. After that, I decided to contact Kakashi-san and And my Ninken were able to detect that a group of shinobi with children in their arms passed through this entrance. Hataki continued speaking in a gloomy tone instead of Itachi. After that, we immediately called you and Shisui. Did they warn Minato? The woman clearly saw Jiraiya nod in agreement, and then, squinting, ask his own clarifying question. Oh. How many years have passed, and he is still the same? Yes, we sent a message, Itachi responded quietly. However, there is still no answer, and then we have to wait. Shisui intervened and, judging by the barely perceptible rustling, shrugged his shoulders. If you believe Kakashi-san's Ninken, the children have been there for about 5 hours already. Okay, Gama-sanan said after a short silence. I will take responsibility for the operation. Which of you will go ahead? I. Came the answer, judging by the voice, from the second Uchiha. It was probably Shisui. Then Shisui in front, I'll be behind him, then Kakashi, and Itachi will be closing, Jiraiya commanded quietly, confirming Tsunde's thoughts. Leave the clones here, in case Minato does respond or we fail. Hi, the boys answered in unison, and a few seconds later, disembodied shadows slid into the entrance camouflaged in the overgrown ravine. Tsunade-sama, what are you going to do? Mini Katsuyu, who had been relaying the entire conversation to the summoner, asked cautiously. We'll follow them, of course, Senju chuckled in response. I haven't felt so alive in a long time. Tsunade-sama. The small slug tried to appeal to the woman's reason again, but she failed, simply waiting a couple of minutes for the sake of decency, and silently followed the men who had disappeared into the doorway. This was a matter of principle, and ordinary female curiosity. She wanted to know what Jiraiya was hiding from her. As soon as she was inside, she immediately realized that the team had not managed to penetrate completely silently. Following the hints of her summon, she kept coming across hidden bodies of Anbu members. However, a quick inspection of the first body she came across showed that they had simply been knocked out. Someone had been put into genjutsu, but they were alive, and were also members of Root. Senju narrowed her eyes warily, recalling the entire conversation that Katsuyu had relayed to her, and recalling that they had talked about some children. She had never been a fool, and, having compared all the facts known to her, plus the composition of the attacking group, the woman came to certain conclusions that she really didn't like. Jiraiya, the bastard, didn't even hint that he was found. The woman hissed. Katsuyu, is it still far? No, just a couple more turns to the right and one to the left, was the immediate answer, and Senju moved on. However, despite all her impatience, she tried to walk as unnoticed as possible. So, you've made it here, what now? A cold voice that Senju would recognize among thousands sounded very close. You have no right to be here. Quickly walking towards its source, Tsunade found herself in front of a half-open door. One quick glance was enough for her to understand that this was a laboratory where operations were periodically carried out. However, it seemed to her that it would be more correct to say experiments on people, since she could not interpret several tables with attached arm and leg restraints in any other way. True, what unnerved her most was that 2 of the 5 tables she noticed were not empty. Children were lying there. The woman could clearly see a snow-white hand, now hanging limply from the table, clearly belonging to a girl, and the light hair of the second child. Both lay motionless and did not make a sound. I wonder if Minato knows what you're doing here, Danzo. Jiraiya asked icily, but Tsunade at that moment heard someone running towards her as fast as they could. The slime princess had no desire to get caught, and she instantly jumped up, sticking to the ceiling. Fortunately, the dungeon was lit the old-fashioned way and had high ceilings, otherwise she would have been easily noticed, but so the arriving Anbu dispersed along the corridor, not even trying to raise their heads. They were much more concerned about the intruders in the laboratory. He doesn't know and won't know. Triumph was evident in the voice of Shimura, invisible to Senju. You arrived just in time. I needed a new Sharingan, and here there was such a choice. Danzo, Jiraiya growled and the door swung open, letting Shimura slowly exit. Only now Tsunade could see that Kakashi was lying unconscious in the lab, covered from attack by 2 Uchiha in masks. Well, and her former teammate was standing in the middle of some kind of seal. Senju wasn't strong in him, but even she knew that Gama-senan wouldn't get out of it that easily. I advise you to surrender, you won't be able to handle everyone anyway, Shimura said with a grin, and one of his subordinates who had arrived abruptly folded the snake seal. Tree shoots instantly grew in front of him, which shot towards the men who couldn't leave the laboratory. However, Tsunade did not look further. She had seen enough, and she knew her former teammate's abilities too well to worry about him. She had no doubt that he would be able to repel an attack and cover his comrades. In the last war they had gotten into worse troubles. Now she was much more worried about seeing the legacy of her clan in the wrong hands. Shimura had no right to hide a boy with Mokuton from her. The decision came instantly. After all, Senju was not considered a combat medic nin for nothing and was the granddaughter of Mitoheim. There were always a few surprises with her. Well, and the fact that they were in a cave where there was no wind was even to her advantage. Shimura did not have time to go far, as a small senbon with a paralyzing poison of her own manufacture was stuck into his neck. The others didn't have such luxury. Tsunade simply dropped a couple of gas bombs, which exploded, relatively quickly putting the others to sleep. Once again, Senju was convinced that conducting her own research was very profitable, although she was surprised that instead of passing out right away, most of Shimura's subordinates still tried to do something. Strong guys. If the gas hadn't been so concentrated, most of them would have been able to get out, but as it was. So everyone fell asleep, but would they wake up? The woman didn't know, but she didn't feel much pity. However, she needed Danzo and the boy with Mokuton, so she decided to remove the sleeping gas, which, due to the lack of a good exhaust, was in no hurry to dissipate. Jiraiya, can you kill the gas with Suton? Tsunade shouted, knowing full well that she was heard, and she didn't believe that he couldn't defend himself from such an attack. After all, she hadn't thrown a single bomb into the lab, and the passage itself had been blocked by an unsuccessful tree attack from the boy who was her possible relative. Tsunade. Gama-sanan was surprised. Yes, your frog face. The woman barked. Come on, hurry up, otherwise they'll die, and I won't even have time to ask Shimura anything. Hi, was immediately heard in response, and soon the corridor was literally flooded with water. Fortunately, it was on a slope, and it quickly went further. However, it fulfilled its function. The gas settled and was completely washed away. That's great, Senju muttered, landing lightly on the floor, and first checked the boy with Mokuton. He was relatively fine, except for slight poisoning by sleeping gas, but it was not dangerous and she would easily remove it from the boy's body. The second person checked was Danzo himself. This was already worse, in part, but he would survive in any case. Tsunade was ready to take care of that. Jiraiya, do you have scrolls for transferring the wounded? Only prisoners, came the answer, and he appeared in the doorway. That'll do, the woman nodded. You'll seal him. She pointed her finger at the boy with Mokuton, and him. Now the finger pointed at the unconscious Shimura, whose senbon Senju had already pulled out from his neck. Okay, the white-haired man nodded in agreement. What about the kids and Kakashi? She wasn't going to wait for her former teammate to do all this, literally bursting into the lab. Kakashi-san fell into the same trap as Jiraiya-san. One of the Uchiha responded. If Tsunade had correctly identified them by their voices initially, it was Itachi. It's not clear what happened to the children, but judging by everything, they had an operation on their eyes, the second Uchiha added. I see. Senju nods briefly and lingers near Hitaki for a moment, scanning and not revealing any particular complications. The guy was only slightly concussed. He would come to soon, but there was no time for that. He shrugs his shoulders discontentedly and looks towards the exit. Jiraiya, is there another place in your scroll? We'll find all three, muttered the man who appeared in the passage. And anyway, we should hurry. Okay, I'll check the children now. You need to review the documentation. Senju agreed with him and stood up abruptly, heading towards the children. Quick scan and treatment. How much time did she spend to learn this? How much time did she tell herself that if she had been quicker then and Dan would be alive? I can't count, but now is not the time to delve into the past. She became stronger and more skilled, checked the condition of the children and understood that it was not difficult for her with them. Moreover, the children did not have open wounds, but there were incomprehensible flows of chakra in their eyes. She encountered a lot during her practice, but this did not resemble either the activated Sharingan of the Uchiha or the Byakugan of the Hyuga. Plus the seal of restraining the Beiyu on the boy, all this pointed to his personality and showed that Tsunade's thoughts were correct. Although it was precisely at such moments that she would like to be wrong, however. No, everything is fine. And it will be even better when Kushina finds out about this, and she will find out. Senju will ensure this, as well as the brainwashing of Minato and Jiraiya, who decided to make secrets out of thin air instead of immediately asking for help. What's wrong with them? One of the Uchiha immediately asked. misinterpreting the slug princess's delay. They are completely healthy, but there is something wrong with the eyes, Senju responded sullenly, and then decisively shook her head and commanded. However, this can wait, seal them and let's go. Yes, Tsunade-sama, came the answer, and soon their thinned-out team was running away from the rapidly filling dungeons. Well, on the surface, Minato was already waiting for them, who did not ask any unnecessary questions and simply transferred everyone to his office in the Hokage residence. As soon as they were there, the office was enveloped in a powerful barrier. How did it go? Did you find them? And where is Kakashi? Were the only questions the Yondaime asked once he had secured himself from being eavesdropped on. They're hurt, Tsunade said coldly. And you're going to take me to my mansion now, and I'll try to figure everything out. And yes, the woman instantly gave off a wild key. Minato, we're going to have a long talk later, and you'd better think about what you're going to tell me and how you're going to justify yourself to Kushina. Whatever you want, Tsunade-sama, Namikaze answered wearily. The main thing is that everything is okay with my son. You should have thought about this earlier. The woman snapped harshly, but noticing the state of her interlocutor, she softened. During our walks through the dungeons, we found a boy with Mokuton. I want to know everything about him. I think it's possible, the Hokage agreed, glancing at Jiraiya before answering. Announce the clan council in an hour, Senju's next demand immediately followed. I will make accusations against Danzo, Jiraiya and the Uchiha will be witnesses. I will, Minato agreed again. Jiraiya, the scroll, she immediately turned to her former teammate Tsunade and, having received what she needed, turned to Yondaime. Take me to my mansion and come by 10 minutes before the council starts. I'll try to get the children in order during that time. Yes. Namikaze nodded in agreement and approached the slime princess to use his technique to transport her to where she was asked to go. Shizune. As soon as Senju appeared in the living room of his house, he shook it with a thunderous roar. Yes. Tsunade-sama. Her assistant immediately appeared in the room. We have complicated patients. Get the equipment ready, she gave the order and, without waiting for Minato to disappear, quickly crossed the room heading in a direction known only to her. Although she still lingered at the threshold of the room and, glancing at the Hokage, reminded. 10 minutes before the council begins, Minato. To be continued. Chapter 11. The Right of the Founder Clan. The Hokage's office was quiet. No one was in a hurry to break the silence that had hung there since the Slug Princess and Yondaime had left. The men didn't need words, each was thinking about his own. Jiraiya was trying to figure out how much he would get in trouble from his former teammate. Shisui was looking askance at his cousin, afraid to guess what would follow after some revelations that the report would require. Itachi was simply going over all the information he knew about the children, and the image of Braindo sitting in the shabby kitchen and laughing at the clumsiness of the Hokage's rejected son kept creeping into his head. However, they were united by one thing. They were silent and didn't even try to break the silence that had fallen on the office. However, as soon as the owner of the room appeared, the situation changed and the frozen men perked up. So, Jiraiya was the first to speak. Tsunade went to the operating rooms. Sensei, Namikaze replied wearily. I didn't stay, and it's unlikely that anyone would have let me. I see. Gama-sanan nodded at his student's answer and, shuddering, continued. It's better not to anger Tsunade, she's already. How did she end up on the team? Minato interrupted. I don't know myself, the Sanan shrugged his broad shoulders. Perhaps she followed me, since I was at a meeting with her when Raven found me. Suna, of course, was already in good condition, but it's not for nothing that she is considered the best Arionan. It wasn't difficult for her to remove the effects of the poison. However, without her, we would have been in a bad way. Tsunade-sama really helped us out, otherwise we wouldn't have gotten off so easily, Shisui agreed with Jiraiya. Exactly. Gama-sanan nodded and now much more demandingly. Minato, what took you so long? The elders, the Hokage winced. They demanded an immediate audience, as if they knew. Namikaze suddenly faltered and began to glance around the office in confusion. Wait, they knew. And the timing was perfect. Half an hour had passed since the kidnapping, if not less, and the clan council had just ended, and then they took me into custody. And the questions were not difficult. They did not require the direct participation of the Hokage, but they took up a lot of time and did not allow you to contact anyone. It's lucky that your ravens are smart enough. That's the answer, Shisui chuckled, though he later clarified, but there's no evidence, right? We sealed Danzo-sama's research, Maybe there will be something there, Itachi suggested. I doubt it, but it wouldn't hurt to check. Minato shook his head. Although his actions have given me a free hand. The contract is broken, and not just mine. However, that can wait, I want to hear the report. Agreement. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow in surprise, then smiled strangely. Oh. Yes, the agreement, how could I forget about that? Report, the Hokage reminded, throwing a gloomy look at his sensei. The children disappeared while I was on duty, Itachi said quietly and stepped forward. They were probably stolen right from the academy, before they even got to their first lesson. Unfortunately, I didn't discover the disappearance right away, only after midday, when their class began physical training. The reason? Yondaime asked briefly. This is the only lesson the children have never missed. The boy bowed his head guiltily. They can skip the rest, which has happened more than once in my memory. His two partners nodded at these words. Plus, some rooms don't have windows, and we can't go inside the academy. In other words, 5 to 6 hours passed after the kidnapping and only then was the alarm raised. Minato raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yes, Itachi agreed. To be precise, exactly 5 hours. I understand, continue, Namikaze nodded reservedly. After discovering the loss and interrogating the senseis, I contacted Kakashi-san, and thanks to him, I was able to locate the entrance through which they were taken to the root base. Fugaku's heir obediently continued his story. That's when I sent messengers to you, Jiraiya-sama, and Shisui. 20 minutes later, we began the operation to extract the children from the clutches of the enemy. More details, the Hokage demanded harshly and Shisui stepped forward. I went first, my task was to detect traps and enemy manpower. Jiraiya-sama was second, he helped neutralize FUNN-based traps. Itachi Shisui continued quietly. It took us about half an hour to find the missing, but we were a little late. Are you late? Yondaime asked, his face turning deathly pale. Yes. By eavesdropping on the shinobi there, we were able to learn that they had already completed some kind of operation. Itachi's cousin nodded in agreement. It's hard for us to judge what, but at that moment they were blindfolded, and later Tsunade-sama said that they did something to their eyes. With my eyes, Minato smiled a little bitterly. That's when the problems started, Shisui continued, deciding to ignore the ruler's statement. Someone discovered one of the disabled shinobi and we had to act quickly. No one thought that there could be active FUNN traps in the room, and Kakashi-senpai fell into one of them. I managed to push him out, but I ended up locked in, and your student was unconscious, Minato. Jiraiya finished his story with a chuckle. There's nothing more to tell. We were spotted and Danzo came, talked for a bit and decided to leave his mongrels to deal with us. That's when Tsunade intervened. She probably didn't like that the old senile man had her conditional relative as his subordinate, so she decided to say her, "Fi," quite successfully, I should note. Well, you know the rest. I see. Namikaze nodded thoughtfully at the stranger's words. That explains a lot. Minato, open this damn door or I'll break it down. Yondaime's angry voice interrupted, and the door literally shook from frequent and quite strong blows. Fugaku-sama, Minato-sama is busy right now and can't see you. The second voice that was heard was a rather young female voice, which was now filled with panic and barely restrained tears. He's free for me, the clearly furious Uchiha roared. Minato, open up. It seems I was wrong to send Fugaku-sama the message that Sasuke Haim was in danger, Shisui said in a strangled voice. Haim. Itachi turned to him in surprise. Sasuke Haim. Fu. His cousin drawled, and Minato just shook his head tiredly and created a passage in the barrier. As soon as this happened, the door instantly swung open, letting an enraged man into the office, his red eyes flashing around him. Fugaku, stop scaring my secretary, Namikaze said, calmly enduring the furious gaze of the activated Sharingan. Forgive me, Hokage-sama, the black-haired girl stammered as she peered into the office, tears frozen in the corners of her large brown eyes, and she herself was trembling, clearly afraid and not only of possible punishment for her mistake. It's all right, Naomi-chan, the Hokage smiled softly at her. However, if anyone else comes, tell them I have important negotiations. Hi, Hokage-sama, the girl answered in a trembling voice. And yes, please inform the clans that Tsunade Senju, by right of the head of the founding clan, demands an extraordinary meeting of the heads of the clan in exactly 1 hour, Minato continued in the same even, friendly tone. Will you do it? Yes, Hokage-sama. Naomi immediately pulled herself together. Then that's all, go. Namikaze nodded and the girl, bowing, carefully closed the door, no longer seeing that the gap in his barrier created by the Hokage instantly closed. Minato. Fugaku growled, having hardly waited for the secretary to close the door. It seemed he had not seen anyone else. Although, as an option, the head of the Uchiha clan did not want to see that not only he was furious, but also his son. The always calm and balanced heir, now did not resemble himself much. In his eyes the Sharingan blossomed, in which 3 tomo quickly swelled, so that after a few moments it began to change the pattern. She's alive and Sunidheim is taking care of them now, Yondaime responded wearily. In addition, some of the documentation was captured and the landing sites to the route base were identified. What did he do to her? Fugaku seemed to have heard almost nothing of what the Hokage said. I assume it was an eye operation, Shisui responded, watching his friend anxiously. They may have tried to restore her sight, but to find out, we'd have to study the documents in detail, which we might not have time to do before the council starts. I asked what he did to my daughter. The Konoha military police chief barked. Tasama, so you knew that Imuoto was alive, the head of the Uchiha clan, who had been seething with rage just a moment ago, shuddered and, turning towards his son who had spoken, froze, peering into the mangekyo that had blossomed in the eyes of his firstborn. I knew, was a short word, but how hard it was for Fugaku to hear it. And you, Shisui? Itachi turned his scarlet gaze to his silent cousin, did not wait for an answer, but his guiltily lowered head was more eloquent than words. So, you knew. I ordered him to remain silent and not to tell you anything, the head of the Uchiha clan said in a quiet voice. I see, the guy smiled bitterly. And Ka-san? She doesn't know anything, the chief of the military police shook his head. Besides, now is neither the place nor the time for such revelations, but tonight. Tonight'll tell you both why this happened. Okay, the Sharingan in the eyes of the Uchiha clan air faded, but that only made things worse. The gaze, which had already expressed practically nothing, became completely empty and cold. Minato, wasn't Root disbanded by Sarutobi-sensei's decree? Jiraiya, who had been completely forgotten, hurried to defuse the situation and change the subject. It was. Officially, it doesn't exist, Namikaze agreed. That's wonderful. Gama-sanan grinned. 10 to 20 minutes have passed since we kidnapped Danzo and returned the children. Tell me where the passages are, they won't get past us. Fugaku immediately understood the Sanan's plan, simultaneously seizing the opportunity to distract himself from the unpleasant topic. Minato, give me the map of Konoha, Jiraiya demanded. There is no need for that, I will pass on the knowledge like this. The Sharingan lit up in Shisui's eyes as he stepped forward. It will be faster this way. Well, that's even better. The Sanan nodded in agreement, watching as the two Uchiha froze opposite each other. Minato, I'm going to give orders, Fugaku said a few seconds later, and then grinned coldly, becoming more and more like himself. By the time of the council, you'll have evidence of Danzo's guilt, at least in creating a unit outside Konoha's control, and most likely in attempting a coup. I'm counting on you, Namikaze nodded and removed the barrier, and then, following his friend who quickly left the office, turned to the guys with his sensei who were awaiting orders. Jiraiya-sensei, go to Sunidheim. Itachi and Shisui will help me with the initial review of the documents. Hi, came the unanimous answer, although everyone put different intonations into this simple word. The extraordinary council of clans was noisy, no one understood why they were called. Now everyone was trying to remember if anything significant had happened in Konoha, or in Hino Kuni in general, and the last Senju would not have called the council for any other reason. True, it was not going very well. All the events remembered were minor and in no way hurt the pride of the last of the once great clan. That is why the sedate and respected heads of the clans behaved quite noisily, making assumptions and immediately refuting them, listening to others and finding a sea of arguments against. This could have continued for a long time, if exactly at the appointed time, the Hokage had not entered the council hall, accompanied by two Sanan and his student, Hitaki Kakashi. All four were unusually gloomy and focused. Greetings, esteemed members of the council, the Yondaime began quietly as the last of those present took their seats. This is the second meeting today, and Tsunade Senju insisted on holding it. A rather loud hum went through the room, but the heads of the clans refrained from shouting loudly, although they considered it the duty to exchange thoughts on what was said. The only ones among them who stood out for their calm were Uchiha Fugaku and the Sanins who had arrived with the Hokage and Kakashi. However, the elders also distinguished themselves in this regard, looking at what was happening with wild indifference. Quiet, Yondaime commanded, drowning out the noise that had begun, and perfect silence reigned in the room again, although it did not prevent the heads of the famous clans from looking warily around. However, Minato was not going to detain anyone. He simply turned towards the slug princess dressed in clan attire and added, "Please, Tsunadheim." "Thank you, Hokage-sama." Senju bowed with dignity, stood up and, turning to the assembly, continued. "Everyone present here knows that my clan was the founder of this village. Each of the Senju was a worthy member of our village. In the last war, we went into battle without hesitation. My clan fought to the last drop of blood for Konoha and its inhabitants. My clanmates gave everything they could for its prosperity. Both of my grandfathers were Hokage and did everything they could for the prosperity of Konoha and the ordinary shinobi and entire clans living here. I am infertile and will not be able to ensure its revival. My clan is destroyed. I am its last member and head. I think everyone understands this." A calm, direct look. The woman speaks and looks into the souls of each of those present. "Tsunade, everyone present knows this. Let's get down to business," Elder Homura noted creakily, and Koharu, sitting next to him, nodded in agreement, clearly supporting her old comrade. "I accuse Shimura Danzo of forbidden research," Tsunade responded coldly. "He conducted experiments on the body of my grandfather Hashirama Senju, the Shodai Hokage." As soon as Senju's last word died down, the room fell into a dead silence for a moment, and then it exploded with a scream. The respected members of the clans were shouting and asking something, and each one tried to speak louder than his neighbor. All this created a wild cacophony of sounds, and caused the Hokage to look displeased. "Quiet," the Hokage shouted for the second time during the council, and relative silence reigned in the room, although Minato himself was now looked at with extreme displeasure, but he, not paying attention to this, turned to Senju and asked, "Tsunadheim, you understand that these accusations are serious and we need evidence?" "Of course," the woman grinned. "If you don't mind, I'll call my assistant, who has evidence of experiments on children who fell into Shimura's hands. One of them was vaccinated with Mokotan. Does the council have any objections?" Namikaze asked, calmly looking around the room and the people in it. There were no objections, so he turned to Senju and nodded in agreement. "The council has no objections. Your student may enter." He glanced briefly at Naomi, who was standing nearby, and then ordered, "Invite Shizune Kato." "Yes, Hokage-sama." The Hokage's secretary immediately jumped up from her seat, only to enter a minute later accompanied by a Senju student, who carefully carried a stack of papers, and after a slight nod from her sensei and Yondaime, began to quickly hand them out to the clan heads. Silence reigned in the room for 10 minutes. Grown men and women read the report on the examination of the child's body, which spoke in detail about how dangerous the experiment was and the numbers of possible victims were calculated, until at least one was created. They are certainly interesting documents. Elder Koharu was the first to look up from reading the documents. "However, I don't see any evidence that Danzo did this, rather it was Orochimaru." "I should probably speak up here," the head of the Uchiha clan suddenly intervened. "May I, Hokage-sama?" "Of course," Minato nodded. "Thank you." Fugaku bowed in response and began to speak, already addressing everyone. "Recently, 2 members of my clan, Itachi and Shisui, as well as Hitaki Kakashi and Jiraiya-sama present here, recorded a case of the kidnapping of 2 children directly from the academy. They followed the kidnappers and were able to find a passage to a well-equipped underground route base." Uchiha grinned and added, "A unit that was disbanded by the decree of the Sandaime Hokage, but as it turned out, still operating under the leadership of Shimura. Thanks to the fact that reinforcements were called in on time, we managed to capture most of the fighters alive, but most importantly, we were able to capture the documentation and Shimura Danzo himself. Now the records are being deciphered and the caches are being opened. We still don't know much, but at the moment there is already the first evidence that he was preparing a military coup. In addition, there is evidence that almost all of Orochimaru's experiments were carried out on the orders of the head of Root. This unit provided him with working material, or simply captured shinobi, and quite a few of the test subjects were from the Konoha clans." Deafening silence. That was the answer to Fugaku's speech, but it was not enough. He had made too many mistakes, and destroying Danzo's base would not correct them and would not return his daughter to him. He was generally terrified of their meeting, simply not knowing what he could say, how he would look her in the eyes. She might be blind, but his pangs of conscience did not care. The first report and lists of victims of other people's ambitions will be tomorrow morning, the head of the military police added in a calm voice. Although anyone who wants to can get acquainted with the first evidence this evening. Unexpected, the Hokage's voice broke the prolonged silence. However, could you show the first documents proving Shimura Danzo's guilt? Yes, of course. Fugaku nodded calmly and handed Namikaze a thin folder with ties. Here is the agreement between Danzo and Daimyo Hai no Kuni, where they discuss increasing funding for Konoha after the overthrow of the Yondaime Hokage and the accession of the Godaime. Now there were no indifferent people left. The document was read and with the help of Hyuga Hiyashi and Aburame Shibi, who were present, it was checked for authenticity. The verdict was 1. Authentic. Now no one had any doubts that Shimura Danzo was a criminal, but there were doubts about other points. After all, respected people had gathered here, who had no complaints about their memory. They all remembered perfectly well who had called them to the council and who had started it. However, now it was necessary to decide Shimura's fate. However, it had already been decided. Now only Abiki's basements and tea parties with Yamanaka and Minato himself awaited him. After all, he did not want to involve his wife in removing the seals protecting Danzo's mind, and there were no other Fuinjutsu specialists. Even Jiraiya worked with them roughly for such a subtle intervention. The council has made a unanimous decision. The Hokage began to announce the results of the discussion and vote. Shimura Danzo has been declared a criminal and permission has been given for his harsh interrogation. The next council will be held in 3 days, by which time the military police must provide a detailed report. The same applies to the Department of Analysts and Interrogations. Yes, I understand. How problematic, came the response. This issue has been resolved. Are there any other issues that need to be resolved? Yondaime asked in a calm tone. Yes, Tsunade quietly intervened. Speak, Tsunade. Minato nodded in agreement. By right of the head of the Senju clan, the founding clan of Konoha, I declare that I accept into my clan the children found in the root laboratories. Senju began to speak, clearly pronouncing each word, looking straight into the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku, namely, the boy with the grafted cells of Mai-Ji-sama, Kono, the child who, according to the results of genetic testing, is my distant relative, Naruto Kako, and the last blind girl, Sasuke Braindo. You have no right. The head of the military police jumped to his feet and clenched his fists. However, the Hokage was not indifferent either, but he behaved much more restrainedly, although he was not able to completely hide the rage in his eyes. I haven't completely, Fugaku, you know it yourself, Senju smiled venomously. Danzo was a wild pettifogger after all. What does the council say about Senju Haime's demand? Namikaze's too calm voice sounded in the council room. He looks around at those present, hears their answers and automatically calculates the result. A total of 2 abstained, 2 against, 11 in favor. Minato counted and concluded coldly. The council has decided to grant your wish, Tsunade. Thank you, council. A victorious smile slides across the woman's lips, and she sits down. Any more questions? Yondaime asks in a colorless tone, and when he doesn't hear an answer, he states, there are no questions. I declare the council closed. To be continued. Chapter 12. Woke up. Naruto had never been a gullible child, but the conversation with his friend, her quiet voice, in which one could hear humility, made the boy reconsider his attitude. If it weren't for this, he would never have agreed to follow a suspicious kunoichi who promised to help and give Sasuke his sight. The only price was loyalty to some Danzo. For him, this was an acceptable sacrifice, especially since this woman knew Nono. This kunoichi gave examples from life, proving that she had a strong connection with their first mentor. Well, how can you resist the temptation and not give in? However, the children were able to. Their only mistake was that they underestimated the danger of the woman who came to talk to them. A short blow to the neck and they lost consciousness, to come to consciousness the next time in some incomprehensible laboratory, literally bolted to the beds. Sasuke, Kako's cry, full of despair, saw the pale body of his friend, which was spread out on the couch opposite. People in white coats were fussing around her, doing something with her face. A few moments later, the boy saw how one of the medics reached out to the girl's eyes and pulled it out of the eye socket. Bastards, what are you doing? Naruto thrashed in the bonds, trying to break free. Sasuke, Sasuke. The voice, full of horror, breaks into a wheeze. The subject woke up earlier than planned. A cold voice sounds above the boy's head, and a man, whose face is completely hidden by a mask, bends over him. Let's write it down. Resistance to mechanical impacts is above normal, even for Uzumaki. Body reactions are normal. Resistance to external influences is high. The seal of silence did not take root. It seems that psychotropic substances should be used, otherwise repeated application does not guarantee success. He begins to quickly scribble something in a small notebook that suddenly appeared in his hands, and then he turned away and ordered. Enter sample number 10. Yes, is a short, emotionless answer, and a syringe is stuck into the boy's arm, injecting some kind of drug into a vein. Ah! A pain-filled scream was heard in the room. Naruto arches and begins to tear himself out of the bonds, but to no avail. Strong belts tightly press his thin body to the couch, not allowing him to break free and hurt himself. A minute of wild screaming, and then the boy goes limp and stops trying to break free. The pain did its job, he lost consciousness. Let's write down that the drug didn't work as expected. The one who recently gave the order to inject the incomprehensible serum into the child calmly scribbled in his notebook. Check the body's reaction. Within normal limits, came the answer a couple of minutes later, completely indifferent to the fate of the children. Then we begin the operation, came the order, and silence fell over the room, occasionally broken by the rustling of clothes and the clanking of used work tools that the Arainans present threw into small metal trays. Afterwards, they would be thoroughly washed and disinfected so that they could be used in the future. The transplant is complete, the Arainan performing the operation quietly reported to the girl. There is no rejection, on the contrary, the chakra has begun to flow into the eyes. There is a gradual restoration of the optic nerve, the probability of sight is over 60%. Okay, the man with the notebook nods in agreement, making new notes. What about the demon? The transplant is complete, no rejection is observed, came the quiet reply. There is a noticeable lightening of the iris and a reduction in the pupil, but the optic nerve and chakra channels are normal. I see, again only the rustling of a pencil is heard, and then he puts the notebook in his pocket. I'm going for Danzo-sama, and you clean up here. He didn't wait for an answer, quickly leaving the room, and behind him, like a shadow, one of the two Anbu Ne, who were guarding the lab while the operation was being carried out, settled in. As soon as they turned the corner, a shadow darted there, which dealt with the remaining guard in a couple of seconds. Another moment and 4 people flew into the lab, who rushed at the Arionan, who were not expecting an attack. However, not entirely successfully. One of the attackers stepped on an inconspicuous ligature of hieroglyphs on the dark floor and the largest of the attackers barely managed to push him out from under the binding technique. However, again unsuccessfully, one seal that worked activated a couple more in a chain, albeit weaker. Several of them worked on the guy who activated the first trap, and he lost consciousness, others completely blocked the movement of the largest one. However, the other 2 guys easily dealt with the medical staff. Subsequent reinforcements did not help them at all. Soon they left the caves along with the children and Tsunade, who had joined them. After losing consciousness, Naruto found himself in a strange, flooded corridor. An oppressive place, where the silence was broken only by the sound of falling drops. However, the most terrible thing for the boy was that hatred and rage were blowing from the depths of his subconscious. And not specifically towards him, but towards all living things, which made it even more terrible. Kako had nothing to do, and he reluctantly trudged towards the alien presence, mentally convincing himself that everything was fine, everything would undoubtedly be fine, that he was dreaming, and soon he would wake up and again start arguing with Sasuke, who would force him to eat salad and forbid him ramen. Why? A furious roar knocked all the ridiculous dreams out of the boy's head, in which he was so immersed that he did not notice that he found himself in a spacious hall, right opposite the bars that blocked it. An attempt to escape yielded nothing. The water that had been peacefully splashing under his feet began to bubble and began to suck the boy into its embrace. Desperate jerks yielded nothing. Naruto was already knee-deep in the water, which had become unusually viscous. Let go. The boy screamed in despair and, having filled his hand with chakra, as Nono had taught him, he struck the water holding him. To Kako's surprise, she let him go, but for how long? The boy wasn't sure of that, and the sudden thirst for blood didn't add to his optimism. Pathetic human. The growling voice became even louder and more furious, and several red lights lit up in front of the guy, which gradually took the shape of eyes with a beastly pupil. From there, Pure hatred poured onto Naruto, not towards someone abstract, but towards him. He had seen such looks before, albeit rarely, but each time after that he found himself in the ward and Sasuke was sleeping next to him, holding his hand. Who are you? Kako asked, stuttering, trying to look as manly as possible. For some reason, he was sure that he shouldn't show fear, but he was doing a bad job of it. Ignorant. What else to expect from someone who is friends with Uchiha? Words filled with malice and hatred rolled through the boy's subconscious, and then a dim glow appeared in the cage, which was still enough to illuminate the huge red fox with 9 tails. You are my jailer. KKKYUBI. Naruto stuttered and opened his eyes wide, not knowing where to go from fear, and he didn't understand where to run. RINENGAN. The rage and surprise in the growling voice mixed into an amazing cocktail. Where did you get your father's eyes? Ha, Kako blurted out in fear, falling on his butt. He simply didn't have the strength to come up with a more meaningful proposal. You don't know. An attentive, though still far from friendly, look passed over the boy from top to bottom, and then he burst out laughing. Although what am I talking about? You don't know anything, but the old man is good, he could do THIS. What are you talking about, QB-san? The boy asked cautiously, taking advantage of the fact that the key had stopped pressing on him, and stood up. I will give you a CHANCE, as father asked, but remember, if you steal, I will take over your body, and then destroy everyone who is dear to you. Not listening to Naruto's babble, the fox growled loudly. The first will be the blind Uchiha. I will go out her eyes and dissemble her stomach with great pleasure. She will die for a long time. I won't let you hurt Sasuke. Now the boy's voice didn't tremble at all. He stood in front of the beast and stubbornly scowled, looking in his direction. Brave words for someone who couldn't protect her. A growling laugh was heard and Kako came too. However, he didn't understand it right away. It was too dark around him, and the memories of Lisa were too vivid. However, the familiar measured beeping immediately explained to the boy that he was in the hospital. An attempt to move brought wild pain, for some reason in the head, and more specifically, in the eye area. Reflexively raising his hands to the source of the pain, he showed that he was wearing a bandage. Attempts to tear off the unnecessary, in his opinion, rag were not crowned with success, but the pain intensified, and the measured beeping of the devices was replaced by an alarming squeak. Instantly, quick steps were heard and soon the rustle of opening doors was heard, and Naruto was suddenly overwhelmed by memories and he tensed up. Are you awake? The voice was clearly female, but the boy didn't remember it. Let me examine you. Where's Sasuke? Kako's voice sounded wildly hoarse, and he himself did not recognize it, but then a cool glass was thrust into his hands. Water, his interlocutor answered the unspoken question and added almost without transition. She's still sleeping, if you listen, you'll hear her breathing. A second of silence and she quickly intercepts the boy who has already emptied the glass of water. There's no need to wake her, Tsunade-sama patched her up, but her condition was much worse than yours. Let go. The boy began to kick furiously, but to no avail, the woman held him tightly. Let me take you to her, but you sit quietly next to her, okay? In the end, she got tired of holding the struggling boy, and she didn't want to harm him, which made the task even more difficult. Naruto nodded instantly to her question, but the woman was not satisfied with this answer. I didn't understand. Yes or no? Yes, the boy exclaimed discontentedly. That's what we agreed on. The woman easily picked up the boy under the armpits and carried him a couple of meters, putting him on his feet and, taking his hand, carefully made him stretch it out further. Soon Naruto felt something warm. A few moments later he realized that he was holding someone's hand. Sasuke, the boy sobbed pitifully. She's fine, the woman he'd already forgotten said softly. Tsunade-sama said she made it in time, and those clumsy idiots didn't have time to ruin everything. Don't worry, your friend will be able to see, despite the efforts of the would-be scientists, to do the opposite. See, Kako was confused and turned towards the speaker. Sasuke has been blind since birth. So Tsunade-sama performed a miracle, came the convinced answer. Although this explains the strange reaction of the eyes and brain, even to weak light, a strange hand fell on the boy's head and gently patted it. Thank you for warning. Now it will be easier for us to carry out her treatment. Hey, Naruto tried to ask something, but was interrupted. Oh, sorry, I didn't introduce myself. The woman's voice was filled with sincere remorse. I'm Shizune Kato, a student of Tsunade Senju, one of the 3 legendary Sannin and the greatest medic in the world. How did we end up here? Naruto asked, having managed to make sure during the emotional monologue of his interlocutor that he had been led to Sasuke, and not to any other girl. Fortunately, he remembered all the girl's scars. After all, until she learned to navigate with the help of chakra, she often fell and had many marks on her arms. Most of them barely noticeable, practically disappeared, but there were others, left after serious wounds. These were exactly what he was looking for. Tsunade-sama brought you in a scroll, Shizune answered willingly. I don't know the details, but it seems that she, along with Jiraiya-sama and 3 Anbu, uncovered a conspiracy against the Hokage. You were found by chance, and she couldn't pass by. By the way, Tsunade-sama brought 3 children. I don't know if you know the boy named Kano, but he was sealed with you, although his condition was worse. He was poisoned with something, and even experimented on, but he turned out to be a strong guy, a real Senju. This. Naruto hesitated a little under the pressure of others. I don't know such a guy and I don't remember him being with us. Really? Kato was surprised. It's a pity, the boy is not sociable, but he is quite polite. By the way, you should make friends with him, after all, now you will live in the same house. In response to this, Kako only shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Oh. I didn't tell you. A dull slap was suddenly heard, and then Shizune started chattering again. Tsunade-sama conducted a genetic examination and found out that you are her relative, a distant one, true, but still. Sensei decided to adopt you, are you happy? And Sasuke, I won't leave her. Still under the impression of his interlocutor's talkativeness, Naruto couldn't think clearly, but he still managed to be indignant. And her too. Kato laughed cheerfully. She said that one person won't out-eat her, but she will have another assistant, she still doesn't have enough hands. Tsunade-sama wants to finally return and settle in Konoha, and then open her own business. In general, she will recruit more students, and it would be better if they were members of the clan, and Sasuke-chan has all the makings. Well, now you've spilled all my plans, Shizune, a stern voice suddenly sounded nearby. Oh. Tsunade-sama, when did you arrive? Judging by the sound Naruto heard, Kato jumped in surprise. However, he also shuddered and frightenedly pulled his head into his shoulders, but did not even think of hiding. Firstly, he did not see anything, and therefore did not know where to run. Well, and secondly, although in fact it was more likely the first, he was holding Sasuke's hand and could not move too abruptly without waking her, naturally. A long time ago, you could say I've been here from the very beginning. Now Kako clearly heard frank amusement in the woman's voice. She clearly liked, or was simply amused by, the reaction to her appearance. Sorry, Tsunade-sama, I really did talk too much, Shizune sighed resignedly. It's okay, we can consider that you reported to my heir. Senju was now openly amused. The heir. Kato was amazed. Yes, the Hokage recently gave me all the documents for the children, now they are officially members of the Senju clan. Senju Naruto, Senju Sasuke and Senju Kano, right. Naruto clearly heard a grin in the voice of the speaker, and then someone else's palm fell on his head and gently stroked it. Is that right, man? Thank you, the light touch, but full of affection, made the former Kako shudder, and then, remembering Nono's instructions, he bowed deeply. I will justify the trust placed in me. I have no doubt about it, he was answered with a gentle laugh and he was pulled to his chest. Now you have me, and know that I will tear anyone apart for you. Thank you, came the weak voice of Sasuke, who had woken up at the beginning of Naruto and Tsunade's conversation. The girl moved and tried to sit up. No need, she was immediately intercepted, not allowing her to rise. It's too early for you to get up, your body has gone through too much of the surgery, and now. Anyway, we've restored your sight, but your eyes are too sensitive, and your brain isn't used to taking in so much information. She'll be okay, right? Naruto instantly became alarmed. Of course, Tsunade snorted. You just shouldn't overexert yourself and take off the bandage at first, however, it is secured with FUNN, so it is not that easy to do. Well, that is why there are no restrictions on taking a shower or bath, Fuinjutsu is designed for that too. I'll really be able to see. The girl interrupts, her voice breaking. Of course, the woman chuckles again. However, first you will need to get used to it. In general, we have developed a whole recovery complex, including a certain diet, medications and exercises that will help you get used to it faster. However, do not count on the bandage being removed soon, it is too dangerous. It's a pity, the girl whispered quietly, barely audibly, but Senjuheim heard her. Don't be sorry, the main thing is that you will see, the rest is not important, the woman stroked her hand soothingly. It's true that right now your bandage only lets through a weak light. When you get used to it and your head stops hurting, the bandage's transmittance will increase and so gradually we will reach the point of removing it completely. Great, Naruto responded enthusiastically, with great difficulty restraining himself from jumping up and down. No, he would have gladly expressed his joy at such news in this way, but alas, his eyes were tightly bandaged, which meant there was no opportunity to run around the ward. Still, the boy did not want to give himself any unnecessary bruises. It could take years, though, Tsunade continued, ignoring the other's enthusiasm. Are you ready for this, Sasuke? Yes, the girl responded, raising her head proudly, which brought cheerful smiles to the faces of Senjuheim and Shizune. Are you sure? Tsunade asked, still smiling but not letting it show in her voice. It will be a complicated and very painstaking process. Yes, Sasuke responded confidently. I want to see the sky, the sun, the trees, and most importantly, I want to know what my friend looks like, what I look like. A worthy answer, Heim, Senjuheim responded approvingly, slapping her knee. I don't. The girl tried to object to such an address. You have visitors. A conversation with them will explain a lot to you. The woman interrupted her and stood up. They thought you were dead for a long time. They couldn't bring themselves to live. Listen to them. Don't act rashly. Agreed. Okay. The children look at each other, and then answer in unison. For a moment, Tsunade has the thought that if they can't see each other, then at least they can communicate mentally. However, she quickly drives this thought away and goes to the door. Come in, but remember that the visiting time is limited, she sternly informs visitors. 15 minutes, no more. The children are still recovering from the operation and cannot be overtired. Understood. Yes, the answer is clearly not just one person, but the children are unable to understand how many of them there are, they freeze in anxious anticipation. Too much has fallen on them, they have not had time to digest the past data, and then there are visitors. Moreover, both Sasuke and Naruto caught the bitterness and old pain in the voice of the woman who accepted them into the clan. The children were simply scared, too many changes in such a short period of time. To be continued. Chapter 13. Truth. Tsunade did not stay in the room, as did Shizune. They both left the room, although they did not go far, looking with interest at how those who came to see their children froze on the threshold. Two women, two mothers, who after finding out that their children were alive and in her quarter, literally spent the night by the children's beds, now froze. Particularly worrying was Kushina, who was having a hard time with her second pregnancy. Pale, disheveled, she did not at all resemble the girl to whom the nickname Akaishishio no Habanero had been attached. Now there stood a mother who had lost and suddenly found her child. Her friend Uchiha Mikoto looked no better, who could not boast of a tan or a perky blush before. Now it seemed that she had become transparent. If not for the support of Jiraiya and Itachi, they both would have already fallen. I don't think we should go in as a whole crowd. Two will do, the teenager, who was cautiously supporting his mother, said unexpectedly calmly, and then turned to the open doors and added louder, what do you think about this, Sasuke, Naruto? The children exchange glances again, and then Sasuke carefully rises, still clutching Naruto's hand. It is clear that she is nervous, and the boy, biting his lips, cannot make a decision. Although the adults are surprised to understand that he is not afraid, or rather afraid, but not for himself. We agree, the quiet answer of the girl, who stubbornly raised her head, is finally heard. Are you sure? Naruto asks, carefully squeezing her hand. Yes, I can't see them for as long as I can remember, but I can clearly sense the chakra of those standing behind the doors, Sasuke stated firmly, and only a barely perceptible tremor showed that the girl was not as serene as she wanted to appear. I don't know these people, but I'm ready to listen to them. Then I'll go, I have something to tell my godson, Jiraiya said unexpectedly calmly, and the others nodded in unison. Itachi began, but before he could finish, he was suddenly patted on the shoulder. I'll talk to Heim. Tsunade looked with interest at Uchiha Shisui, who had been trying to avoid her sight all this time, but at the same time refused to leave her house without his friend and his mother. However, he didn't interfere, didn't stick his nose where it wasn't needed, so she ignored him. Still, I know more and I don't need to embellish reality. I think it really is better this way, Tsunade says rather calmly. The children have just woken up, they should still be resting, and then you, followed by a heavy sigh. Shizune, stay in the ward and make sure that Jiraiya and Shisui-kun don't tire them out too much. Although if you, Sasuke, Naruto, don't want to see them today, then I'll understand. No, we're ready, the boy said firmly, and the girls simply nodded. They had clearly decided to learn as much as they could while they could, and they didn't really believe in their miraculous salvation. That was why they were trying not to provoke the strange adults, who hadn't done anything bad yet. However, in any case, they wouldn't make a decision until Naruto could see and figure out where they were. Okay, Tsunade agreed, then turned her gaze to the women. I think you should rest. What? The women, who had not reacted to anything before, jumped up in confusion, but they did not have time to do anything. The slime princess moved behind them too quickly and quickly moved her hands, covered in green light, over their heads. In a moment, they began to settle. Tsunade, why? Jiraiya was indignant. They haven't slept properly for 3 days, the woman said calmly. I didn't pull Kushina back from the brink of death 6 years ago so that she would die now. But still, the man was clearly embarrassed. Go talk, and I'll put the girls in the next room, the woman chuckled, taking the pregnant wife of the Hokage from her friend's hands. Sasuke, Naruto, when you get tired of them, call them. Hi, Tsunade-sama, they squeaked, clearly impressed by Senju Haime's overly demanding and commanding-sounding voice. That's great, she nodded. Itachi-kun, you'll help. Ellipsis. A curt nod and a look full of despair at the children was her answer. I don't hear an answer, Senju said ingratiatingly. Yes, Tsunade-sama, the teenager responded briefly and quickly walked towards the nearest door. Well, let's get acquainted, shall we? My name is Jiraiya, I am Gama-sanin, I like to travel and write books, before entering the next room and closing the doors, which completely muffled any extraneous sounds, Tsunade and Itachi heard. Don't worry about them, Jiraiya knows what he's doing, Tsunade said, noticing the boy's nervousness as he carefully laid his mother down on the couch. And your friend is no slouch, they'll be able to tell the truth as correctly as possible. I know, but, the guy shook his head and lowered his head so that it was impossible to see his eyes. But what if she doesn't want to see you? The woman smiled knowingly. What if she decides that it's all your fault, as you yourself think? Noticing how the guy jumped up and looked at her implacably, she shook her head and asked seriously, without a hint of mockery, rather with understanding. Is it so important? What? Confusion flashed in his eyes, but immediately disappeared, replaced by his usual indifference. Is it that important to you whether she accepts you or not? The woman asked calmly. Do you care about her attitude toward you or something else? I don't understand you, Tsunade-sama, the teenager said evenly and met a calm, understanding look. You know, Itachi-kun, the woman said quietly, crossing her arms over her chest and sitting down next to the sleeping Uzumaki, I've lived long enough, I've been through 2 wars. They were the ones who took away my entire family, my clan, my beloved, and even my desire to live. Tsunade was silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly and continued. You know, I had an Ototo, the age difference was a little less than that of you and Sasuke. A hot and proud boy, whom I doted on, and when the time came, he became a genin and was eager to fight. I could have pushed through the decision to leave him in the village or not let him go to the front lines, but I didn't. He asked me so much, he wanted to show me that he was worthy of bearing the name Senju. The slime princess raised her eyes and caught the guy's gaze. If I had a chance, if I found out that Nawaki was alive, but simply didn't remember me or considered me guilty of something, I would be happy. Let him hate me, let him curse me, but he lives. Think about it, Itachi-kun. Thank you, Tsunade-sama, the heir of Fugaku bowed low to the woman who had stopped paying attention to him, however, he received neither an answer nor even a simple nod. Tsunade had said everything she wanted, but it was not her decision to make anyway. The moment when the door closed behind the unexpectedly acquired relative, and they were left, essentially, alone with the incomprehensible men, was quite tense for Naruto and Sasuke. In addition, they did not like the fact that these two took up too much space. Or rather, one of them, the second was lost against the background of the first. Well, let's get acquainted, shall we? A rather good-natured voice, Naruto instantly had a picture of a huge bear in his head, who began to grumble good-naturedly. My name is Jiraiya, I'm Gama-sanin, I like to travel and write books for adults. Adults only? Sasuke asked in a naive tone, squeezing her friend's hand tightly. Jiraiya choked on his words, and a cough was heard from Shizune, who was standing by the door. Ha ha. A cheerful laugh rang out. Jiraiya-sama has a book for children, The Tale of the Fearless Shinobi. It is very interesting and educational. If you want, I can bring it to you. Well, or ask Tsunade-sama to give it to you, she will not refuse. Am I right, Shizune-chan? Of course, Tsunade-sama won't refuse, Kato agreed. I like this book very much myself, although my copy is quite worn, but it's still readable. I promise to bring it on my next visit, soon, anyway. Well, you've really praised me too much, came an embarrassed voice. I'll definitely bring new copies, I just didn't think it would arouse interest, it was written a long time ago. Okay. Naruto nodded in agreement. However, you don't have to rush, I can't see anything anyway, and copies for the blind are rare. That means we won't be able to read them. Your bandage will be removed in 2 days, Naruto, Shizune's voice immediately responded. It could be tomorrow, but Tsunade-sama wants to be on the safe side and check everything a few more times. But if you don't mind, I can read it to you. Thank you, you are very kind, Sasuke answered after thinking for a bit. Naruto simply nodded, completely trusting his friend. She had never been wrong in her assessment of people. Having no sight since birth, she was very sensitive to the sound of someone else's voice, instantly calculating falsehood and lies. Such a skill often helped children out during shopping or walking around the village, and now, the former Kako, and now the heir of the Senju clan, was sure that the girl knew what she was doing. Oh. By the way, excuse me. The guy who had recently praised someone else's work exclaimed rather cheerfully. I didn't introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Shisui, I'm your cousin Sasuke Haim. What? The children exclaimed in chorus. Shisui-san, you can't do that so abruptly. Kato jumped up at the same time as the children. Shizune-chan, Sasuke Haim and Naruto-kun are no longer little children, they know what it means to lose. The voice of the one who called himself Shisui was now serious. I will speak to them seriously, speaking without embellishment. They must know the truth that was hidden from them, and dragging out time, choosing the softest words, is a rather stupid activity. After all, we will not get far this way. But, the girl tried to object. Shisui is right, Jiraiya agreed with a heavy sigh. I grew up in an orphanage myself, and children mature faster there. Jiraiya-sama. Shizune was confused. I will begin the story, Shisui will add to it later. If you have any questions, ask. The man began to speak calmly and firmly. It happened long before you were born. The Kyubi no Yoko, aka the nine-tailed fox, was sealed into a red-haired girl from the Uzumaki clan, an ally of the leaf. It did not escape the attentive gaze, how the fair-haired boy shuddered at the last words, and then clenched his jaw and froze tensely. Time passed, the girl grew up, becoming a real beauty and a strong kunoichi. She became a real pearl of Konoha, but people were afraid of her because of the sealed demon. Sad notes cut through the man's voice, but his gaze remained attentive. He looked at his godson, who was behaving too strangely. She had a childhood friend who always supported her and saved her from loneliness, who did not care about the demon that scared the others. Handsome, strong and brave, a true shinobi, in whom the will of fire burned. They fell in love, became a family, and one fine day the girl became pregnant. The Sanin's voice broke off, and he himself froze and began to stare at the wall with an empty look. Only the children did not see this, although they felt something was wrong. What happened next? Naruto broke the silence, swallowing convulsively. The girl and the boy were very happy. They were really looking forward to this baby. Jiraiya smiled sadly. They chose a name for the child, found godparents, and arranged a nursery. However, their happiness was short-lived. The Jinchuriki carries the child longer than expected, increasing the load on an already weakened body. Although Tsunade would be better able to explain the details to you, I am still not an Arionin, the Sanin noted with bitter irony. No one will say what went wrong, but the birth began a week earlier than expected, and due to stupidity or rather deliberate actions, in Konoha, except for Sarutobi-sensei and the red-haired beauty's husband, there are no strong enough shinobi left. Moreover, someone helped an outsider penetrate the barriers that protected the birthing place. He turned out to be strong, waited until the Jinchuriki gave birth to a healthy strong child and, weakened, ceased to tightly control the containment seal. He killed two Iranian women who helped the child to be born and, threatening his safety, forced her husband to move away from the beauty, who was going to strengthen the seal. A heavy, convulsive sigh, telling, the man himself was there. His vivid imagination painted a picture of the past days too vividly before his eyes. The guy saved his child, but the girl was stolen by a stranger. Fear gripped the shinobi's heart. His beloved was too vulnerable. Leaving his newborn son in the room lovingly made for him, he decided to go save his wife. And how? Sasuke asked quietly, taking a deep breath. Did he save his wife? He saved him, pulling him out from under attack at the very last moment. The Sannin smiled, looking at the children who were reacting too brightly and vividly to the story. However, the demon broke free from captivity and was subdued by a stranger who decided to test his capabilities on Konoha. While the guy was saving his beloved and carrying her home, closer to their baby, he reached the village territory and summoned Kyubi inside the barrier. The shinobi hurried to protect his native village, leaving his family under the protection of his native walls. The guy was transferred to the heads carved into the rock and was able to reflect the huge clot of chakra that the biju spat on the village. At this time, Kyubi himself was knocked out of the wall by Sarutobi-sensei, and the guy was attacked by the one who subdued the nine tails. He moved him away from Konoha and tried to kill the brave boy, but he was stronger and mortally wounded the enemy, freeing him from Kyubi's control. Jiraiya's voice shows pride for the boy who remains unnamed. He was able to kill the stranger and hide his body in a storage scroll to later find out the identity of the attacker, and after that the shinobi went to help the village, intending to participate in taming the still ferocious beast. This was successful. The Bayu was sealed in the body of the only suitable child, the son of that boy. However, the price was high. The one who installed a strong seal for Kyubi, Sarutobi-sensei, died. The boy himself collapsed with severe chakra exhaustion, and his beautiful wife, who helped to hold the demon all this time, was on the verge of death. Childbirth, extraction and subsequent intensive use of chakra almost killed her. A heavy silence reigned in the room, broken only by the quiet breathing of those present. Next? What next? Naruto asked quietly, but with some desperation, not seeing Jiraiya's strange look, but feeling that what he was saying was too important, and specifically for him. The guy woke up in time and was able to use his summoning to find me, the Sannin responded with a heavy sigh. I was able to find Tsunade and we arrived in Konoha a few hours after receiving the message. At that time, the red-haired beauty was dying, and her son fell into the clutches of an old vulture hiding in the roots of the leaf. He took him away, but was afraid to keep him with him and gave him to the most distant and at the same time close shelter under a fictitious name. Now Jiraiya's voice was dry, just a statement of facts. When the guy came to his senses and rushed in pursuit, there were no traces left. He lost his heir, and told his beloved, who woke up a few weeks later, that the child had died. He could not withstand the power of the Kyubi and turned to ashes. The red-haired beauty did not believe what was said until the very end. The child never had a tombstone. She refused to admit that her son had died. Every day she prayed to the heavens for him and looked for any clue to find and return her child. Chance helped, but even here everything was not so simple. It turned out that the guy, whether out of stupidity or someone else's tip, but signed the papers that forever closed the possibility of the official return of the child. The death of the old kite did not solve the problem. Then the beauty remembered, albeit distant, but the kinship of her clan with the Senju clan and, together with Tsunade, they decided to give her son what he should have by birthright, but as a result of human meanness was deprived. He became the heir, albeit not of the mother's clan. Well, I guess it's my turn next. Shisui's voice broke the silence. Although my story will be shorter, and I don't have the talent of a storyteller, unlike Jiraiya-sama. Don't be modest, the Sannin responded, smiling flattedly. No, I speak from the bottom of my heart. Shisui chuckled and continued seriously. During the attack of the stranger and the rampage of the Kyubi, a general evacuation was declared. One of those who evacuated was my friend, now a talented and even genius representative of the Uchiha clan. I never asked why, but then he was left alone in the house with a 2-month-old sister in his arms and evacuated on his own, saving both lives. Unfortunately, the direct path to the shelter in the rock was blocked by the rampaging Kyubi and he had to rush around, which is why he was among the last to escape. The chakra bomb that the Bayu released was reflected by that shinobi, but the blast wave raised a lot of debris, including broken beams, pillars, and other construction debris. My friend managed to protect his little sister with his body, but he himself was unlucky. One of the wooden fragments pierced his lung, passing not far from his heart. A short silence, after which he does not speak, but squeezes out words. He was at death's door, but saved his little sister. However, as Jiraiya-sama accurately noted, the kite hiding in the roots of the leaf was dissatisfied with this result. I was not present at the deal, but I know that for healing my friend's sister was given into the hands of the old kite, and he and his mother were told that the blind child could not withstand the shaking and died. The girl was let down by her poor health. Well, and when my friend's father came to his senses, it was too late. The child was hidden from his eyes in an orphanage. I was the one who was given the task of finding him, and I found you a couple of months ago, completely by accident. I see, the children said in some kind of mechanical voices, and the degree of tension they were showing showed the true attitude to what was being told. They were not ready to accept the relatives who had suddenly fallen on their heads. I understand that this is difficult for you to accept, Jiraiya said quietly. We are not going to pressure you or force you to forgive, but you have the right to know the truth. The only thing I ask of you is, do not push your mothers away. They knew nothing, and when they found out, your fathers were barely resuscitated, and it is unlikely that they will receive their forgiveness anytime soon. Kushina especially stood out here, although if she had not been carrying a child under her heart, my student would have suffered much more. Naruto's voice broke traitorously and he began to cough. Can we think alone or should we give an answer right away? Of course, the Sannin agreed easily. We've already taken up too much of your time, rest. Hearing Jiraiya's wish, both children smiled ironically. However, Gama Sennin himself understood how stupid his words sounded, because it was unlikely that the children would be able to fall asleep after everything they had learned. However, none of them noticed that Shizune took a small bottle out of her sleeve and uncorked it. A pleasant, albeit barely perceptible, smell of lemon balm spread throughout the room, and a couple of minutes later, the children were sleeping soundly next to each other, continuing to hold hands. Although not many were able to appreciate the resulting picture, and not right away, because Shizune went to see the guests off, and Tsunade was busy diagnosing Kushina's condition and came to see them only a couple of hours later. To be continued. Chapter 14. The Last Enemy. The next day began quite early for the children, or rather, it seemed that way to them, but in fact they slept for more than a day, having been subjected to too much shock. However, at that moment they somehow did not ask such questions, they simply heard quiet voices and woke up. True, no one was going to tell them that they were allowed to wake up, because Tsunade finished a full diagnostic of the children's bodies and realized with relief that their lives were not in danger. The only thing that aroused her curiosity was the new abilities of the children's eyes. Senju was curious to look at the dojutsu that she found in the eyes of both children. The best medic Nin of Konoha wondered what it was and what abilities it had. Tsunade-sama, will they wake up soon? In a quiet, barely audible voice, the children were surprised to recognize one of yesterday's visitors, who never came into their room. Itachi-kun, be patient, the answer sounded a little irritated, but overall without aggression. You dumped so much on their heads, and now you want them to give their answer so quickly. No, of course not. Even though the guy's voice didn't get any louder, it seemed like he exclaimed. However, Ka-san. Itachi-kun, you're not 3 years old to shift your desires onto others. Senju's voice was filled with open mockery. You'd better go and bring the food prepared for the children by Kushina and Mikoto. They'll wake up soon and will probably want to eat. As you say, Tsunade-sama, the guy's voice was slightly annoyed. Go ahead, I'll go check on the kids, the woman chuckled, and then footsteps were heard, followed by a door slamming. You don't have to pretend to be asleep, I know you're not sleeping. And what gave us away? Sasuke asked cautiously, carefully lifting herself up and, with Naruto's help, leaning back on the bed. Nothing, Tsunade snorted. I just left Katsuyu with you, and she told me when your breathing and brain activity changed. Noticing that the children were somewhat confused, the woman corrected herself. Basically, without going into too much detail, she told me when you woke up. Who is Katsuyu? Naruto asked, confused. Not Katsuyu, but Katsuyu, Senju corrected him. That's my summoning, slug. It's very useful when it comes to diagnosing and quickly treating a lot of people. Or, as in your case, constantly monitoring your condition and relaying the results to me. Cool, the boy declared enthusiastically. Can I meet her? The girl, interested in the opportunities that were opening up, said at the same time. I'm on your shoulder, Sasuke-sama, A pleasant female voice sounded quietly. Ouch. The girl squealed, jerking in surprise and starting to fall to the side, threatening to fall off the bed, but Tsunade didn't let her do that. Don't be so scared, the woman teased the girl good-naturedly. Katsuyu is pretty harmless until you make her angry. However, as far as I can remember, no one has ever managed to do that. The slug princess explained, helping Sasuke to settle back on the bed, and taking one of Sasuke's palms in hers, added. Here you go. What is this? The girl asked, feeling that she had something rather large and gelatinous in her hands. Not what, but who, the woman corrected her. It's Katsuyu. Oh. I beg your pardon. The girl exclaimed in confusion. It's all right, Sasuke-sama, Slime responded with endless patience in his voice. Tsunade-sama, do you still need me? No, you can go back. Senju shook her head, and Sasuke felt that there was nothing left in her hands. She was confused. Summoned animals can't stay in our world for long, Tsunade began to explain. They need a lot of chakra for that, and that of the summoner, and Katsuyu is still a slug, she can't stay in dry places for long, and your room is exactly that. I see, the girl nodded, confused. By the way, Naruto, why are you so quiet? The Sannin suddenly asked the usually boisterous boy. She really didn't like the fact that he sat practically motionless during her entire conversation with Sasuke. However, the woman had no doubt that he had heard the conversation, he just didn't interfere, thinking about some thought. What will happen to us now? The guy asked Senju, unusually seriously. Are you talking about what those two fools told you? Tsunade asked him and, receiving a curt nod, continued. Nothing. What? The children's faces lengthened comically. That's it, the woman snorted. I have enough power and influence so that you don't have to worry about anything, remember, you are Senju now. Once you recover, I will take care of you, but for now enjoy your last 3 minutes. Tsunade-sama, I brought everything, came a quiet voice from the door and the children could smell the amazing aromas of home cooking. The stomachs of the children who hadn't eaten for a long time immediately let out a hungry rumble and they turned terribly red from it. You're just in time, Tsunade snorted cheerfully. You'll help at the same time. A short nod towards the girl. With pleasure, the guy responded immediately, and Sasuke and Naruto heard light steps, and then the quiet knock of a tray being placed on the nightstand, and now each of them received a comfortable deep plate and chopsticks. Eat more carefully, Senju warned, watching how Itachi carefully ensured his sister. The food is warm, Kushina-san and Ka-san specially cooled it down, the Uchiha who brought the food quietly remarked. Let them eat as they like. If anything happens, it's not difficult to change bedding and clothes. I'm not that sloppy, Naruto muttered sullenly, and as if to contradict his words, a piece of stewed meat fell from his chopsticks, staining his clothes and the sheet that covered him up to his waist with thick sauce. Sorry, the boy instantly blushed. It's okay, the Sannin smiled and stood up. Okay, I'll be in the next room, preparing something to remove your bandages, Naruto. Can't we do it now? The boy, who was failing at catching pieces of food blindfolded, asked hopefully. No, the voice was calm, but there was an obvious sarcasm in the eyes, which, fortunately for her, Naruto did not see, but Itachi did notice. Tsunade-sama, maybe we should take them to the bathroom later, and then remove Naruto-kun's bandage. The boy asked softly, watching with endless patience as the white sheet and light-colored clothes of both children turned into dirty rags thanks to the efforts of the Senju clan heir. I'll kill myself there. Naruto howled in horror, almost dropping the cup, but then he heard laughter from Sasuke. Hey, this isn't funny. A ringing childish laugh echoed throughout the ward. Sasuke. Why, very much so. Looking at the joy of his younger sister, Itachi also began to smile, feeling some relief from the fact that his joke found a response. I agree, but it's still not worth it, Tsunade responded with a smile and, already leaving, added, I'll be back soon. The woman was not absent from the room for very long, she only reached her laboratory, the entrance to which was about 10 meters further than the ward where the children were. However, she could do without it. After all, the FUNN, who did not allow her to remove the bandage, was disposed towards her, but the Sannin wanted to give the children an opportunity to chat. She understood Itachi's condition too well, who for so many years believed that he was guilty of the death of his beloved sister, and then it turned out that he was not just guilty, but in order to save him, his own father bought off a blind child. Tsunade did not even want to know what the guy felt when he was told all this. Although she would not have refused to watch how he expressed his indignation to Fugaku, after all, rumors are such a thing. Well, namely, through them, it became known that the scandal was noble. It was a pity that she did not see it. Tsunade shook her head and opened the doors to the lab, where she froze for a couple of minutes. Still, she had to give the boys some time, so she should do something for half an hour. Mixing a couple of herbal teas would be fine for this, but it would be better to start something serious when she had more time. However, even without this, she had something to do. Most likely, she would even have to use clones to have time to sort out the documents brought yesterday, otherwise Shizune would not leave her alone. As a result, instead of the half hour allotted to her, she spent a whole hour in the lab, and when she returned to the room with the boys, she found a picture of children happily chatting. Sasuke and Naruto were animatedly asking something from a softly smiling Itachi, who looked very peaceful, and the eternally indifferent expression disappeared from his face. He finally began to look his real age. Here I am, Naruto, ready? The woman asked with exaggerated cheerfulness. Of course, the laughter died down, but the answer sounded firm. Okay, then I'll take it off, Tsunade agreed, coming closer and touching the seals located in the temple area with her index fingers. A short impulse of chakra and the ligature of the seals appears on the bandage, which quickly fades, and now, without any tricks, Senju pulls off his bandage and Naruto begins to blink in confusion, trying to get used to the excessive transition from darkness to light. Well, how are you? My eyes are watering, the boy answered honestly and wanted to rub his eyes with his hands, but the slug princess intercepted them, and then quickly put her palm, covered in green chakra, to his eyes. And now? The orderly asks cautiously, removing his hand. Everything is fine now, the boy noted joyfully and added with childish spontaneity. And you are beautiful and young, why do you need me? I'm a Senju, and we don't abandon our own, Tsunade said, smiling and ruffling the boy's hair, noticing with some bewilderment that Naruto's eyes hadn't changed color. They remained as blue as they were in the photo, but then the question arose, why? After all, they had transplanted Sasuke's black eyes into him. Let's go wash up, or else. Ouch, Naruto blurted out, instantly blushing as he saw what his and Sasuke's clothes had turned into. Well, that's your... Oops, the slug princess chuckled. Come on, get up. Then she saw the girl stir, instantly switching to her. Where are you going, Sasuke? To swim, she squeaked in response. Itachi-kun will carry you, otherwise you'll fall on the way, the woman shook her head. After all, you don't have an Uzumaki in your family, and you recover much more slowly. You won't be swimming alone either, Mikoto will be happy to help you. Questions? Objections? No, that's great, Itachi-kun. Of course, Tsunade-sama, the guy agreed, walking up to his sister and easily lifting her into his arms. An hour later, Tsunade's house was quite noisy. The children, who had finally gotten the chance to get out of their four walls, were laughing merrily. Or rather, having learned that there was an unimaginably large garden around her house, they begged Senju to let them sit there. Naturally, the others immediately joined them. At first, their conversation was not going well, but soon, common topics were found, although some alienation among the children still remained. We're out of dango, Naruto said, upset. Oh. That's true. Kushina smiled softly, who couldn't stop looking at her son, embarrassing him with her excessive attention. There's more in the kitchen, I'll bring it now. I'll go myself, Naruto responded instantly, literally jumping up and sitting the woman, who was moving too heavily, back down. I'll help. Itachi stood up and stood next to him. Indeed, Kushina, you should be careful, especially since they know where everything is, Tsunade lazily noted, and then turned her gaze to Sasuke, who had gathered her strength and, under her mother's supervision, began to weave a wreath nearby. They both laughed, not noticing how a two-colored figure grew behind them, raising his hand, from which a wooden blade grew, over the girl. It seemed that he wanted to cut off her head and take it with him. Sasuke. She wasn't the only one who noticed the threat. The Sharingan lit up in the Uchiha's eyes, but even so, he was catastrophically late, just like the chains that burst out from behind Kushina's back. Bansho Tenon. Naruto's quiet, almost inaudible voice, and Sasuke and Mikoto are literally pulled out from under the blade's blow, and the next second, Kushina's chain reaches the enemy. The blow could not cause significant damage. He parried the tip with a wooden blade, and then roots began to break out from under the ground, but this attack was repelled by Tsunade, with a sharp kick, literally splitting the ground under his feet. The attacker had to jump to the side with a sharp jump, but Itachi was already waiting for him there, who, having created a clone, managed to intercept the relatives pulled out from under his blow, and then covered them with his Susanoo. The two colored tried to dodge the blow with a flaming blade, but unsuccessfully, he still touched it with the very tip. A few more seconds and it was all over. The unknown was imprisoned in a bottle that appeared in Itachi's Susanoo's other hand. Who was that? Mikoto asked, a little confused, as her son blocked her path after handing Sasuke over to her. It hurts, Kushina responded unexpectedly, sharply grabbing her rounded belly and starting to sink. Ka-san. Naruto was the first to rush towards her, and the others rushed after him as if they had woken up. Kushina. Kushina-san. Mikoto and Itachi's voices merged into one. I'm so glad, you called me Ka-san for the first time, the woman said in a broken voice and lost consciousness. Ka-san. Naruto said desperately. Quiet everyone, Tsunade barked, waving her hands, lit by green light, over the pale woman. Itachi, help me carry her down. Hi, Tsunade-sama. Uchiha instantly appeared next to the women and picked up Uzumaki in his arms. Mikoto, notify Shizune. Senju commanded quietly and rushed after Itachi, who had disappeared into the depths of the house, but on the edge of her consciousness she managed to discern Naruto's last question. Everything will be okay with Ka-san. There were two people sitting in the Hokage's office, the Yondaime himself and his old friend Fugaku. There was a complex barrier on the room that prevented any sound from passing through, and it was impossible to simply get in without the permission of the one who put it there. No, these two were not deciding the fate of the village or any particularly secret matters. No matter how strange it might sound, both men were simply sitting motionless opposite each other. The reason for such behavior was a wild scandal that had happened no more than an hour ago. Both men were sickened by the memory of what had happened. They were so happy when Senju Haim sent a message that she was allowing them to enter her quarter and meet the children, that they dropped everything and rushed there, but instead of a joyful reunion, they were met by the icy eyes of the children and the news that Kushina had barely been revived. Tsunade had even managed to save the child, but now the Hokage would not see her until the very birth. Namikaze still remembers his son's icy rage and the accusations he hurled, true accusations. An attack, especially in the heart of the village, was impossible without passing through all the barriers, and only a few people could give it, the Hokage or the Master of Seals from the Uzumaki clan. He did not give it, and you can't find masters with fire during the day. A not very good picture appeared before his inner eye. Things were no better with his friend, only there they simply refused to talk to him, and Mikoto also promised to file for divorce if he did not find the guilty ones. Life, which had only recently begun to improve, fell into the abyss again. To be continued. Commentary on Chapter 14. The Last Enemy. Bansho Tenon, roughly, heavenly attraction of all objects, is a technique that allows the user to manipulate Inryoku, attraction force. This technique is similar to Shinra Tensei, but it can be used to attract objects to oneself. After using this technique, one must wait 5 seconds before using it again. Additionally, Bansho Tenon can be used on multiple targets at once. Epilogue. A little over 5 years had passed since Naruto and Sasuke were accepted into the Senju clan. The children had grown up, and now they were nothing like those who had been released from the orphanage. Every movement carried confidence, there was calm and serenity in their eyes, they were the best in their class. Excitement. It was there, but not because today was exam day. They were much more looking forward to a completely different event. Today they would finally have to remove the bandages from Sasuke's eyes, who had been stubbornly moving towards her dream all these years, to see the world with her own eyes. That was why it was difficult for them to concentrate and pass all the tests, but they managed. Having received their rightful highest scores and bandages, they joyfully ran outside, where their closest people were already waiting for them. Ni-san, Ni-chan, congratulations. The heir of Senju was literally knocked off his feet by the red-haired girl, and then began to joyfully jump on her defeated brother. Makiko, you'll crush me. The boy groaned, trying to get out from under the jumping child. You're lying, the red-haired little girl said brazenly, accompanied by the cheerful laughter of her mother and Tsunade who had approached. I can feel your chakra, you've strengthened your skin, which means you're fine. Indeed, Naruto, Jiraiya snorted cheerfully, appearing next to him. Shame on you for lying. By the way, congratulations on passing, you guys made a splash. And you too, Ero Sennin, the guy groaned resignedly. Congratulations on passing brilliantly, Sasuke. Sasuke's mother pounced on her, laughing at her friend who had gotten into trouble, and Itachi stood behind her, smiling faintly. Congratulations. Fugaku's son handed the girl a small tube, where, judging by the seals, a recording of some kind of terribly secret technique was kept. Thank you, Ka-chan, Ni-san, the girl responded, smiling happily, not even trying to break free from her mother's embrace and take the gift. Indeed, thank you, Naruto said calmly, easily rising to his feet with his sister hanging on him and taking the scroll Sasuke extended with a wide smile. Ha ha, Itachi, you've been done. A cheerful laugh sounded and Shisui, who seemed to appear out of nowhere, patted him on the shoulder, and then he bowed barely perceptibly and winked cheerfully, adding, my sincere congratulations, Haim, Naruto-kun. Ni-san, what's in the scroll? Makiko asked with great curiosity, comfortably settled in her brother's arms. It would be best to ask Itachi. The guy instantly changed the subject and smiled widely, watching as his brother Sasuke frowned with displeasure, and Shisui began to chuckle. There's a description of the dojutsu techniques that we were able to find, Itachi answered with a soft smile, turning his gaze to the girl who was waiting for an answer. If you want, Naruto will show you the result later. The next second, vengeful notes appeared in the Uchiha's voice, if he can learn it. Someone doubts me. The stubborn gaze of blue eyes clashed with dissatisfied black ones. Oh. Come on, Naruto, what doubts? It's just difficult, Itachi responded with a rather sweet smile. It's just that Sasuke is my Imuoto, it's in her blood, it will be more difficult for you. So, Sasuke cut in between the guys who were glaring at each other. Stop this farce immediately. Really, let's not quarrel on such a beautiful day. Mikoto supported her impulse, next to whom Tsunade and Jiraiya stood, but Kushina came closer to take her daughter from her son's arms. PFFT. The guys snorted absolutely identically. We won't, will we, T-Bane? Now Kushina came into play, having taken Makiko off Naruto and now looking at the guys with displeasure, and 9 strands of hair began to rise around her head. As you say, Ka-chan. Of course, Kushina-san. The boys responded in chorus, swallowing convulsively. That's great. The red-haired woman rejoiced, instantly calming down and smiling softly. Ka-chan. Kushina's daughter carefully tugged at her pants leg. What? Chiko-chan. The woman carefully squatted down in front of her daughter. Are we going to celebrate? The girl asked with childish spontaneity. You cooked so much. I want a piece of that huge cake. Cake? Sasuke was surprised. Of course, today is a holiday, and what holiday is without cake? Makiko said seriously, while puffing out her cheeks amusingly, instantly becoming like a hamster. By the way, I also helped and deserved. The girl spreads her arms in different directions. It seems that she is hugging something unimaginably large, this piece of cake. A serious face, framed by red hair, and most importantly the meaning of what was said causes cheerful laughter in all those present, which they try to disguise as a cough. However, the girl herself does not see anything strange or funny in her desire, begins to frown discontentedly and puff out her cheeks, more and more, thereby causing a new wave of laughter cough. Ni-san, a small foot, shod in shinobi sandals, suddenly lands on Naruto's foot. However, it does not bring the desired effect, everyone continues to laugh. Ka-chan. You'll get cake. Kushina finally answers, still coughing. Indeed. Let's go. Tsunade agrees with a wide smile, a soft touch on the shoulder of her adopted daughter and her talented student, carrying support, and she continues. We still have to take off Sasuke's blindfolds and only then we can celebrate. Wah, great, I'll finally see what color Ne-chan's eyes are. The child, who was no longer offended, clapped her hands enthusiastically. I want it, I want it, I want it. Let's go quickly. The girl grabbed Naruto and Sasuke by the hands, literally dragging the unresisting teenagers further, but, noticing that the others remained in place, she stopped and added discontentedly, looking at the adults. Well, why are you frozen? Let's go faster. We're really slowing down, Jiraiya noted with a grin, and was the first to follow the cheerfully chatting children. The road to Senju Quarter was quick and fun, after all, everyone present knew each other well, and how could one be sad or angry on such a wonderful day? Of course not. They needed to laugh and have fun, especially since one of the most important people in their lives would soon realize his dream and look at this world with his own eyes, and not through a blindfold. The noisy celebration of Naruto and Sasuke becoming shinobi, combined with an equally significant event, the removal of the girls' bandages, quickly tired the teenagers. Still, even the fathers came to it, who did not feel too comfortable, because the children had not completely forgiven them, but did not refuse to communicate. The teenagers behaved with them pointedly, politely and coldly, as with barely familiar relatives, which they essentially were. No, they had not been angry with them for a long time and were even glad to see them, but they suddenly wanted a little silence, they wanted to say too much to each other. That is why, when the opportunity arose, they carefully retreated into the shadows, heading deeper into the green garden, where they sat down by the pond, hoping to talk a little in peace and quiet. You know, Sasuke, Naruto said quietly, clearly succumbing to the mood that was brought on by the soft twilight and the rustling of the sakura leaves that leaned towards the very edge of the pond, in which the stars were reflected. I'm glad that you're here, and that we've walked our path together. Even if I had the opportunity to change everything, I wouldn't, because then you might not be here. Me too, the girl smiled and, blushing slightly, continued quickly. I don't want to change my fate, I'm glad that everything happened the way it did. If everything were different, I would never have seen you, never known what your eyes were like. Blue, like the purest sky or a mountain lake sparkling in the sun. You brought the light back to me, Naruto. Sasuke, the guy says, confused, and, turning to her, begins to speak quietly. Sasuke, you are very dear to me, I want you to always be near, you will be. Have they kissed yet? Naruto's speech is interrupted by loud children's whispers from the pond, and a distinct cracking sound can be heard from under the sakura. It seems that the boys got carried away when they decided that they were able to escape from their relatives unnoticed. After all, they were not the last shinobi. Not yet, but they're on the right track. Makiko, a male, rather adult voice sounded no less quietly, but for now it's quiet. If you scare 'em off, they'll still take another 5 years to get there. Just like Kushina and me. Shut up, old fool, don't teach the child all sorts of vulgarities. The muffled sound of a blow reaches the silent children and immediately, practically without transition. Chiko-chan, darling, close your eyes. It's too early for you to look at such things. Let them not come, my daughter is still little, another person calmly objects, and Naruto and Sasuke exchange glances and resolutely go in that direction. Fortunately, it was not at all difficult for them to walk on water. This was still one of the very first control exercises that Tsunade gave them. For example, the same Sasuke could generally run along a mountain river and not get out of breath. A medic nin, after all, they would be nowhere without virtuoso chakra control. It's not small, Ji-san showed me his books. An offended child's voice sounded. Jiraiya, I'll kill you. A growl was immediately heard, and 2 people were speaking at once. I just hang. A male voice tried to object, but there was a dull thud and he fell silent. I hope my daughter hasn't read these books, the unperturbed voice sounded again. She's too young for something like this, but in 10 years she'll be just right. To-san, you shouldn't, another voice began to object, much more quietly. Really, it's not worth it, Sasuke says loudly, pushing aside the branches of the sakura, looking displeasedly at the crowd of people who had made a place to rest in the roots of the old tree. Amoto, Itachi began, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. I already realized that you are not the one, the girl said, placing her hands on her hips. In general, we bless you, children. Wiping her eyes with a handkerchief that appeared out of nowhere, Tsunade said, and after thinking for a bit, added, I want grandchildren and more. Looking at the flushed teenagers, the others nodded, wishing them happiness and fertility. However, they were saved from Naruto's immediate reaction only by the fact that no one in the area tried to block the Hiraishin Yondaime. End. From the author. So this fanfic has ended. I understand that many expected something slightly different, that most were in the mood for the epic battles of the Fourth Shinobi War, where beloved heroes bend everyone with the power of the Rinnegan. I'll be honest, I thought about something like this, but then decided that it would be too much. I don't like overly bright Marty-Sus, but here it turns out, after all, the children were trained by the strongest representatives of Konoha from childhood. Naturally, they're incredibly cool, but I will not describe how cool they are, everyone can figure it out for themselves. I am sincerely sorry if the ending of my fanfic disappointed you, and I am grateful to everyone who got to the end with me. Thank you. Please well, and as has become traditional for each of my finished fanfics, a request, If you like the FF I came up with, don't forget to like it. It's not hard for you, and the author is pleased. Commentary on epilogue. Makiko, lucky child. Support the author financially.